Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. 11 PIW. Chapter 281. Dark Fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marco flew out immediately and fetched the dark fruit by himself. Soon, under the eyes of everyone, Marco flew back with a lavender fruit. Papa. Marco handed the fruit to Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at this fruit, which was shaped like a pineapple with a snail spiral on the outside. This is the dark fruit. Everyone also looked at this dark fruit, which is the fruit with the most vicious ability in devil fruit. Even if it is obtained from a waste, its ability can be instantly raised to a certain level. However, in full view, Whitebeard handed the dark fruit to Wentai and said, "Eat it." What? The most ferocious fruit in history, Whitebeard actually wanted to give him to someone who had just joined the pirates. For a while, everyone underneath began to talk about it, and everyone was boiling. But this is not difficult to understand. After all, they have all followed Whitebeard for many years, and Whitebeard does not reward them with the fruit. They have no opinion. However, Whitebeard gave the fruit to the newcomers who joined the pirates on the first day, which they couldn't accept. This is not out of jealousy, but a complete lack of understanding why Whitebeard would do this. Advertisement. The core team captains such as Marco were also shocked. They didn't expect this to happen. They also didn't understand Whitebeard's purpose. However, they didn't understand what happened to Whitebeard in the Fishman Island, which made Whitebeard so trust a newcomer who had just joined the pirate group. This newcomer was previously a marine. This is so incredible. No one can understand this behavior, even Wentai himself is a little confused. However, Wentai's reaction was not as big as those of those people. The reason was that he didn't know the fruit in front of him at all, he only knew that it was a devil fruit. Father, this, Wentai hesitated a bit and didn't follow right away. Although he had asked for a devil fruit before, he didn't expect Whitebeard to give it to him so quickly. Wentai didn't want to get devil fruit so soon, because he knew that this thing was very precious, and he was just a newcomer. If he accepts this fruit, then others will definitely be dissatisfied, and Wentai initially thought that after entering the Whitebeard pirate group, he would practice hard and then make his own contribution. It will not be too late to get devil fruit when you get the credit, and it will be smoother then. So, now Wentai hasn't made this plan at all. Whitebeard glanced at him and asked, "Why? Didn't you say that you want to get a devil fruit? Hurry up and eat it." "But, Daddy, I have just joined the pirate group now, and I haven't made any contribution yet. It's not good to give it to me now," Wentai said. Marco also came over and whispered to Whitebeard, "Father, the dark fruits are so precious, are they really going to be given to this person? What if he is as good at hiding as Teach?" "Marco, don't you believe my vision? I believe him. He is a suitable candidate for dark fruit. I know, do you all think I am a little biased, but the old man is sober," Whitebeard said. Whitebeard said so, and Marco stopped questioning. He also said to Wentai, "In that case, I support the meaning of father, you can eat this fruit." Advertisement. Yeah, such a good devil fruit, although it doesn't look delicious, but you should eat it. Shirahoshi also said. Okay. Wentai didn't hesitate anymore, put devil fruit in his mouth and took a bite. Devil fruit only needs one bite to get the power of the devil. Soon, Wentai felt a dark air surge in his body. As for the variety of devil fruit, Wentai doesn't care, because he thinks that he can get a devil fruit at random. How could he still care about the type of devil fruit, but after eating it, he discovered that this devil fruit is a bit unusual. Wentai felt a very special force flooding his body, and an invisible black air surged, causing him to feel a very bad feeling in his heart. "Father, what kind of fruit is this?" Wentai asked immediately. Marco replied, "This is dark fruit." Dark fruit. Wentai's eyes widened suddenly, he had heard the name. After all, Wentai was marine. Dark fruit was previously acquired by Blackbeard. With this fruit ability, he defeated Ace and got the position of Shichibukai. 0 seeking flowers, 0. Moreover, during the war on the top, Blackbeard made an impel down, released many pirates, and formed the Blackbeard pirate group. After the top war, he became one of the 4 emperors, and was the most popular pirate at that time. Although Blackbeard has been killed by Whitebeard, no one has been ignorant of the power of dark fruit since Blackbeard. Advertisement. Dark fruit can invalidate the opponent's fruit power, and can also summon a huge black hole to swallow the surroundings, almost the top existence in devil fruit. Is it really dark fruit? Why are you giving this to me? Wentai was a little unacceptable. Although dark fruit is powerful, it is not attractive to Wentai. On the contrary, he is very repulsive to dark fruit. First of all, dark fruit belonged to Blackbeard before, and now that he gets this fruit, there is always a feeling of inheriting Blackbeard. This made him feel very uncomfortable. In addition, dark fruit's appearance was too evil. All of this made Wentai very regretful. He felt that he should ask clearly what he was eating at the time, and now, unless he died, he would have secret power for the rest of his life. Why did Dad give me dark fruit? I don't even want such a special fruit. Wentai said to Whitebeard. Whitebeard can also understand Wentai's resistance. However, giving the dark fruit to Wentai has its own purpose. Wentai, don't you like dark fruit? Can you tell me your reason? Whitebeard asked. Wentai immediately said, of course I don't like it anymore. I heard that this is the fruit of Blackbeard. I don't want to have any contact with such an evil person. Wentai, this is just a devil fruit, which has nothing to do with people. I hope you can tell it clearly and don't be prejudiced. Marco said. At this time, the crew members below also stopped talking and looked at Whitebeard and Wentai one after another. After getting dark fruit, Wentai did not appear as happy as everyone imagined, but showed some resistance. And Chapter 282, Trial. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I gave dark fruit to you for my own deep meaning. Why are you so entangled in this point? If it's not dark fruit, can you accept any other fruit? Dark fruit already exists. Don't treat it as Blackbeard's possession because Blackbeard has obtained it. Speaking of which, dark fruit was acquired by my subordinates a long time ago, but it was stolen by Blackbeard. Strictly speaking, it has always been my possession. In addition, you said dark fruit gives people an evil impression, and I gave it to you just to allow you to correct this wrong thought. Whitebeard stared at Wentai, saying every word in his heart. I want people to know that devil fruit itself is not evil or righteous, it just depends on how the people who own it use it. When you create light with the dark, 947, dark fruit, then dark fruit may be synonymous with light in the future. Whitebeard's words shocked Wentai's heart. He suddenly felt how wrong and prejudiced his thinking just now. Isn't this the same as those who have prejudice against justice? Wentai suddenly lowered his head. I'm sorry, Daddy, I shouldn't have thoughts like that, how stupid it is. Okay, I got dark fruit, let's try its power now. Whitebeard touched his head and said. Wentai nodded, and then faced the crew members, and then opened his palms, and saw a black energy instantly appear in his two palms, and this black energy began to spread to the surrounding space. When this black air appeared, Marco, Shirahoshi and others couldn't help retreating immediately, although there was no harm effect. But that feeling is very uncomfortable. I want to stay away. Soon, the range of black energy is getting bigger and bigger, forming a huge dark Uzumaki in front of Wentai. Advertisement. This is a good opportunity. Who of you wants to try to break his defense from the front? Whitebeard asked. I'll try it. Eroge said first, and then the crew immediately dispersed to make room for the middle. Aluoj stepped forward and directly displayed a small, violent whirlwind. Although it was small, it was compressed, and its destructive power was not bad. As soon as the whirlwind came out of the hands of Brother Yaluo, a gust of wind flow was instantly set off around him. Then, the whirlwind turned like a top and moved quickly. Oroya intends to let the whirlwind's impact try Wentai Dark Uzumaki's defense, but Wentai did not do anything. As soon as the whirlwind touched the Dark Uzumaki, it was swallowed. The whirlwind disappeared completely, but Wentai's Dark Uzumaki expanded a bit, apparently absorbing the energy of his moves. This, Brother Yaluo was stunned. Although he knew dark fruit was great before, he didn't actually come into contact with him, let alone fight with it. Therefore, when he saw that his relatively strong moves had no effect on it at all, J-Arrow was also a bit lost, which seemed a little unbelievable. Let me try it. Joe stood up and said. Brother Arrow retired unwillingly. Joe stepped forward, and instantly turned his whole body into diamonds. Compared to Alorge, Joe's is more knowledgeable and has richer actual combat experience. He clearly guides that for dark fruit, you can't rely on strength to be reckless. There must be a strategy, because dark fruit restrains the ability of other fruits. Once touched, it will be invalidated and will be swallowed. Advertisement. Under this circumstance, Joe's also rushed up with confidence, only to see him punch up, and in an instant, extended the diamond on his arm. Jaws's fist was extended by a full meter, directly hammering on the dark vortex, causing a shock. Although the power of the diamond was absorbed, the resulting gravity was still on it, and the resulting power directly knocked back the dark vortex by a few minutes. This guy, there's something. Brother Yaluo couldn't help but admire him. The other crew members also cheered, but Whitebeard was not optimistic about Joe's, because he hadn't done enough, just repelled the dark vortex. It hasn't been completely defeated. If you can't attack dark fruit in one go, it will be quite difficult, because in actual combat, the enemy will definitely have zero after the move. It's not over yet, Joe said again after repelling the dark vortex, and launched a second attack. This time, Joe's opened his arms and extended a lot with the ability of diamonds, and then surrounded Wentai. Since Jaws's arm had extended to Wentai's back, the encirclement full of power directly trapped Wentai. Hey, Joe's, you're not right. Father said that he would attack from the front. Marco immediately stood up and said. Yeah, you have to rely on this. Brother Yaluo also said, because if you can attack from behind, then Yaluo can go behind Wentai in an instant. Joe's then let go of Wentai, then scratched his head, and said, isn't this a combat practice? Isn't this method acceptable? Advertisement. Of course not. Marco gave him a blank look, then looked at Beasta, and said, Beasta, or you can try it. Beasta is more advantageous, because he has no fruit ability, and there is no restraint by Blackbeard. On the contrary, Beasta's swordsmanship is difficult to stop by dark fruit. Okay. Beasta jumped out immediately, and the two foils began to dance in his hands, without any nonsense. Beasta initiated a dance of roses to Wentai, and countless red petals fell from the sky, and the sharp sword aura was hidden in it, and the sword aura was invisible everywhere. Under these 5.0 dazzling sword auras, Wentai's dark vortex was directly cut into many small pieces, but then slowly merged together. Whitebeard was very satisfied, and Beasta praised. Yes, Beasta, you have become more proficient with Haki's attacks. Thank you Daddy for the compliment. Beasta replied with a smile. Marco, you should be able to do it. Whitebeard looked at Marco at last. Marco immediately showed a confident look. Father Whitebeard believed him so much. How could he be able to live up to his father? Father, look at me. Marco then turned into a blue phoenix and flew into the air, facing Wentai. Just use the most crude method. Marco said lightly, and the blue flame on his body suddenly doubled. Chapter 283. Anti-Pirates Attack. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The cyan flame around Marco instantly grew in a large area, and the flame wings spread out were very huge. In the next moment, Marco rushed past quickly, without any fancy operations. Marco directly relies on his body to impact, and the huge flame body hits heavily on the dark vortex. However, at the moment of contact, Marco's flames began to be absorbed by the dark vortex. A burst of strong attraction erupted in the dark vortex, constantly devouring Marco's cyan flame. I saw Marco's flame body slowly decreasing, but the impact that Marco exploded was obviously lasting. Under the recovery of the undead flame, Marco continued to output a strong impact, and soon, the speed of the dark vortex could not keep up with the damage he suffered. The dark vortex disintegrated in an instant, and then disappeared. Marco returned to his original shape and smiled. It seems that it was a fluke. Oh 1. Good job, Marco. Whitebeard nodded, approvingly. Then Whitebeard said to Wentai. Wentai, dark fruit is very powerful. You must be careful when you control it. I hope you can master this power as soon as possible. Well, I'll work hard. Wentai made up his mind, at least in a month's reborn performance. The Noah has been stopped here since, and it was regarded as the gathering place of the Whitebeard pirate group. This area belongs to Whitebeard completely, and no one else can approach it casually. Therefore, Whitebeard did not worry about the Noah incident. At the same time, Whitebeard also placed the hard shell tower on the Noah, allowing Shirahoshi to reside in it. Advertisement. As for the 5 marine battleships, Whitebeard ordered Wentai to teach some pirates to operate. He plans to replace these marines in the future, all with his own people, but this will take time. After Whitebeard returned, the crew began their normal drills, and he also began to supervise the training of the captains. On this day, Whitebeard patrolled and drilled as usual, and suddenly received a call from his aunt. Newgate, my old friend, you really don't give me any face. That was the first sentence of the ant. Ha ha ha. Lin, it's been fine these days. Whitebeard laughed. Okay, you ghost. The Fishman Island matter is not over yet, so you left, you have to give me an explanation. The ant asked. What? Oh, let me talk about it. From now on, the Fishman Island will be under my jurisdiction. Don't let your people go there. Whitebeard said. Damn it, Whitebeard. The ant suddenly furious. She felt that if Whitebeard could apologize to her, then this matter could still be discussed. But Whitebeard's attitude made the ant a little angry, and she felt that she despised her in general. You don't give me face like this, do you want to go to war? The ant asked angrily. These words seemed to be threatening, and the ant would go to war if she didn't get a word. But Whitebeard obviously didn't care about it. She immediately said, go to war. If you want to go to war, I will be with you at any time. Whitebeard, it seems we need to have a good talk, do you dare to come out and talk in person? The ant asked. Advertisement. Of course. Whitebeard was refreshed. Good. The ant quickly set a position, and then agreed a time to negotiate there. Putting down the phone, Whitebeard told Marco and others the matter, and was about to leave for negotiations. Father, after the incident of the Fishman Island, the ant must be dissatisfied. This time, we must have been prepared. We should bring more people. Marco said. Whitebeard certainly knows that this negotiation will not have a good result, but this is not a threat to Whitebeard, mainly to show a pomp. Therefore, the corps captain Whitebeard did not bring only San Juan, Whitebeard 2, Wentai, and 50 crew members. In this way, Whitebeard took only so many people and set off, driving the Moby Dick to the agreed place. The sea was very calm. When the sun was in the middle, two ships came from two directions on the sea. On one side was the Moby Dick. Whitebeard stood calmly on the bow. San Juan and Whitebeard 2 acted casually. Only Wentai stood beside Whitebeard, his face a little dignified. The main reason to bring Wentai out is to experience him and let him see the kind of vibe of the strong, which is definitely beneficial to his growth. On the other side is the Anti's Anthem, which is slightly inadequate compared to Whitebeard's Moby Dick, but it is better in terms of number. The ant stood in the middle of the bow, behind which were the 3 top officials, and then 10 ministers, all standing neatly, and at the same time staring in the direction of Whitebeard. Advertisement. Whitebeard, damn fellow. The ant started to abuse when she saw Whitebeard. Hey, is that Whitebeard, the man who was known as the strongest man, now he can finally see and see. Kata Curry said excitedly. Yeah, we have long wanted to see how good this guy is and how much better than us. Other officials also said. For Whitebeard, a world-famous man, who doesn't want to see his style with his own eyes, but they all have bad intentions in their trip. As the 947 sons of the ant, Kata Curry and others are not afraid of Whitebeard, on the contrary, they also show a competitive heart and do not have too much awe of Whitebeard. You'd better shut up for me, it's not that simple to deal with Whitebeard. Hearing their rhetoric, the ant had a black line on her face. If Whitebeard is so unique, he will not be eliminated as an old man in the old age. On the contrary, he will continue to shine in this age. For this negotiation, the ant is also very ambitious. After all, her purpose is to shock Whitebeard and get some benefits from it. If there is a war, then she must be the one who suffers. This is why the ant has to bring so many elites down at once. Mom, don't worry, you see, Whitebeard doesn't seem to have many people on board. It seems that he is quite careless. This time we obviously have an advantage. The top cadre, Cracker, one of the 3 general stars, also said. Haha, yeah, I'm afraid he would not have thought that his mother was so well prepared. I think this negotiation should be able to make Whitebeard compromise with this pressure. Kata Curry also said with a smile. And listening to these people's crazy words, Jinbei on the side was in a state of anxiety. Seeing that Whitebeard had only brought so few people, Jinbei was very worried for him. Chapter 284. Ant's Condition. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Jinbei knew very well that the ant was really angry about this incident of the Fishman Island, and Whitebeard actually killed one of his ministers. This is absolutely intolerable humiliation for the ant. Therefore, although it is a negotiation, conflicts are inevitable. And the ant made meticulous preparations, and almost half of the capable cadres came. In this case, Whitebeard was very disadvantaged. Father, Daddy, I hope you have your own plan. Jinbei said in his heart. Soon, Chant and Moby Dick approached, and the two ships stopped facing each other. Whitebeard, it's been a long time since I saw you. I didn't expect you to be so slack. You still said, don't you put me in your eyes, just took a few people, and Marco did not come. The ant said firstly. Whitebeard's move obviously underestimated himself, which made the ant feel very uncomfortable. Linlin, if you haven't seen you for so long, you have become fatter. It seems that you have lived a good life these years. Whitebeard replied with a smile. For those who can't live without dessert, of course, the more they eat, the more fat they get, but in the eyes of the ant, there are other deep meanings. Obviously, this is Whitebeard's use to satirize the ant only knows to eat, but does not have greater ambition, or pattern. Although she is capable, she can only achieve the level of 4 emperors, no matter how high she is, it also implies that she will be replaced sooner or later. Whitebeard, I remember that you were not eloquent before. Fortunately, you are the man who has experienced the greatest war. It seems that the war has changed a lot for you. The ant said. Advertisement. Hey, ha ha ha, it has changed a lot, but the war on the top also gives you an opportunity to occupy the Fishman Island for a period of time. Whitebeard said. Speaking of this, the ant's face turned pale, because her purpose of coming this time was to get some benefits from Whitebeard through the Fishman Island. And now, Whitebeard's words clearly imply that the ant is the aggressor and put her in an unrighteous situation. This actually doesn't matter. For the ant, where is the justice and injustice of the pirates? But the key is that Whitebeard's attitude seems to be plainly unwilling to make compensation. Whitebeard, let's just spread it out. I think you should be very clear about the Fishman Island. You killed one of my ministers. You did it a little bit innocently. I don't want this matter to cause more conflicts. After all, we are all 4 emperors. If we fight against each other, Marine will benefit. Boss rocks, do you remember, didn't Roger and Marine jointly killed it? Do you want us to repeat the same thing because of this incident? The ant didn't want to force Whitebeard with a tough attitude, which would make the situation worse. Therefore, the ant began to analyze the situation and understand it. We are not afraid of Marine, but once we fight each other, then Marine can destroy us all. They must also be waiting for this moment. So, I don't want things to be too troublesome, but as you know, I always don't like others to move my subordinates, and I kill them directly. This is too shameful for me. Linlin, if you have any thoughts, just say it directly, don't go around in circles. Whitebeard interrupted her. The ant squinted, and then said, well, I heard that you have won several marine battleships. As compensation to me, I hope to get 2 battleships. Advertisement. After speaking, the ant's eyes kept staring at Whitebeard, and the second Whitebeard laughed loudly after hearing it, as if he had heard some terrible joke. Even Wentai on the side felt a little unbelievable. He shook his head immediately and thought, I want 2 battleships. These are all father's treasures. Guhahaha. Linlin, when did your tone become so big? Is your minister very valuable? It's funny to be able to exchange for 2 high-level warships. Whitebeard said with a smile. Newgate, do you not agree to say that? The ant asked, and the sons behind her looked at Whitebeard with hostility. What are you doing so loudly? Of course I won't agree. It's better to say you think too good. Whitebeard sarcastically. These 5 battleships, Whitebeard, are intended to be used specifically to train 5 battle groups. In the future, they will be the firepower elites in the Whitebeard pirate group. How could they be given to the ant? Whitebeard thought to himself, this ant might have overestimated her influence, although Whitebeard didn't want to fight with the ant immediately. After all, she had just cleaned up the Blackbeard pirates. Those island sites and so on, these still need to be digested, and there are also a lot of scattered pirate groups will come to fight. After all, the Emperor Tien is far away, and those little pirate groups appear in various places like flies, so now is not the best time to deal with the ant. However, this doesn't mean that Whitebeard is afraid of the ant, he is afraid of the ant, and will compromise with the ant. No, Whitebeard is not afraid of the ant at all. Whitebeard's direct refusal left the ant faceless, especially in front of so many sons. For a while, the ant became angry and became so angry that she couldn't speak, and his sons were also filled with righteous indignation. Advertisement. Damn Whitebeard, it's a toast and fine wine. Go to war. Mother, give Whitebeard a lesson. Let him see how powerful his mother is, extract 10 years of his soul life, and then lock him up again to see how long he can use Zhongjui. The sons asked for a war. Of course, Whitebeard did not show weakness. Although San Juan and Whitebeard too were naive on the surface, once they had emotions, they were also very irritable. For example, now, in the face of the provocation of that Nomojao auntie, San Juan and Whitebeard too suddenly became irritable brothers, and they scolded each other. Whitebeard, do you really want to go to war? Seeing that the scene was full of gunpowder, the aunt asked again. You should take care of your people first. I have come to negotiate with you, but I refuse your request. Whitebeard said lightly. Okay. The aunt replied with gritted teeth. Then the aunt said. Since this is the case, then give me a battleship, this is always acceptable. Whitebeard's eyes flickered. It seems that the aunt is really obsessed with getting the marine battleship, but obviously, he will not agree to this request. Impossible. It is impossible to give you a battleship. If you want, you can go to the marine government to trade, of course, if you can do it. Whitebeard said. Chapter 285. Aunt who was so embarrassed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whitebeard, don't be too arrogant. If there is a war, I will definitely make you pay. The aunt glared at Whitebeard and said. However, despite being angry and extremely angry, the aunt did not say to teach Whitebeard or the like. She knew that she was not Whitebeard's opponent. Therefore, he can only be threatened at a price, and facing the threat of the aunt, Whitebeard is indifferent, because he knows it very clearly. It will be a matter of time before the war with the aunt, even if the aunt does not start, then Whitebeard will start in the future, so now it is just a little earlier. Linlin, am I wrong? If you want a marine battleship, you can just contact the marine government. Why do you have to get it from me? Moreover, these 5 warships are not too small for me. You still want to snatch them from them. As Whitebeard said, he looked at the aunt coldly, as if showing an incomprehensible look. Damn, it's Whitebeard, the aunt said bitterly in her heart. The aunt's sons couldn't help it anymore, and they demanded to go to war, wanting to directly attack by 963 Beard. However, the aunt did not act for a long time. She was judging the situation in front of her. Although they had an advantage in numbers, she couldn't say whether Whitebeard had any next move. After all, here is closer to Whitebeard's territory, there may be people and horses lying in ambush in the distance, and once a war starts here, then the follow-up must be endless. One of the 4 Emperor's regiments will always be destroyed. This kind of result is something the aunt can't bear. Newgate, since you think this request is unacceptable, you can always change to another one. The aunt suddenly showed a conspiracy smile. Advertisement. Talk about it, Whitebeard said. How about giving me half of Blackbeard's site? Said the aunt. Let half of it to you. Whitebeard seemed to have heard something incredible. Because this requirement is really strange, that half of the site is bigger than the Fishmen Island, so counting, the aunt lost the Fishmen Island, but got a bigger place. Whitebeard thought he had heard it wrong, and looked at the aunt in surprise. However, the aunt's performance was very certain. Yes, let me give it half, I can increase some ships to exchange with you. After that, the aunt ordered Jinbei to be brought up. It turned out that the aunt knew Jinbei's mind very well. Once this guy said that he wanted to leave the pirate group, he would definitely leave. Therefore, the aunt couldn't count on Jinbei anymore, she simply used Jinbei in the end. I exchange Jinbei with you, how about it? The predecessor Shichibukai, Hexia Jinbei, is definitely a great help. The aunt seemed to be determined to win. Jinbei looked at Whitebeard in silence. He didn't know what to say, and he had nothing to say at this time. Because this is a dilemma. If Whitebeard agrees to the aunt's condition, then Jinbei will feel that he is dragging Whitebeard down. If Whitebeard refuses this condition, then Jinbei feels that he has no place in Whitebeard's heart. However, Jinbei obviously didn't understand Whitebeard's thoughts, let alone Whitebeard had promised Shirahoshi to get Jinbei on his ship. Advertisement. Even without Shirahoshi, Whitebeard also admired Jinbei very much. It turns out that Jinbei is with you, did you imprison him? Whitebeard asked. Ha ha ha, this guy wants to get out of my pirate group, but it's not so easy. If you agree to the request I just said, then I can let Jinbei go. The aunt said with a smile. So, you imprisoned Jinbei, no wonder the Fishmen Island didn't have news of him before, it turned out to be like this. Whitebeard said lightly. An emotion was gradually brewing in Whitebeard, and a terrifying force ABFA surged in the space, showing a frightening breath. Daddy is angry. Because it was the closest to Whitebeard, Wentai also clearly felt this change in Whitebeard. On the surface, there was nothing to see, but a chill completely enveloped Wentai, making him feel like he was plunged into an ice pool, very biting. Linlin, I don't accept any of your conditions. I only know that you have imprisoned Jinbei. Then, I will return this hatred to you on his behalf. Whitebeard said coldly. Whitebeard hates someone to threaten him with this kind of thing in his life. If he can't protect Jinbei with his own ability and rely on the so-called transaction, then this is definitely a big insult to Whitebeard. Whitebeard, what are you going to do? The ant asked suspiciously. She didn't expect Whitebeard to change his face by saying that. This guy, shamelessly, mother, let me teach him. Kata Curry said angrily. As the most powerful trump card under the ant, Kata Curry has always been full of confidence. Even if he thinks he is not an opponent of Whitebeard, he can still play a few tricks. Especially now, Whitebeard has not given face to the ant several times, making all the crew members of the ant present feel that they have been greatly insulted. Advertisement. But now, Kata Curry can no longer bear it. He intends to declare the breakdown of this negotiation directly with his own actions. Kata Curry jumped directly into the air, and then launched a huge punch against Whitebeard with glutinous rice. Stop it! Come back quickly, Kata Curry. When Kata Curry launched an attack, the ant yelled anxiously, although Kata Curry had a high prestige in the ant pirates, and was known as an undefeated man. Even if Kata Curry has a billion bounty and is super strong, any name is pale in front of a real powerhouse like Whitebeard. Besides, Whitebeard's bounty is 5 times higher than Kata Curry, but it is obviously too late for the ant to stop it. However, Whitebeard did not immediately take action. Instead, Wentai took the lead in blocking Whitebeard, and then summoned a shield of darkness with both palms. The dark shield is different from the dark vortex. It can withstand physical damage, but it does not have the ability to swallow, but it can still invalidate the fruit's ability. Kata Cooley's huge glutinous rice punched Wentai's dark shield, and a strong shock broke out in an instant. Wentai was almost repelled by this force, but, as Whitebeard's close guard, if he took a step back at this time, it would make Whitebeard lose his majesty. Therefore, Wentai resisted fiercely, but Kata Curry was too strong and had rich practical experience. Wentai was just a novice. Therefore, under this impact, Wentai soon suffered internal injuries. Chapter 286. Card 2 Shot. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The strong impact made Wentai feel a pain in the internal organs of his body, but even so, he still resisted desperately. Absolutely not to shame the old man. Wentai told himself in his heart. He tried his best to support it. Although Kata Curry's attack achieved some results, it did not completely defeat Wentai. How could it be that he actually blocked my attack? Takuli was very surprised. Who is that guy, can actually block Kata Curry's attack? Madam also felt a little strange. Having dealt with Whitebeard for so many years, the ant knows him well, and he knows some important captains under Whitebeard, such as Marco. And the man in front of him, the ant had never seen him, and didn't even know him. Kata Curry is one of the strongest under the ant, and it is definitely not something ordinary people can resist. Moreover, after seeing clearly the power used by Wentai, the ant was shocked. She recognized the evil black air at a glance. Nothing else, it is Dark Fruit, the former owner of Dark Fruit is Blackbeard. After Whitebeard was killing Blackbeard and defeating the Blackbeard pirates, the ant was still curious about what Whitebeard would do with Dark Fruit. Advertisement. The ant thought that Whitebeard would keep the dark fruit for at least a period of time. He would never use this precious fruit easily, but now he did not expect that Whitebeard would give the dark fruit to someone else. The most important thing is that this person's ant doesn't know him yet, which shows that this person hasn't been following Whitebeard for a long time, otherwise the ant won't be ignorant. Damn it! Damn Whitebeard, actually gave dark fruit to other people like this. The ant was very angry, but also full of jealousy. Dark fruit, who doesn't want to get such amazing fruits? The confrontation between Wentai and Kata Curry continued, both of them tried their best, Wentai struggled to support it. Wentai finally occupies the advantage of dark fruit, dissolving a lot of power shocks from Kata Curry. Just when the two sides were evenly matched, Sanwan rushed up directly and slapped Kata Curry. It seems that this evenly matched attendance scene also made San Juan a little angry, because those people were so revealing that they didn't have the slightest respect for Whitebeard. However, Katakuri was in a state of close rivalry with Wentai, and after his attack was blocked, there was no way to make a breakthrough. And now, he was also attacked by San Juan. The huge 8 chapters were like a huge steel wall, and they were alive and well. Glutinous rice ball. Katakuri immediately used its fruit ability to summon a flexible glutinous rice ball, and used the reverse thrust to bounce itself out. Katakuri retreated to the ant's pirate ship. San Juan also missed that slap. He furiously said, "Damn it. Don't run if you have the ability. HMPH, I'm not afraid of you, just you people, I don't take it seriously." Katakuri said arrogantly. "You rubbish, come here and see if I don't kill you." At this time, Whitebeard too also joined the scolding war. Advertisement. The crews of both sides were constantly condemning, and Wentai took the opportunity to rest for a while. Just a confrontation with Katakuri just now made him feel exhausted. "It seems to be too reluctant," Wentai said somewhat self-deprecatingly. "You did a good job," Whitebeard praised at this time. "For a newcomer who has just eaten devil fruit, it is quite good to be able to do this. You know, Katakuri is almost the strongest existence under the ant. Although Wentai's fruit is strong, but without combat experience, it is very rare to be able to resist Katakuri's attacks. And Whitebeard can also see that Wentai is doing his best, so of course he has to praise Wentai. "Old, what should we do now?" Wentai asked. Whitebeard did not answer him, but looked at Linlin. The upright sword in his hand sank to the ground, and a burst of imperial haki instantly spread. After the training of the card system, Whitebeard's current haki has become more and more powerful. Under his intense display, the powerful haki almost instantly spread to the surrounding waters with a radius of tens of meters. Many ministers on the ant's side were instantly defeated and lost consciousness. Although the slightly stronger ones resisted, they also received a lot of shock. Zero seeking flowers, zero. The pressure like a hurricane seemed to be constantly beating their bodies. During this period, their bodies couldn't make any actions at all. Just resisting the pressure of Whitebeard's haki was very difficult. Even Katakuri felt a terrible killing intent in this momentum. Advertisement. That kind of real king breath made his heart shudder, and he had only felt this feeling in the ant when he was furious. Sometimes when the ant can't eat the food she wants, she loses control and goes into a runaway mode. In this state, all the powers of the ant will enter an extremely terrifying state. That is to say, in the face of the angry ant, Katakuri shuddered, but compared with before, this time, Katakuri is simply unprecedented fear. The so-called ignorant is fearless. Previously, Katakuri had no idea about Whitebeard, only that he was very powerful and he was not an opponent. But now judging from this overbearing aura, he is not qualified to be compared with Whitebeard, let alone he is not an opponent of Whitebeard, he is not even qualified to play against Whitebeard. In front of Whitebeard's aura, Katakuri felt like an ant, and Whitebeard wanted to kill him. Just because it is a matter of effort, instead of deliberately doing this, how can a person keep looking for ants to kill? Is this the resurrected Whitebeard, the new One Piece? Katakuri said in fear, with sweat dripping from his forehead. Whitebeard of damn it. Faced with this situation, the ant also launched her own haki and confronted Whitebeard's haki. Only then did the others get a chance to breathe. However, several ministers still passed out in a coma, others retreated a lot, and some even hid in the cabin. After all, the ant is one of the 4 emperors. Although haki is not as good as Whitebeard, it is unlikely that Whitebeard's haki can't be held up. End. Chapter 287. One Punch. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The haki confrontation between the two people lasted for a while and then it was cancelled. Their haki collision also broke out at the end, shaking the surrounding sea. Soon, there were many fish corpses floating on the surrounding sea. Unfortunately, these fish were hit by the explosion of haki in the surrounding waters, and they were taken away one after another. It's terrible. Is this the strength between the 4 emperors? Wentai shielded himself with both hands, exclaiming in his heart. Although Whitebeard avoided Wentai and others when he played haki, it is inevitable to be affected. Wentai felt that this level of battle was far beyond his imagination, and they had caused such a big movement before both of them took action. It's hard to imagine what a tragic scene would be if you really used all your strength, Wentai began to look forward to it. Compared with 963, Whitebeard's confrontation with Ant Hockey, Wentai felt that his confrontation with Kata just now was a small fight, like a child fighting. Whitebeard, this time, I originally came to negotiate with you with sincerity. You took away the Fishmen Island, not to mention, but also killed my minister, without any affection, and now I do not agree to my terms. Forget it, and hurt my sons, you are too good. Damn it. The ant looked at Whitebeard furiously. She had completely lost her mind at this time, and she didn't want to negotiate with Whitebeard anymore, just wanted Whitebeard to pay the price. Guhahaha. Sincerity. If you are sincere, you shouldn't bring so many people here. Does this seem like a good negotiation? Whitebeard laughed. And before finishing talking, Whitebeard continued. In addition, it was not that I took the Fishmen Island, I should have regained the Fishmen Island. That was originally my place, but it was owned by you for a while. As for your minister, you deserve it. Don't say it's me who doesn't show mercy. It should be that you like to do some small actions behind your back. Advertisement. Also, hurt your sons. I didn't do anything, I just blame them for being too weak. Whitebeard's words became more and more irritating to the ant, which caused the blue veins of the ant to violent, and she blushed and shouted, Whitebeard. I curse your sons will all betray you like Blackbeard, I want to pump your soul. Come out. However, these words obviously touched Whitebeard's bottom line. Whitebeard values his sons very much, that is, his family. And Blackbeard's matter is an indelible pain in Whitebeard's heart. Therefore, the provocation of the ant has already touched Whitebeard's inverse scales. Papa. Wentai suddenly felt that something was wrong with his father. He was the closest to Whitebeard, and he clearly felt an invisible force beating faintly. The surrounding space began to vibrate, and the air was full of violent factors, like a volcano about to erupt, accumulating power. Wabel, you leave here right away, go to the cabin, don't come out, and you, San Juan, go to the surface to hide for a while, right under the Moby Dick, it's better to dive deeper. Wentai felt that Whitebeard was about to explode. In order to make the old man feel at ease and not cause him trouble, Wentai immediately ordered them. What's the matter? Wabel asked. Don't ask, hurry up. Wentai emphasized. The sky didn't know when it began to gloom, dark clouds were like smoke in the sky, and the thunder billowed in the dark clouds. Waves continued to appear on the sea, and the wind was violent, and it seemed that a strong storm was about to come. Advertisement. Whitebeard looked at the ant with sharp eyes, and said in a deep voice, Linlin, I think this negotiation will be avoided. After speaking, Whitebeard slammed a punch, and the huge shock power contained in it burst out instantly, a large area of space around it shattered, and terrifying power poured out. This force instantly caused a huge wave, and hit the chant directly. Whitebeard, you. The ant was furious. She didn't expect Whitebeard to actually make a move, and she was so decisive. The ante's chant was severely damaged at once, the entire hull began to pour, the stern began to sink, and the bow of the ship was lifted up on the net. Quick, the ship is sinking, pay attention to protect the ministers. The ant said to the crew immediately. Since most of the ministers on the ship are those with fruit ability, if they sink into the water, it will be very dangerous. Kata Curry quickly arranged the rescue capsule, which is a closed space similar to a bucket structure, specially used for escape equipment in case of a shipwreck. All the ministers fled into the rescue capsule one after another, in this way to avoid contact with sea water. However, because the rescue capsule is limited, it can only be used by ministers of fruit ability, and the ordinary crew members on the ship have no other means of escape. The scene was very chaotic for a while, everyone began to find a place to evacuate, and at this time, no one was going to guard Jinbei. Jinbei's hands were locked at this time. He looked around. The sea water had gradually submerged part of the hull, and everyone was running. Auntie has lost a lot this time. Jinbei suddenly sighed. Advertisement. The Anthem is the main ship of the anti-pirates. It has always been a proud presence of Auntie, but at this time, under the vigor of Whitebeard, I am afraid that it will sink to the bottom of the sea. But Jinbei felt sorry for the ant about this. He originally thought that the ant would take him with him this time, because he believed him. But it turned out obviously that the ant took him just to threaten Whitebeard, in order to bargain with Whitebeard. He is just a bargaining chip. For such a use, Jinbei feels that he can finally say goodbye to this organization. Let me add strength. Jinbei used his strength and instantly broke the chain on his hand. Then, Jinbei used the power of the surrounding 5.0 seas and used Murloc Judo to turn the seawater into his own power and launched a violent impact on the anthem. Jinbei, as the most powerful warrior of the Murloc tribe, will greatly increase his power in the sea. Under his destruction, the chant will sink faster. Even the ant is powerless. Revolving heaven, in this empty sea, she has no way, and it is impossible for her to escape. Whitebeard, I won't let you go. As the chant number sank completely under the surface of the sea, the last voice of the ant came out. Whitebeard faintly looked at the direction of the sinking ship, then looked at Jinbei again, only to see Jinbei swimming over quickly. Father. Jinbei swam over and jumped up and stood on the deck. Chapter 288. Jinbei Occupation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Wentai stared blankly at the place where the Sanj was sunk. All the men in the boat who had been arrogant just now had all sunk. This was so shocking. With just one blow, Whitebeard sank such a large ship, although Jinbei also used his own power to help it. But even if Jinbei didn't intervene, the result was the same, it was just a matter of time. The power that Whitebeard had just exploded made Wentai feel terrified. He had never seen such a terrifying power. Moreover, he could see that this was not Whitebeard's full strength. Fortunately, my dark fruit can swallow power and can be used as a barrier. Wentai said with joy, and the power of darkness can protect himself from the impact of the shock. With the sinking of the chant, the surrounding sea gradually calmed down, as if nothing had happened. Wow, Daddy, you solved them all by yourself. The station is amazing, we don't have a chance to make a move. At this time Wabel walked out of the cabin and said, behaving somewhat regretfully. I saw them sinking. They should be wiped out. San Juan also floated from the water. No matter what they are, we can't chase down to the bottom of the sea. Wentai said, but he felt that the ants should not be that simple, and it would not be so easy to be killed. But after this battle, the ants should have suffered some losses. Advertisement. Jinbei, I didn't see you when I went to the Fishman Island before. It turned out to be imprisoned by the ant. Now you are free. Whitebeard said to Jinbei. Daddy. Jinbei saluted Whitebeard politely. Hey, I wanted to ask Ant to help the Fishman Island, but the ant didn't agree. I wanted to leave the ant pirate group, so she locked me up. Jinbei said helplessly. Goo ha ha ha. Jinbei, long time no see, you are still so honest, you want to walk, you tell her, she obviously won't let you leave so easily. Whitebeard laughed, but he also knew that Jinbei was this temper. This is why Whitebeard admires Jinbei, and Jinbei also laughed. Father, have you got some powerful assistants again? Jinbei glanced at Wentai, San Juan and others, and asked. In Jinbei's cognition, Marco should be Whitebeard's confidant and the most powerful assistant, but he has not appeared here now, instead they are people he doesn't know much. Haha, to do a big thing, of course it is to recruit some talents, and they are all people I admire. You can introduce yourself. Whitebeard said to them. Whitebeard too first said. My name is Wabel, my father's left guardian. I'm San Juan the evil wolf, my father's right guardian. San Juan said immediately. Left and right guardians, but the difference is quite big. Jinbei laughed. The difference in size between Whitebeard 2 and San Juan is too large, which makes people feel very asymmetrical. At the same time, Jinbei looked at San Juan and soon felt a little familiar. San Juan. Jinbei read it again, only then remembered that he had met him during the war at the top. At that time, he was behind the Blackbeard pirates. Advertisement. Are you San Juan, known as a huge battleship? A crew member of the Blackbeard pirates? Jinbei asked. I'm Daddy's crew now, San Juan corrected immediately. It turned out to be you. I heard that after the old man defeated the Blackbeard pirates, he sent all the members to the Marine government. I didn't expect to leave you. I think it must be something extraordinary about you. Jinbei nodded. My name is Wentai, my father's close guard. Wentai also introduced himself. Brother Wentai, he is so young, but he has the courage. Your ability is dark fruit. I didn't expect Dad to give you this fruit. He seems to value you very much. Jinbei stared at Wentai and said. Ah, I was just an ordinary marine before, and I don't know why my father was so good to me and gave me important fruits. Wentai said with embarrassment. That must be because you have a unique shining point, I believe the eyes of the old man. Do you know who the person who confronted you just now is? Jinbei said. That person? Wen Tai asked. He is the first of the 3-star desserts under the ant. He has a 1 billion bounty and is very powerful. Although you get dark fruit, I can see that you lack actual combat experience. In this case, you can still resist Katakori's attack. This may have something to do with your willpower at the time. Jinbei praised Wentai by analyzing the tricks, which made him very happy. Really, but I don't think I played well. I will definitely grow up next time. Wentai said. Jinbei nodded, and then began to introduce himself. Everyone, the old man was born from the Murloc clan. As you can see, he is a Murloc. The old man's name is Jinbei. Advertisement. Jinbei, I lack manpower here, you shouldn't refuse to join my pirate group. Whitebeard said to Jinbei. Of course, Daddy, I can't ask for it. Now that the Fishman Island is under your protection again, I am willing to follow you to pursue my dream. Jinbei said. That's great. Jinbei brother is good at fighting in the sea, so that our 963 Whitebeard pirate group has strong sea, land and air forces. Wentai said with a smile. Everyone, I would like to ask you a lot of advice in the future, but father, there is one thing, I have to go back to the Fishman Island. Jinbei said. Whitebeard also understood Jinbei's request. He immediately said. Of course, you are worried that the Fishman Island is also normal. Go back and have a look. At the ant's place, I heard that the Fishman Island's situation is very good. I am very relieved, but there is a crying guy, I have to go back and say goodbye to her. Jinbei said. Crying guy, what are you talking about? Whitebeard seemed to think of someone. Princess of the Murloc, Shirahoshi. Jinbei replied. Gum ha ha ha. Whitebeard laughed suddenly, isn't it a coincidence? Wentai and the others also laughed, which made Jinbei puzzled. You guys, what's wrong? Is there anything funny I said? Of course it's funny. Jinbei brother, Shirahoshi has joined our pirate group. She left the Fishman Island with us before. She is now in our base camp. Wentai explained immediately. Well, that's really fun. Shirahoshi actually joined the pirates. She must have been attracted by the old man. Jinbei said in surprise. Chapter 289. Revolutionary Army. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Jinbei didn't expect Shirahoshi to join the Whitebeard pirates, which surprised him, because Shirahoshi had never been in contact with the pirates. It can be said that Shirahoshi is a little timid, and the pirates who come into contact with her, such as Hody, also have a negative impact on her, so Jinbei is very strange about it. But for this result, Jinbei thinks there is only one possibility, and that is because of the charm of Whitebeard. Shirahoshi is a Fishman princess who doesn't know much about the outside world. Whitebeard rescued the Fishman Island this time and helped the Fishman Island survive the crisis. All this made Shirahoshi full of admiration and gratitude for Whitebeard. Jinbei felt that perhaps there was only this reason for Shirahoshi to join the Whitebeard pirates. I didn't expect Shirahoshi to join the old man's pirate group, so I won't go back to the Fishman Island. Old man, let me go with you. Jinbei said. Well, Shirahoshi would be happy if he knew you were here. Whitebeard nodded and smiled. Haha, I didn't expect to be able to join Dad's pirates and stand with Dad. Jinbei couldn't help sighing. What's the matter? You will follow me to a higher stage in the future. Whitebeard said. Jinbei faintly felt wrong. He asked tentatively. Father, do you have any plans? Jinbei, are you familiar with the Revolutionary Army? Whitebeard did not answer, but asked instead. Revolutionary Army. I haven't had much contact, but I have a Murloc friend who is a cadre in the Revolutionary Army. They act very secretively and usually cannot be contacted. Jinbei replied seriously. Advertisement. The rotten world government, the ignorant celestial dragons, one day, they will be completely eradicated. Whitebeard said. Hearing this, Jinbei and Wentai were shocked in an instant, destroying the world government. This is unbelievable. The world government has gone through hundreds of years of rule and was jointly established by dozens of countries. Inside, the powerful are as powerful as clouds. Not to mention the world government, just a marine government that specializes in dealing with pirates, it has a lot of powerful combat power. Therefore, the foundation of the world government is very deep, and it is very difficult to shake it, and it is even more impossible to completely destroy it. However, after another thought, Whitebeard's strength is beyond imagination, I am afraid that no one in the world government can fight him. Coupled with the fact that Whitebeard has collected more and more powerful subordinates, it can threaten the world government in the future. Thinking of the day when the world government was destroyed, Wentai and Jinbei were full of expectations. Yes, they were both dissatisfied with, and even hated, the current world government. Father, if Auntie doesn't die, she will definitely declare war on us. Do we have to prepare for war next? Well, you're right, we will deploy a strategy when we go back. Whitebeard nodded. At this time, in the depths of the sea, there was a very badly damaged hull with many corpses, basically ordinary pirates. And on the ship's banner, it can be seen faintly that it is the Ant's banner. The majestic chant has now become a sunken ship. Although it was embarrassing, but fortunately, the ministers of the Ant were not annihilated. They relied on the rescue capsule to retrieve a life. Advertisement. The Ant and these rescue capsules did not sink to the bottom of the sea, but floated to a small island with the sea. The huge ant has no strength at this moment, lying on the shore of the small island and breathing violently. She is fed up with the sea water. After the rescue capsules were opened, the ministers fled from them one after another, as if they had suffered some disaster. All of them were spiritually decadent. Mom, I didn't expect things to turn out to be like this. What should we do? Cracker said. That Whitebeard is too powerful. Let's not make it an enemy. Katakuri said immediately. Katakuri would never want to see that terrible power, and other ministers also agreed. They all felt that there was no hope at all against Whitebeard, but the ant who had been resting heard this and immediately sat up from the ground. Jinbei said, "What are you talking about? Whitebeard humiliates us so much, so how can I save my face? How can I let him go so easily?" The ant said furiously. The ant's eyes were about to burst into flames. When the other people saw that the ant was angry, they didn't dare to speak, and only Katakuri dared to speak. Mom, but Whitebeard's power was too strong, and it defeated the anthem in a single blow. Moreover, his subordinates are also quite strong. The person standing by his side actually has the ability of dark fruit. We how to fight the Whitebeard pirates. Katakuri said. Shut up. Whitebeard is a shock fruit capable person. The power of the shock has strong destructive power. This is not a big deal. It is just that he has a geographical advantage. We are in the sea. Advertisement. They can't show their strength in the middle. So, as long as the battlefield is on land, no matter how powerful his shock is, it is impossible to threaten everyone. I must avenge this grudge. For today's humiliation, the ant has firmly kept in her heart, since she was a child, what she wanted to do and couldn't do, only she could bully others. But now, the elite of his own boat, under the punch of Whitebeard, including himself, all became embarrassed and almost died. This really made the ant feel unacceptable, and her dignity as 4 emperors was trampled on the ground by Whitebeard. Faced with such a strong anger from the ant, no one stopped talking. They all knew that when the ant was furious, hello King Nuo, no one could stop her. But for this idea, Katakuri and some other children do not support it, because Whitebeard is too powerful, and that terrifying power has been deeply imprinted in their hearts. Katakuri thought about waiting for the ant's anger to dissipate a little, and persuaded her again, otherwise she would really go to war with the Whitebeard pirates, then their sons must be innocent. You guys, build a new boat for me now, and we will return to Cake Island immediately. Madam ordered them. Under the order of the ant, these sons soon began to make big boats. They cut down the trees on the island and used their fruit abilities. When the sons were building the ship, the ant stood on the beach and looked into the distance, with a strong hatred in her eyes. Damn Whitebeard, wait, I want you to bear my anger. Chapter 290. The Performance of the Sons. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When Whitebeard returned to his site, he found that Tesla had also arrived here. Father, Tesla is finally here, and now we are getting a big help. Do you want to arrange his position? Marco said to Whitebeard first. Tesla also stepped forward and yelled respectfully to Whitebeard. Daddy. Gu ha ha ha. Don't worry, besides Tesla, we have a friend who wants to join the Whitebeard pirates. After Whitebeard finished speaking, Jinbei walked out from behind him. Marco and others were also happy when they saw Jinbei. They also know Jinbei, and of course they strongly welcome this guy to join the Whitebeard pirates. It turned out to be Jinbei. You are welcome to join, and our combat power will become stronger and stronger in the future. Marco said happily. Ha ha ha, The old man hopes to help Dad become one piece with you. Jinbei smiled. Then let's arrange your positions. Marco is the first team leader, Joe's is the second team leader, Beasta is the third team leader, Arrow is the fourth team leader, Tesla, you are the fifth team leader, Jinbei, you are the sixth team leader. Captain 963 Whitebeard said. Yes, Daddy. Tesla and Jinbei immediately accepted the arrangement. Father, how did the negotiation result? Marco asked. Haha, Auntie's chant number was sunk directly by my father, and now they are probably all on the bottom of the sea. San Juan said with a smile. Advertisement. Father, did you just kill the ant? Marco said in shock. It's not that easy. I think it won't be long before they will go to war against us, so don't slack off during this time and don't shame me in the war. Whitebeard said. Marco and other captains have expressed that they will practice well, but there is another problem at this time. Marco and Joe's and others have been practicing fusion skills before. Now there is not only a Tesla, but also Jinbei. They don't know how to cooperate. Father, the four of us practiced a fusion stunt before. We originally thought that 5 of us would cooperate together, but Tesla hadn't come yet, so the 4 of us started to practice first. Now there have been some results, but now, do IABFA need to add Jinbei's 6 people to cooperate? Marco asked Whitebeard, and Whitebeard was a little surprised, thinking that these people had learned to do little tricks themselves. And it would be hidden. If it weren't for Jinbei's arrival, they might still be hiding it from themselves. Whitebeard said immediately, oh, you guys are actually starting to do fusion stunts on your own, let me see them. Then Whitebeard said to Jinbei, let the 4 of them be your opponents, you can test them for me. Ah, Daddy, if the 4 of them add up, then I am definitely not an opponent. Jinbei said immediately, even if it is just Marco alone, Jinbei can't deal with it, let alone the 4 together, combining stunts. Did you want to test them by yourself? Jinbei was so dumbfounded, how much a co-author father overestimated himself. Guhahaha, it's not a real battle, it's just a test of the power of their fusion stunts, and you can fight in the sea. Whitebeard said. Advertisement. That's it, then it's okay. Jinbei nodded, and then jumped into the sea. With the addition of sea water, Jinbei's confidence increased a lot. Everyone, are you ready? Marco asked. Joe's, Beasta, and Aroge immediately took a step forward and expressed their readiness, and then Aroge took the lead in launching the move. I saw that Brother Arrow jumped in the air, summoning a medium-sized whirlwind, which was much more powerful than when they were training before. This guy, do you want to behave in front of the old man? Marco suddenly felt helpless. You should know that when they were training before, they only tried the small whirlwind of Arrow Brothers. Now Arogo has arbitrarily increased his power, and its difficulty has increased exponentially. Marco is a little worried that this integration will fail. However, Joe's, Beasta and others did not seem to be dissatisfied, on the contrary, they were also eager to try. This made Marco a little speechless, but since they all wanted to behave in front of the old man so much, he naturally wouldn't lose the chain. Look at me. Marco flew quickly into the air, and the cyan flames all over his body burned violently. Marco stretched out his palm and gently conveyed the flame factor in the direction of the whirlwind. It was not a physical flame, because that would be too powerful and might collapse all at once. However, Marco accelerated the speed of transportation, and those flame factors were attached to the whirlwind like drops of water, and soon they were completely integrated with the whirlwind. Under Whitebeard's gaze, the colorless and transparent whirlwind has now become a cyan whirlwind full of fire, which looks very spectacular. And these flames also added some volume to the whirlwind, which increased the difficulty for the subsequent Beasta, Joe's and others. Advertisement. Wow, it's amazing to be able to use it like this. Wentai was also a little surprised to see such a scene. After all, he had never seen such a fusion move. Even in Marine, there is no such fusion skill, at most it can only be regarded as a joint attack, but now Wentai is also thankful that Marine does not have this method of master. Because if this kind of fusion skill is used by Marine Master, then the Marine government may be able to improve a lot of combat power. You must know that there are so many lieutenants and non-commissioned officers in Marine. If you can use fusion skills, you can work together to fight against a pirate who is much stronger for them. However, the matter was not over yet. After Marco stabilized his flame, Joe's also took action here. He had already prepared his diamonds earlier. A very thin diamond film was sucked over and covered by the suction of the whirlwind. At the same time, the beast's swords were swung out, and many red petals suddenly appeared in the air. The petals are constantly flying in the center of the whirlwind, which contains powerful sword energy. The four people's fusion skills completed the process only took less than half a minute, and after the completion, they quickly attacked in Jinbei's direction. Facing a strong sense of oppression, Jinbei understood that there must be infinite power in this seemingly small whirlwind. Even in the water, Jinbei didn't plan to confront him head-on. At a distance of a few meters, Jinbei took the initiative. Using Murloc Judo, Jinbei controlled a large wave of waves in the sea, and directly lifted the waves, using the waves to push them in the direction of the cyclone. EO. Chapter 291. Jinbei who was reluctant to lose. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The 5-meter-high huge wave in the sea swallowed the whirlwind in an instant, but soon, a force burst out. Because of the protection of the diamond attached to Joe's, the whirlwind was not directly destroyed by the powerful kinetic energy of the giant wave, but only weakened some of the whirlwind's moving speed. After all, the resistance in the water is still not small, but because of the attachment of Marco's undead flame, the power of the whirlwind is still the most powerful apex. Jinbei thought that the whirlwind had been crushed by the waves he cast, but then, he saw those waves being cut by countless sword energy. The whirlwind rushed out of the waves and came towards Jinbei. Jinbei immediately made an attack. I saw Jinbei put one hand on his waist, one hand clenched into a fist to face straight ahead. His fist accumulates strong power, and it slammed out the moment the whirlwind approached. 5,000 watts Zhongchen. Jinbei punched out, and the powerful force shot out immediately, and it was accompanied by a large amount of seawater. The 5,000 watt Zhongchen is Jinbei's proud move. It can crush 5,000 tiles in one blow, and it has a 360-degree impact without dead ends. In the water, the power of this move will increase exponentially, and the impact of this punch will quickly collide with their blending whirlwind. At the moment when these two great tricks collided, a strong air current broke out, and suddenly a storm was set off on the sea. What a powerful force! The crew of the Whitebeard pirate group stepped back a lot, watching the shocking scene from a distance, and making a series of exclamation sounds. Advertisement. Even Whitebeard was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Marco and the others would actually succeed in fusing their skills. It was a fusion of 4 people at once. However, this kind of fusion is not about strength, but a fusion of their respective characteristics. Therefore, in terms of strength alone, it may not be able to overcome Jinbei in the sea. This is why Whitebeard chose Jinbei to test them. Jinbei's strength just happened to be about the same as theirs. These guys are doing really well, and they seem to have not trained much. Whitebeard was very pleased. The eruption is still going on. The sea has already produced a huge wind pressure, and all the sword chi in the whirlwind spread out instantly, constantly weakening Jinbei's Hua Zhongchen. At the same time, the whirlwind that adhered to the diamond membrane was impacting like a spinning top. Jinbei's 5,000 watt punches, although to a certain extent, instantly destroyed most of the whirlwind's power, but with the blessing of the flame of immortality, the whirlwind is constantly repairing. The outbreak of confrontation began to evolve into a continuous confrontation, but, occupying a geographical advantage and having a steady stream of seawater that can be used, Jinbei is not afraid of such continuous fighting. Damn it, I haven't resisted it directly. Marco couldn't help feeling regretful in his heart. Using Aroger's whirlwind as the chassis, the 3 of them added various powers to it, but this combined attack power of unique tricks, speaking of the main deciding factor was Aragor. Aroger's whirlwind still lacks in intuitive attack power, and considering the stability of fusion skills, Aragor can't use his maximum power at all. Unless it is through continuous cultivation in the later stage, they can only maintain this power at present, and this time Aroger has already used a level beyond normal cultivation. The unique trick that was formed after a lot of hard work has not been able to fight Jinbei on the front, which makes Marco a little dissatisfied. Advertisement. Even if the 4 of them are fighting against Jinbei individually, I am afraid they will be better than the effect of this fusion trick. However, although Marco and their fusion skills fell slightly, they were not completely wiped out. With the flame of immortality, they could continue to explode impact. It's really difficult for the fusion skills to have such an effect. Jinbei also sighed. His powerful blow, although it cancelled most of the opponent's 4 skills. But it has not been completely destroyed, and now he is still in a relatively passive situation, that is, Marco and the others except Arogo have left their hands. In other words, apart from Alor Ge's control, Marco and others don't need any operations. If they are in actual combat, then they can shoot Jinbei. Jinbei is still exerting strength at this time. Once he stops, then he might be attacked by the whirlwind immediately. This is too difficult. Jinbei couldn't help but said. It was the first time he saw such a trick, which can be repaired continuously, and its power is continuous. Zero seeking flowers, zero. However, if there is a strong force, then it can be destroyed directly, without the slightest chance of repair. It's a pity that Jinbei doesn't have this kind of power. After all, this is the fusion skill of 4 people. To destroy it instantly, it needs several times their power. In this case, Jinbei also had to move his other hand, and then he made another Huazhang punch, but because he didn't accumulate any strength. Therefore, this Dawa Zhengchen only had 1,000 strength, but after this blow, Jinbei regained Arogo's whirlwind to suppress it. Although it hasn't been destroyed yet, it has already weakened the whirlwind's strength. This weakening cannot be repaired. Advertisement. Jinbei's pressure suddenly smiled a lot, and the rest, which can be slowly passed away through time, did not pose much threat to him. It seems that even Jinbei can't deal with our fusion trick. After the conclusion, Eroge said with some regret, and at the same time felt very disappointed. What's the matter? Do you look down on Jinbei in the sea? Marco immediately shouted to him. Jinbei jumped up from the sea, and said with a fist to them, I didn't expect your fusion tricks to be so distinctive. It's really amazing. Hey, it would be better if you develop it for a while. Beasta said regretfully. He felt that the time when everyone was in contact was still too short. After all, this is a fusion trick that has never been done before. Even if the master is now, it will take a lot of time to study if you want to really play well. However, this actual combat exercise was in front of Whitebeard after all, and there were so many crew members who failed to make the fusion tricks shine. All 4 of them were a little bit disappointed. The strength can still be improved, mainly because of the lack of strength. Joes also said. Seeing that they were all muttering to themselves, Whitebeard came over to comfort them. You all performed very well. The little guys secretly researched out this fusion skill. I really underestimate you, Whitebeard praised. Father, our master's time is still too short, we will definitely be able to play well in the future. Marco said. And. Chapter 292. The ant who hits the stone with the pebbles. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Of course, I believe you, but I have some ideas about your fusion trick, would you like to listen to it? Whitebeard said. Daddy's guidance, of course we would like to listen. Marco said immediately, and the others nodded immediately. Well, although your 4 fusion skills are ingenious and integrate their own characteristics, there is no breakthrough in strength. Whitebeard said. Your fusion skills are more defensive confrontation, not suitable for explosives, but fusion skills are indeed a direction. If you want to pursue the ultimate power, then I suggest you change your thinking and change the process of fusion. Whitebeard said. Then Daddy, what should we do? Marco asked. You can change the process of fusion. 963, that is, the order of fusion. Before, you used Aragor as the chassis of the fusion. Then the meaning of the fusion trick is basically determined by Aragor and Arogor's Fengfeng fruit characteristic bias. Speed and dexterity are naturally weaker in strength. If you attack, you should use Marco as the chassis, or Beasta can also be used. Others can add their own abilities on this basis. Advertisement. After Whitebeard finished speaking, everyone fell into thinking. Marco thought to himself that they had not thought of this before, but felt that the integration of Aragor as the chassis was smoother. If Marco is used to make the chassis himself, then it should be possible, but Marco feels that it is a bit strange to use Beasta as the chassis, because the sword energy of Beasta is difficult to control. After summoning the sword chi, it will definitely oppose other unique tricks. The possibility of successful integration is very low, but since Whitebeard has said so, everyone will seriously consider it. Everyone, it seems we still need to work hard. After thinking for a while, Marco said to everyone after letting go. It will definitely not be so embarrassing next time. Yaluo promised. I also said that why is it numb? Anyway, it's okay now, go and practice right away. Joe said impatiently. Marco smiled and said to Whitebeard. Father, do we still need to change the integration strategy now, or maintain 4 people? Marco wanted to ask if he needed to join Tesla and Jinbei. After all, these 2 people will also be the main players in the Whitebeard pirate team. You don't need to worry about this. I have my own measures. You should keep 4 people. Whitebeard said, and didn't say anything else. So Marco and others went to train immediately, and then Whitebeard said to Tesla and Jinbei, you 2 don't need to do fusion training with them, you 2 are enough. Father, do you mean, let the 2 of us perform a fusion trick? Jinbei asked in surprise. Yes, the abilities of the 2 of you are very compatible, so it is very suitable. On the contrary, if you are with them, then the integration of 6 people will be extremely difficult, and they are not suitable for each other. Whitebeard explained. Advertisement. It turned out to be so, that's great. I have never tried this kind of fusion trick. I can try it, Tesla said with some joy. He felt that the fusion trick could make up for some of his own disadvantages. Jinbei is also very interested in this fusion trick, but he still doesn't know Tesla. To put it bluntly, he doesn't even know what his fruiting ability is, and he doesn't know anything at all. Although Tesla saw Jinbei's tricks before, he didn't understand him much, so the 2 people first began to understand each other. Hello. My fruit is a vesicle fruit, which can make vesicles, which can be used to protect oneself, and can also be used to control the enemy. As Tesla said, a colorless and transparent bubble film was emitted from the palm of his hand. If it touched an enemy, it would immediately wrap the enemy in it. It turned out to be a control skill. This is great. I like to hit enemies who can't move. Jinbei said happily. But the disadvantage is that the speed is relatively slow, and it is easy to be avoided by the enemy. Tesla said. It's okay. The old man's Murloc impact can cooperate with you, which can greatly increase the speed. If you are in the sea, then you can also expand the range of your bubble a lot, leaving the enemy nowhere to hide. Jinbei said. Okay. Let's test it. Tesla said, and then pulled Jinbei to start training. Over there, Marco and others are also practicing fusion training according to the strategy Whitebeard gave before. Seeing that their sons are working so hard, Whitebeard is also very relieved. On the other side, an action capable of shaking the entire world is quietly coming. After a few days, the ant finally returned to Cake Island. On the same day, the ant began to summon all her children and subordinates to prepare for the crusade against Whitebeard. Advertisement. At the beginning, there were people who dissuaded the ant, but after the ant had extracted the souls of those who dissuaded her, no one dared to dissuade the ant. Everyone shut up and could only follow the ant's order to prepare for the battle. The ant knew very well that dealing with Whitebeard could not be so hasty. Therefore, even though she was angry, the ant still spent a lot of time gathering all her children and subordinates together. Not only his own pirate group, but also the pirate group under the ant's order, also had to follow the ant to join the battle under the ant's order. Of course, most people have complaints. Now Whitebeard's reputation shakes New World. Who dares to be an enemy of Whitebeard, but under the ant's lust, who dares to resist? After all, it is the enemy of Whitebeard, but the end may not be good, but if you disobey the ant's order now, it is now that 5.0 will end immediately. Therefore, under this circumstance, everyone showed absolute loyalty to the ant. This loyalty was forced by the ant. Pirate ships one after another came to the harbor of Cake Island, and they all rushed non-stop after receiving the order from the ant. The occasional reading on the square of Cake Island for a few days was exceptionally lively, because the ant had to wait for everyone to gather before going to crusade Whitebeard. These people who arrived first can only wait here, but everyone is not idle. When the ant inspected the pirate team, many of them were discussing enthusiastically. Almost most of the pirate groups are not optimistic about the ant. They think that the ant is hitting the stone with the pebbles, and that the ant is not Whitebeard's opponent. Chapter 293. Capone Beige. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In an inconspicuous place in the square, a group of pirates was talking quietly here, while their captain was calmly dangling a thick cigar. Capone Beige, born in West Blue, has come to New World since the end of the war on the top, because he married the ant's daughter and joined the ant's command. Capone Beige didn't really want to submit to the ant, but had his own plan, but on the bright side, he still needs to be born and die for the ant. For example, now, to conquer Whitebeard. This kind of thing Capone Beige feels simply incredible, thinking that this old woman is really crazy. After Whitebeard wiped out the Blackbeard pirate group, there is probably no one in the entire New World who dared to fight Whitebeard. It is better than 4 Emperors Blackbeard, and there is no suspense when facing Whitebeard. In this case, who would dare to provoke Whitebeard, even after the Blackbeard pirates collapsed? Then the 4 Emperors would not dare to compete with Whitebeard for territory. That is to say, there are only a few scattered ones, there is no pirate group of any forces to harass, there is no way to avoid this kind of flies, nor can it make any waves. However, at this time, the ant actually took the initiative to initiate a conquest against Whitebeard, and seeing this scene, it seemed that she was going to be real, fighting to death. Captain, Ant crusades Whitebeard, what if we are killed? The subordinate said with some worry. Advertisement. Huh, follow me, is it so easy to be killed? I won't work hard for the ant. Capone Beige said lightly. Want him to work hard for the ant? How could this be possible? Not to mention that the ant is her mother-in-law, and even the mother-in-law cannot give her his life. But let alone, some of the ant's children really don't face the ant, and even look forward to the ant's defeat. Especially at this juncture of war, the ant's rage completely ignored other people's ideas, so it was also very unpopular. Of course the captain won't work hard for the ant, but when the battlefield is so chaotic, we are worried. The subordinates are still very worried, after all, the opponent is Whitebeard. Many people have seen the power of shock fruit. It shatters mountains and rivers, and the sun and the moon are eclipsed. No one can fight it. If a big move is directly thrown, then it may be very innocent. As the captain of the Fire Chariot pirate group, and also a strong city fruit ability, under normal circumstances, Capone Beige hides the crew in his own body castle. In this way, when fighting, they can encircle and attack the enemy unexpectedly, and attack them in groups. Therefore, these crew members are worried about themselves, in fact, they are worried about their captain, Capone Beige. Capone Beige let out a thick smoke slowly, and said confidently, "Don't worry, I believe your captain, how could you die so easily, and this is just an opportunity." Although Capone and Beige thought it was foolish for the ant to fight Whitebeard, and it was foolish from the part of the Fishmen Island. In the case that no one dared to provoke Whitebeard, the ant secretly captured the Fishmen Island. If Whitebeard did die in the top war, then it would be reasonable to seize the Fishmen Island at this time. After all, the Fishmen Island has a harsh environment and is often subject to various capture transactions by humans, so it needs a strong protective cover. Advertisement. But the ant knows the news that Whitebeard is still alive, and the bounty has reached Roger's level, which shows how jealous the marine government is. But the ant still ordered the capture of the Fishmen Island, and in the end it was not only recaptured by Whitebeard, but also lost a minister. The loss is also lost, but the ant has to negotiate with Whitebeard, trying to get her face back, but the result is turned into a mess and comes back in embarrassment. Speaking of it, all of this made Capone Beige really want to complain. He felt that the ant occupies such a good resource, such a huge family power, but lacks the potential of a king. To put it bluntly, no matter how talented the ant is and how strong her personal ability is, it is difficult for her to become a true One Piece. However, this gave Capone Beige some room for his own play. The ant's confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates, the result of Capone Beige can already be expected. That is, both sides will definitely lose both sides, and the Whitebeard pirates will lose some, but the ant will be defeated by the whole army, and the final winner will be Whitebeard. And Capone Beige felt that he was quietly expanding his power by taking advantage of the chaotic situation after the war. After all, it has something to do with the ant, and it is relatively easy to recruit the remaining forces of the ant. However, Capone Beige is obviously not stupid enough to integrate the remaining forces of the ant. He does not have this ability, and he will not do it. Because in that case, Whitebeard will definitely get revenge, but he can choose some less famous characters, so that it will not attract the attention of others and become the target of everyone's tit for tat. Hey, this time the ant plays such a big game, it is very likely that the foundation that has been established for many years will be destroyed. The subordinates said regretfully for the ant. Advertisement. Capone Beige also sighed helplessly, and said, "Whitebeard, the king of this old age, I don't know how long he will last. With him, we may not be able to grow the seeds of the new age." Originally, when Whitebeard was determined to die during the war on the top, the world pattern 963 was changed, but with the reappearance of Whitebeard, the world once again changed greatly because of Whitebeard. In a short period of time, a rising 4 Emperor's star, Blackbeard, was defeated by Whitebeard, and this war also represented that a four emperors was about to fall. But no matter how fast the world structure changes, the master in this era is firmly in the hands of Whitebeard, and no pirate can reach the height of Whitebeard. Captain, look over there. Just as Capone Beige was thinking, his subordinates suddenly reminded him, so his gaze immediately passed. I saw a pirate group that had just docked on a harbor ship. No, it was two pirate groups to be precise, and their heads were only two of the 11 supernovae. That is, Kid, Kira. Capone Beige was a little surprised when he saw it. The 11 supernovae are particularly eye-catching. Even after entering the New World, Capone Beige will pay attention to other people's news from time to time. Regarding these two, Capone Beige hadn't heard from them for a long time, but he did not expect to see them here. So, did the two of them join the Ants pirate group? Capone Beige thought. Chapter 294, Supernova. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After Kid and Kira got off the boat, they saw many pirate groups gathered in the square, and many of the famous New World pirate groups were among them. This is the first time that two people have seen this kind of scene. Even though they have seen a lot of scenes in New World, the posture of the four emperors at war is really shocking. I don't know what happened. The Ant is actually going to start a war against Whitebeard. Isn't this going to hurt both sides? Kira whispered. Kid's gaze kept looking around. There were too many people to convene. In addition to shock, his heart was shocked. As this the four emperors. The total strength of the four emperors is so huge, it is really terrifying. Kid's heart has been completely shocked. The one who led them to disembark was Baron Dandon. He said to the two of them, please wait in the square and be prepared for all battles. If you have any needs, you can ask for it, and all food can be enjoyed by yourself. After talking about it, the Baron continued to welcome the other forces that had been summoned. Kid and Kira continued to move forward. Suddenly, a figure blocked them. Welcome to Cake Island. Capone Beige appeared in front of them with a cigar in his mouth. It's you, Capone Beige, why are you here? Kid asked in surprise. At the same time Supernova, they all know each other, but Kid generally doesn't pay attention to the news of other supernova. Advertisement. Because, as the leader of Supernova Bounty, Kid has his own pride. He feels that other supernovas can't be compared with him, and he is definitely the king in the future. It was not until he entered New World that his naive ideas were changed by reality. I didn't expect that the head of the arrogant supernova in the past is now attached to the four emperors. It is really touching. Capone Beige's expression was plain, but his tone was full of mockery. These words made Kid sound extraordinarily harsh, but now he is not as hot-tempered as before. Everyone is with each other. Kid suppressed his anger and said, since Capone Beige is here, he naturally joined the Ant. And although it is not very pleasant to say, Kid feels that he has not really joined the Ant pirates, but has been persecuted. It turned out that after being captured by the Blackbeard pirates, they have been imprisoned. With the destruction of the Blackbeard pirates, all parties have been confused for some time. During that time, Kid and the others were taken away by the Ant's forces, and then they have been locked up until now. Kid and Kira didn't know the course of this incident at all. They were detained well, and suddenly they heard that the Ant was going to fight Whitebeard. Then they were told that if they were willing to participate in the war, they would have a chance to be released. For this condition, Kid and the others accepted it right away, but they didn't know until after they came out, what a large-scale battle it was. 2. Why don't we go sit down and talk? Capone Beige said. Then Capone Beige walked over and sat down. Kid and Kira looked at each other, thinking that it would be better for him to figure out what happened at this time. Advertisement. After all, this is a big event. If you don't know everything, it would be a bit stupid to join an emperor-to-emperor war rashly. Let's go. Listen to what he says. Kid said, and then the two walked to the opposite side of Capone Beige and sat down. Capone Beige picked up the cup on the table casually, put it in his mouth, and chewed. Kid and Kira were suddenly a little surprised, and they saw Capone Beige say, this island is a cake island. Seeing you like this, it should be the first time to come. Is everything on the island made of cakes and other desserts? That's how it is. Kid also gradually understood. I saw Kid also imitating Capone Beige, picking up the cup to put it in his mouth, and suddenly the cup spoke. Please taste my taste carefully. So scared, Kid quickly put the cup out, and the cup suddenly made a cry. Well, what's going on? Kira asked in surprise. The cup could even speak, like a human soul. And looking around, they all seemed to be like this, which they didn't notice just now. What's the situation on this island? It's weird. Kid complained suddenly. This guy made himself embarrassed. This is the greatness of the ant, the fruit of the soul, and the soul, the forces that are protected by the ant will pay tribute to the ant within the specified time, and the tribute is their soul. These souls contain their lives of months or years. Ant will let her subordinates put these soul wines in every corner of Cake Island. These items will speak or move after being integrated into these souls. This is the ant created paradise. Advertisement. Capone. Bej introduced. After listening to what Capone Bej said, Kid also gradually calmed down. This is the first time they know the ant, but for them, it doesn't matter if they don't understand it. The ant can neither be their enemy nor will be their old. Kai. Quote. It's a nice paradise. No wonder you are at ease here and play with your Aunt Whitebeard. You are really not afraid of death. Kid said deliberately. In this case, Kid naturally wants to unite with Capone Bej. After all, these weak characters, if they don't hold together, then I'm afraid they won't be able to do anything. However, Kid needs to test to see if Capone Bej is really loyal to the ant. If he is really loyal to the ant, then naturally he can't confide any information to him easily. Haha. Of course, under the protection of the ant good, I don't have any pressure in New World. You should have touched a lot of nails. Capone Bej replied lightly. Damn it, this guy. Kid couldn't help clenching his fists. Capone Bej couldn't help but sneered at them instead of confiding him. This really made Kid a little angry. If it weren't for the current situation, Kid really wanted to beat Capone Bej. Kid, don't be angry with him. Kira immediately comforted Kid. Humph. Kid suddenly snorted, and then Yin and Yang ridiculed. One of the dignified 11 supernovas, known as the extremely evil generation, is so reckless and degenerate, and he is dependent on others with peace of mind. In the face of Kid's taunting style, Capone Bej did not fluctuate, and just said faintly, if you don't want to die on the battlefield, just listen to me quietly. Chapter 295. Crusade against Whitebeard. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The ant is very powerful, and she is also very wary of others. On the battlefield, there will be people who will supervise us. If we do anything unusual, we may be killed at any time. Capone Bej's words are not alarmist, because the ant is angry, and even her own children will be killed without hesitation, let alone an outsider. And after the ant has passed the approval, she will be even more afraid of such things. Therefore, no one can expect to have the opportunity to betray the ant. This is by no means so easy. Hearing this, Kid immediately calmed down. Although he was arrogant, he didn't want to die at such a young age. This was very uneconomical. It turns out that you have a plan, so it's okay to say no earlier. Kid gave him a blank look and said. However, before that, you have to tell me how you came to the ant pirates. I need to understand everything before I can decide whether I can trust you. Capone Bej said. Do you doubt us? It really doesn't look like your style. Kid shook his head. He really didn't want to say anything about his previous experience, because it was too embarrassing. First was caught by Blackbeard, and then by the ant. There was no freedom at all. Compared with other supernovas, it was very miserable. 963 Therefore, Kid did not want to talk about this experience, but Capone Bej insisted on knowing all their information. That's it. We originally wanted to join the Whitebeard pirates, but we were caught by Blackbeard midway, forcing us to join his pirates. But then Blackbeard didn't have the idea of fighting Whitebeard. After learning that Whitebeard intended to attack him, Blackbeard fled. Advertisement. After that, we were taken away by the ant's forces and kept us in custody. We were not released until yesterday to allow us to participate in this war. Kira gave a detailed account of their experiences. Although Capone Bej felt sympathetic to them, he also felt that they were too stupid. Join the Whitebeard pirates. You are so naive. Capone Bej dismissed their original idea. Do you have any comments? Kid asked dissatisfiedly. With all due respect, joining the Whitebeard pirates, you will not get any development. Capone Bej said bluntly. After speaking, Kid and Kira fell silent immediately, because this sounded more reliable and very reasonable. However, Kira thought for a while and retorted, it shouldn't be possible. Although we know that the powerful Whitebeard pirates are like clouds, Marco, Joes and others are not simple, but we are also supernovas at any rate, so we don't even have a chance. No. My uncle will still have a chance to awaken the fruit in the future, and there is still a lot of room for improvement in strength. Can't it be reused by Whitebeard? Kid also said. Furthermore, this period should be the time when the Whitebeard pirates is using people. If we go to take refuge, how can we not be reused? Faced with the rebuttal of the two of them, Capone Beige shook his head and said, if you say that before the war, it will indeed be what you said, but the current situation has changed. Changed? Kid suddenly wondered. Advertisement. Yes, your news is really blocked. You know, Whitebeard has already got a lot of powerful men, and Hexia Jinbei has also taken refuge in Whitebeard. Under such circumstances, what advantage do you think you can occupy? Capone Beige said. Kid and others did not know some news about the Whitebeard pirates, but they had been in contact with Joes before. Judging from the situation at the time, Whitebeard was indeed recruiting powerful players everywhere. Although they are supernovae, they are not long after entering the New World. In New World, any supernova is useless. The only thing that matters ABFA here is strength. Only if strength is strong can you truly deter others, otherwise you will not have the right to speak. Kid stopped talking immediately. He couldn't refute Capone Beige. After a while, Kira said, if this is the case, do you have any suggestions? This kind of thing needs to be decided by yourselves. My opinion is irrelevant, but I just remind you that Whitebeard is not such a simple character. You may have no future in your life when you join him. Capone Beige said. Capone Beige has his own plan in his heart. He doesn't want to see Whitebeard's power getting bigger and bigger. Although Kid and Kira joining the Whitebeard pirates is not important to Whitebeard. But Capone Beige thinks that it can reduce the power of the Whitebeard pirates by 1 point, so let's reduce it by 1 point. After hearing what Capone and Beige said, Kira also nodded. We know, can you talk about your plan? How can we save our lives this time? Advertisement. Kira's idea is very simple, that is, to save his life in the war between these two imperial pirate groups. If you fight against the Whitebeard pirate group, it will be more or less bad. Moreover, once the anti-pirates are defeated in the future, they will have no good end, and if they disobey the Ants' order, they will be executed by the Ants' men. To save our lives, we must unite. What I say next is very important. I hope you will listen carefully. After that, there will be no chance to say it again. Speaking over and over again, Capone Beige's expression became solemn, and at the same time he lowered his voice. Yeah, Kid and Kira both agreed heavily. They also knew the seriousness of the matter. Capone Beige glanced around, and the call was still going on. There was nothing unusual. He began to say, first of all, after announcing the crusade against Whitebeard, the Ant will definitely let us outsiders take the lead. External personnel. Do you mean the pirate group that has no direct relationship with the Ant? Kid asked. Yes, the Ant's pirate groups are basically his children, are more confidants, and the other subordinate pirate groups are basically used by her, such as us. Capone Beige said seriously. There are also many forces under the Ant. Although they are loyal to the Ant, they are not close to the Ant. Therefore, this group of people is used to lead the battle. Capone Beige does not know the specific plan of the Ant, but this way is definitely the style of the Ant. Chapter 296. Defeat Whitebeard. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In other words, we will be sent to the battlefield first, right? Then where will the Ant choose the battlefield? Kid asked. Because it was the Ant who initiated the crusade, the Ant took the initiative and she could choose the position on the battlefield. I don't know this, but I definitely won't be at sea. Auntie suffered Whitebeard's loss at sea before. After that, Capone Beige took out a map and started researching, judging the possibility of Ant choose the battlefield. I didn't expect you to prepare so well. Kira couldn't help but exclaimed. Unlike Kid, Capone Beige is a thought-conscious guy. Of course, you must be cautious in doing everything. Soon, Capone and Beige judged 3 locations that might be chosen by the Ant as the battlefield. These 3 places are far away from the Ant's territory. In this way, the Ant's territory will not be destroyed, and at the same time it is very close to Whitebeard's headquarters, and they are all close to the interior. These 3 positions are possible, we can write them down first, and then we can act accordingly. Kagupung Beige said. Will we be in the same boat? Kid asked. Even in the same boat, there is no chance to communicate unless you have reached the battlefield. Capone Beige said immediately. Can the ant really achieve this level? If we can't communicate, can we still be imprisoned? We went to fight. Kid questioned. Kira was silent for a while. He suddenly saw the teapot walking on the table, and suddenly thought of something. Advertisement. Is it possible to use these things to monitor us? Kira asked suspiciously. Yes, but these ordinary homits, the ant will use a slightly higher level homits to monitor us. If we act abnormally, hormits will detect it and launch an attack. Capone Beige said. Then how is the combat effectiveness of those hormies? Kira asked again. The hormies used for surveillance can fight, but the combat effectiveness is not strong, but once it is discovered, it will alarm the other people on the ship. Each ship's ant should arrange several ministers. You are definitely not an opponent. Capone Beige said. So according to what you said, you can only enter the battlefield obediently, and you can only escape until you are on the battlefield. Kid asked. Capone Beige shook his head and said, of course not. If you get to the battlefield, it will be too late. Can you expect the people of the Whitebeard pirates to let you go? Any explanation on the battlefield is invalid. Can only be regarded as an enemy, i.e., if you want to escape, you will also face a dilemma. Hearing that, Kid and Kira glanced at each other. Kid was a little impatient, and immediately shouted, then what should we do? You just say okay. As the leader of the 11 super planets, can't you calm down? I can't hold my breath now. I can hardly believe whether you are qualified to unite with me. Capone Beige said lightly, and then vomited lightly. Take a puff of smoke. Damn, I really want to beat you up. If you can escape successfully, Capone Beige, let's fight. Kid said. Ha ha ha, that's okay, but let's get through the difficulties before you talk. Capone Beige said. Advertisement. After we boarded the ship, those who sailed the ship should all be the ants people, so you can't easily do it to them. You must do it at the most critical time, and then leave quickly. Capone Beige said. Then when is the time to do it? Since you can't escape on the battlefield, it's impossible to do it on the sea. There is no way to escape. Kira said. Of course not, we have to just land at the moment, that is our best chance of escape. We need to unite, defeat the minister on board in an instant, and then immediately escape from this area. Capone Beige said. It turned out to be so, but if we can't solve it in an instant, what should we do? Kid asked. Well, it's a matter of fate. Capone Beige let out a puff of smoke. When Capone Beige was talking with Kid, the square suddenly became quiet, and the ant's voice surrounded the surroundings. Crack against Whitebeard. The ant stood at the highest point in front of the square. She publicly announced the declaration of war against the Whitebeard pirates. Behind her, Kata Curry and other ants' core children stood here. Zero seeking flowers, zero. Damn it, there is no way to stop it. Kata Cooley was slightly worried. As the ant's son, he had no choice but to follow the ant. However, he deeply disagrees with the ant's decision, because this is really a self-defeating action. Once war starts, the cake island that the ant has run for many years will probably be destroyed, and the entire big family will be severely impacted. Although I don't have much affection for the ant, Kata Curry has always valued this big family. Advertisement. Kata Curry has always played the role of the big brother in this big family composed of the ant's children. He is the existence that everyone admires. And now, the ant's move is undoubtedly sending his children to the harshest battlefield until they lose their lives, which is unacceptable to Kata Curry in any case. However, Kata Curry has no way to openly resist the ant. Even if he resists, it is futile and even loses trust. Therefore, he will not do such a stupid thing. The only thing he can do is fight to protect more family members in the war, especially his sister, Bree. Everyone, this battle is against Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. Everyone must go all out to let Whitebeard taste our power. The ant said to the many forces gathered below. Down with Whitebeard. Down with Whitebeard. The various forces have different minds. Although many people are unwilling to go to war with Whitebeard, the ant also has extreme followers, who obey all orders. There are also some fish in troubled waters and follow the current. In short, the voices in the square are very loud, and they all respond positively to the ant. Ha ha ha, Mom, it seems that our morale in this battle is very high. Napoleon, the double-horned hat on the ant's head, said that this is one of the strongest hormats of the ant. It was completed with the ant's own soul. It has the ability to transform into a giant sword, which is very powerful. Of course, even Whitebeard, his mother will make him pay a heavy price. Son Prometheus said. And. Chapter 297. The World Shakes. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Perosparrow, have the grouping lists been arranged? The ant asked. Candy Minister Perospello immediately stood up and replied, Mom, all arrangements have been made. The 2 pirate regiments are divided into a pirate ship, equipped with a minister, and 50 fighting homats. Well, that's good. The ant was very satisfied after hearing this. The power of dozens of pirate ships would definitely give Whitebeard a heavy blow. Whitebeard, wait, I will make you pay for the humiliation. The ant said in her heart. Everyone, check weapons and equipment, and prepare to board the ship. Madam ordered. For a time, all the pirates began to board their respective pirate boats, and Capone Beige, Kid and others were assigned to a pirate boat. Although Kid and Kira are a united pirate group, they are only counted as one pirate group. 963. The minister leading Capone Beige and Kid as Cracker, one of the 3 desert stars. When they heard the news, both of them were very surprised. Capone Beige and Kid did not expect that their pirate group would be such a high-level cadre. However, since neither Capone Beige nor Kid had seen Cracker's real body, they didn't know that it was not Cracker himself who was sitting here. Advertisement. It's just the Biscuit Man summoned by Cracker by using the fruit ability. Not only that, Cracker used the Biscuit Man to take a lot of pirate boats. After boarding the ship, Capone Beige found that things were the same as he thought. The items on the ship were basically homats with soul added. And not only these ordinary homats, there are dozens of fighting homats. In this case, Capone Beige feels a lot of pressure. With the strength of him, Kid and others, even if they were to unite and be able to exert their strongest strength, it would be impossible to deal with Cracker. Not to mention there are so many homats, but at this time, Capone Beige has no way to communicate with Kid and the others. Even if you communicate, there are eyes everywhere on the boat, it is impossible not to be known by Cracker. I can only go one step at a time. Capone Beige sighed in his heart. The ants' forces started from Cake Island one after another, with great fanfare along the way, and news of the ants' conquest of Whitebeard continued to spread along the way. The ants' conquest of Whitebeard was absolutely explosive news. After receiving the news, the newspaper started to print the newspaper as soon as possible. Moreover, these newspapers were quickly distributed to all parts of the world, and soon the whole world was shaken. The Fishmen Island, Dragon Palace Kingdom. Neptune has reorganized the Fishmen Island. Life here is peaceful, and under the protection of Whitebeard, there are not many Murlocs that have hatred against humans. However, on this day Neptune received an important news. Advertisement. Report. Lord King, there is news from the outside that it is the 4 emperors who are going to attack Whitebeard. After the soldiers reported, Neptune immediately fell into self-blame. It must be because of the Fishmen Island. Whitebeard offended the ant for Whitebeard the Fishmen Island, so the ant wants to retaliate against him. Neptune said. Then let's stop the troops to support Whitebeard right away. Shark said immediately, and he also admired Whitebeard. At this time, Minister Zuo immediately stood up and persuaded. Your Majesty King, Your Royal Highness, I don't think there is any need to worry about this. We can see the strength of Whitebeard. I think the ant is not an opponent. But, the ant is one of the 4 emperors after all, and the strength is definitely not to be underestimated, and even if the ant is defeated, if the loss is heavy, then it must have attracted Kaido's coveting. Neptune said. Trust Whitebeard, if there is a problem, then Whitebeard will definitely issue a summoning order for the Fishmen Island. Minister Wright also said. Your ideas are too optimistic. I am not as optimistic as you are. I think the Whitebeard pirates will definitely be severely hit. The Marine government, 4 emperors Kaido, may all step on Whitebeard. Neptune worried. Road. I also feel that we must prepare early to gather the available forces. Whitebeard helped us through the crisis in Dragon Palace before, and we always sit back and watch. Shark said. Seeing that the king and prince are so determined to support Whitebeard, the ministers on the left and right are also anxious. After all, the Fishmen Island has just ended the civil strife and has not yet fully stabilized. Under such circumstances, to intervene in the war between the 4 emperors, this is completely moths fighting the fire. My lord, please think twice. We, the Fishmen Island, really don't have the strength to participate in this level of battle. It will only increase casualties. Yes, even if all the forces of the Fishmen Island are used, the impact on the battle will be minimal. I can't help but not help Whitebeard, and it may also make the Fishmen Island fall into an impossible situation. Advertisement. The left and right ministers were very anxious to persuade, they are Asian for the sake of the Fishmen Island. As for Whitebeard, in their hearts it is impossible to exceed the interests of the Fishmen Island itself. Shark was a little angry. Aren't we doing nothing? Just treat my former benefactor like this. Whitebeard has just left for a short time. The Fishmen Island is under the shelter of Whitebeard. If Whitebeard collapses, then our situation is equally dangerous, so why not support Whitebeard? Neptune asked. Dear Lord King, if we put our troops on the battlefield, what should we do if the Fishmen Island is controlled by the pirates again? Our non-participation is the greatest help to Whitebeard. The opponent is the Four Emperors' ant. We just go to die, say indefinite. It will affect Whitebeard and distract him from taking care of us. After painstakingly persuaded by the left and right ministers, Neptune finally decided not to send troops to support Whitebeard for the time being, and to wait and see for a while. The Marine government, after receiving the news that the ant was about to attack Whitebeard, the high-level 5.0 was shocked. For a while, various intelligence systems searched for specific news. The Marine government also convened a meeting for this purpose. The convener was Akainu. He proposed that Marine should take some actions in this incident. Either attacking the ant, or attacking Whitebeard, or both. In short, the Four Emperors broke out in a civil war, which is absolutely beneficial to Marine. Persimmons should choose a soft pinch. I suggest that you get rid of the ant pirates first. Garp said first. After all, the ant is weaker than Whitebeard. It is easy to clean up the ant, especially when the ant is fighting Whitebeard. It can almost easily destroy the ant's power. Although this ease requires a huge effort for Marine, at the level of Four Emperors, this price is indeed considered easy. Chapter 298. Garp wants to take the initiative. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This is a good idea. Kizaru also agreed with Garp. I think it can. He Vice Admiral nodded. Seeing that everyone seemed to have acquiesced to Garp's thoughts, Akainu was slightly dissatisfied, and he immediately stood up. I think the best opportunity this time is to attack Whitebeard. Akainu expressed his different thoughts. Akainu, why do you say that? I am more optimistic about Whitebeard in this battle. The ant may lose some of the Whitebeard pirates, but the main force of Whitebeard should not be destroyed. Sengoku said. Indeed, the ant is not Whitebeard's opponent, so at this time O is going to fight Whitebeard. If Whitebeard is allowed to expand more and more, it will become more and more difficult to deal with in the future. This time the ant launched a crusade against Whitebeard. No matter what the result is, the Whitebeard pirate group is definitely the worst state for us Marine, but the best opportunity to eliminate the Whitebeard pirate group in one fell swoop. After Akainu's words, the minds of some generals also began to waver, because Akainu's words really make sense. Although it is easier to take the opportunity to destroy the anti-pirates, leaving the more difficult Whitebeard pirates to the end will undoubtedly give the Whitebeard pirates a chance to strengthen themselves. You are right to say that. Whitebeard's power will definitely grow after annexing Anti. Kizaru said. Sengoku immediately questioned. Isn't the strategy formulated before to join Whitebeard to eliminate the other Four Emperors first, so we agreed to exchange 5 battleships with Whitebeard? Advertisement. It can be seen that Marshal Akainu wants to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates as soon as possible. Garp said lightly. Because there has not been such an accident before, but now that it has occurred, the Four Emperors' civil war, we can't help but grasp this opportunity, and speaking of it, I don't quite agree with the strategy of the last warship exchange. Akainu said. If that's the case, how many support against Whitebeard? Sengoku asked. After voting, with Akainu as the leader, a total of more than half of the people supported against Whitebeard, so in this case, the final decision was determined. After the decision of the meeting, the Marine government formulated a series of plans for the Whitebeard strategy, and Marine began to actively prepare. When the whole world was shaking, Whitebeard also began to prepare. When he heard that the ant was about to attack him, Whitebeard's first reaction was a little surprised, but he was not surprised either. The Battle of the Four Emperors did not happen overnight, and the ant's pirate regiments leaving Cake Island were not about to attack Whitebeard's base camp. The ant first sent a declaration of war to Whitebeard, and a decisive battle with Whitebeard on Shink Island. After Whitebeard received the declaration of war, he also replied to his own declaration, that is, to annex all the forces of the Ant. Such bold words and lofty ambitions added a bit of color to this battle. At the same time, Whitebeard also issued a convening order. The pirate groups that Whitebeard belongs to have come from all sides of New World to help out. During this period, Whitebeard gathered all the captains and began to formulate strategies to deal with the Ant. The main force of the Ant pirates is basically the Ant's own children. Among them, there are about dozens of good fighters. The more difficult ones are Katakuri, Cracker, Smokey, Pero's Pello, Daifuku, and Owen. Wait, the strength is very strong. Advertisement. Katakuri in particular. It is said that seeing and hearing beauty practice is supernatural, and even able to see the short-lived future. These are all for you to deal with. Don't worry, Daddy, I will deal with Katakuri. I will never shame you. Marco said. I will deal with the Ant. Although I can suppress her, it may take a while to truly defeat her. During this time, you must pay attention to each other's safety and support each other. Whitebeard explained. Father, let me arrange the next personnel battle. I still have some understanding of the ministers of the Ant. Marco said. Yeah, Whitebeard nodded. So Marco took out the pictures he had already prepared, and all of them were pictures of some important ministers of the Ant. Marco pointed to Cracker and introduced. Cracker is one of the 3 stars of the Ant's dessert, a cookie fruit ability. I heard that few people have seen his true face, and it is speculated that he should be summoning cookies to carry out a stand-in attack. It is more difficult. The kind of. If this is the case, he should be close combat. If he is more cumbersome, then I will deal with it. Joes said cheerfully. Now Jaws's offensive power is also very small, he is confident that he can beat Cracker's real body. Well, I think so too, Joes. Cracker will be left to you. Next is Smokey. She is capable of squeezing fruits. She can squeeze out the objects in contact to produce juice. I have 2 candidates, Aragorn or Beasta, to deal with her. Arago and Beasta looked at each other. The 2 were about to talk, but Marco did not pause at all, and continued to introduce them without giving them time to discuss. Then Pero's Pello, the Ant's candy minister. He has Paramesh's licking fruit, which can make unlimited candies and control attacks. The strength should not be underestimated. Advertisement. Leave this person to the old man. The old man is familiar with his weakness. Jinbei said directly. 963. The rest is Daifuku and Owen. Daifuk has the fruit of the lamp, and can summon a smoker to attack. The best way is to attack him. Avoid being straight with him. Gia contact. Marco said. In this way, I am the most suitable candidate. My vesicle fruit can protect myself. Tesla said. Well, Tesla, he will leave it to you. Marco nodded. Smuggy, let me deal with it. I like to molest girls the most. Brother Yaluo said with a smile. You will suffer if you underestimate her. Marco gave him a blank look. If you lose the battle, let alone our Whitebeard pirates, you can't afford to lose this person. Joes said immediately. You, who do you look down on? I think you should worry more about yourself. Brother Yaluo retorted angrily. Then Taifuk will let me deal with it. Beasta also confirmed. The core members of the Ant pirate group have been assigned by Marco. As for the other mid and low-end combat power, it does not require too much strategy, and it can be a melee when the time comes. Everyone, this battle is related to the face of our Whitebeard pirates. We must show our style. Marco exclaimed. Chapter 299. Declare war on the 4 emperors. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In this battle, I hope everyone can pay attention to their own safety and hope that everyone can return safely. Everyone is alive, which is the greatest comfort to me. Whitebeard said. Don't worry, Daddy, we will definitely come back alive, and we will completely defeat the Ant pirates. Marco and others cheered. That's good, then I'm relieved. Whitebeard said. After intensive preparations, the Whitebeard pirate group has gathered its pirate groups from all directions, and gradually began to march towards Shink Island. Shink Island is a very large island, and there are very solid rocks everywhere on it, making it a very solid island. The reason why Andy chose this island as the place to start the war was also because this place was more suitable. A few nautical miles away from Shink Island, Andy's pirates had already arrived here one after another. The Ant appeared in the center of the entire sailing team. After landing on the island, she waited and watched the Whitebeard pirate group's fleet approaching here. Whitebeard of damn it, I want you to taste my power this time. The ant said bitterly. The anthem was destroyed by Whitebeard last time, and the ant didn't even have a chance to exert her strength, which made the ant very annoyed by it. Everyone landed on the island and took a favorable position. The ant ordered. Capone, Bej's pirate ship, Cracker walked in front to land on the island. Capone, Bej, Kid and others followed behind, and the two secretly communicated with their eyes. Do you want to do it now? Advertisement. It's impossible to kill Cracker now. I can only attack with full force for some time. After the attack, I will run away quickly, and then we will have our destiny. The two parties determined the plan under the exchange of eyes, so Capone, Bej, Kid, and Kira slowly approached Cracker. Do it. At the gesture of Capone, Bej, the three of them attacked Cracker together, all using their strongest moves in an instant. Boom. There was a loud noise and smoke billowed, and the battle on the boat drove over, but he saw Cracker being hammered into the ground to form a big pit, and at the same time he lost his ability to move. Master Cracker. Fighting Hormats immediately went over to support, but the Capone, Bej trio retreated in the first place and quickly dispersed. Capone, Bej and Kid Kira are divided into two groups, each hidden on the island. Although Shink Island is basically rocky, there are also some forests and caves. Mom, Capone, Bej and the Kid pirates have defected. The Hormies immediately reported to the ant, and the voice quickly reached the ant's ears through the fleet. Hearing this news, the ant was immediately furious. Damn it, damn Capone. Bej, Kid, sooner or later we will find them and put them to death. Said the ant, gritted her teeth. The ant hates betrayers the most. This is something she can't get rid of. After so many years, all those who leave the ant's pirate group have died without exception. However, now it is about to fight with the Whitebeard pirates. The ant can't be distracted, she can only temporarily give up chasing Capone, Bej and Kid. Mom, it's just two flies, be careful not to get angry. Baron Dandon comforted. Advertisement. Damn it, Kata Curry, then you will control the whole situation. Anyone who wants to betray me, you just put to death. The ant said to Kata Curry. Yes, mother. Kata Curry promised, and then flew out, and then looked down in the direction of midair. At this time, the Whitebeard pirate group landed from the other side of Shink Island one after another, in order to avoid being attacked by the ants' pirate group during the landing. Father, it's finally time for the decisive battle. Marco said excitedly, standing beside Whitebeard. Marco, your captains must pay attention to move the battlefield farther to avoid being affected by the fight between Linlin and me. Whitebeard said. Well, I see. Marco nodded. Is it finally going to fight the ant pirates? I really look forward to it. Brother Yaluo clenched his fists. Huh. Show the world the strength of our Whitebeard pirates. Joe said excitedly. The last time I went to the top of the war, although the scene was huge and the scale was huge, it was completely a shame to the Whitebeard pirates, and it did not shake the strength of the Marine government at all. Although it was changed to any of the four emperors at that time, I am afraid that they were not as good as Whitebeard, but they did not really fight with the Marine government. The last time Blackbeard fought, there was also no chapter to show the majesty of the Whitebeard pirates, because Blackbeard had no will to fight at all. I only took my main force and ran away. I didn't have to fight with Whitebeard until I was overtaken by Whitebeard. However, the scale was not a battle of the Emperor and the Emperor's level at all. And now, the real royal battle is about to unfold. Whitebeard and the ant each have left part of their manpower on their own territory. Advertisement. However, Whitebeard has more people left behind, and the ant knows that this battle between herself and Whitebeard is a bet on everything, so she just left a part of the people symbolically. But the ant is actually left with some miscellaneous personnel. It seems that there are a lot of people, but not many can support the field. Therefore, it can be said that this royal battle, the ant can be said to have hollowed out the foundation, and Whitebeard is easy to do. The combined strength of the two sides is that Whitebeard has 50 sea ships and Andy has 60 pirate ships, and these calculations are all for the main ship, as well as various frigate groups. During the war, Whitebeard brought 43 pirate ships to rescue Ace, but after that, when Whitebeard returned, he gradually expanded his fleet. But even with so many, Whitebeard still has enough power to defend her good King Nuo own door, and on the mother's side, 60 pirate boats are almost all the power she can use. However, some of them are incompetent pirate groups, who came to charge because of the call of the ant. However, even if the number is sufficient, the number advantage of 10 more pirate ships is also placed here. Sometimes, the advantage of the lower tier can also affect the advantage of the upper tier. Let's go and meet them. Marco had already started gearing up. After most of the personnel had landed on the island, Marco and others also flew off Whitebeard's main ship. Whitebeard stood on the bow of the Mobity, holding a broadsword in his hand. He used the power of the shock to envelop his heavy and powerful voice and spread it to the entire Shink Island. Everyone heard the loud voice. I, Edward Newgate, hereby declare that I will go to war with Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. Chapter 300. Whitebeard Pirates vs. Ant Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Go to war. Hearing Whitebeard's powerful voice, the morale of the Whitebeard pirate group immediately rose, and all of them burst out with great fighting will. On the contrary, after hearing Whitebeard's voice, the Ant pirate group was all shocked. This slightly conqueror's hockey sound wave made many people start to fear. Whitebeard, can we really fight the Whitebeard pirates? Some subordinates have begun to show a negative side and doubt their side. Damn, our strength far exceeds the Whitebeard pirates, the final victory will definitely be ours. A minister encouraged. But Whitebeard is so powerful, There is a mother to deal with Whitebeard, what are you worried about? Mother is very powerful, you can deal with opponents of the same level. Although the Ant pirates had a short-term negative consciousness at first, fortunately, many ministers stepped up to build up morale, and finally they stabilized as a whole. Ha ha ha, we have seen their fear, hope they will not be frightened by the old man and run away straight. 963. Yaluo said with a smile. At this time, the Whitebeard pirate group occupies the north side of Shink Island, and the anti-pirate group occupies the south side of Shink Island. The Whitebeard pirate group and the Ant pirate group are separated by more than a dozen miles from north to south, and both sides slowly marched toward the center of Shink Island. Only Whitebeard and the Ant did not act, because they knew that they were each other's biggest rivals. The war was on the verge of breaking out. The front armies of the two sides quickly fought after they met, and the chaos between the pirates soon began. Advertisement. The battle between ordinary pirates and ordinary pirates, the battle between the captain and the minister also began. Marco, as the core captain, locked the target on Katakuri from the beginning. I saw Katakuri's face calm and relaxed, his long neck covering his mouth, as if he would always be calm and breezy. Soon, Marco flew into the air in the form of a phoenix and confronted Katakuri. The two sides did not immediately start fighting because they were both observing the situation on the battlefield. Marco and Katakuri are their respective pirate regiments, except for the captain ABFA, the biggest guarantee, so they are very cautious, and will not act easily when they do not ensure the safety of their side. Katakuri, I heard that you have reached the ultimate level of experience and beauty, and you can see a short future. Today I want to learn it. Marco said loudly, but he was not in a hurry to make a move. Katakuri stared at Marco, his expression did not fluctuate, and he just said softly, Phoenix Marco. Brother, save me. At this time, a cry for help caught Katakuri's attention, this was the cry for help from his sister Bree. Katakuri immediately followed the call for help, only to see the call for help moving in the opposite direction of the battlefield, and soon stopped. Bray, is it Bray? Katakuri yelled anxiously, because the pirate group that Bray belonged to had suffered a breakthrough. And this area can be regarded as the logistic unit of the Ant pirates. Bree is not a combat unit, her ability is used to assist. Moreover, Bree played a vital role in this operation. More importantly, Bree had a very good relationship with Katakuri since he was a child. Master Katakuri, Miss Bree was taken away by Capone Beige from behind in a surprise attack. We did not resist. At this time, the injured guard reported. Advertisement. That place, that traitor. Katakuri said bitterly. After hesitating for a moment, he immediately chased in the direction of the forest. Katakuri didn't know what Capone Beige had, why he kidnapped Bree, but Bree was his sister, and he had to rescue her. The departure of Katakuri also means that this battlefield will temporarily lack a high-level combat power. What's the matter? How did he leave? Marco, who had been watching Katakuri in the sky, was suddenly curious. Katakuri's departure should be an advantage for the Whitebeard pirates in theory, because the opponent lacks a main force. And Marco can use his greatest strength to cause more damage to the Ant pirates. However, Marco did not act very happy. On the one hand, he felt that it was a pity that he could not play against Katakuri, and on the other hand, he felt a little strange. At this critical time, Katakuri left. It is difficult to tell if there is any ulterior plan, and if this plan is for the Whitebeard pirates, then the situation is a bit dangerous. You have to figure out what he's going to do. Marco made up his mind that even if he left, he would be able to pin Katakuri, which is fair to both sides. Marco quickly chased in the air in the direction where Katakuri left, and when he reached the forest, Marco fell down. Because in the sky, the dense forest would block his sight, he could only track Katakuri on the land, and he soon saw him. Katakuri, stop! Marco shouted. Marco, you came after you, but that's okay, Katakuri said. Advertisement. What are you going to do? Of course, no matter what you do, I will stop you. While speaking, Marco rushed over and flew a kick at Katakuri. The cyan flame rushed over at an extremely fast speed, sending a strong wave in the air. Katakuri, who has a strong ability to see, hear and color, instantly perceives the attack from midair behind, and his body reacts quickly. Katakuri evaded Marco's attack and showed strong anger at the same time. Damn it, Marco, don't bother me. Katakuri said angrily, because the time he was blocked was enough to make him lose Capone, Beige. HMPH, although I don't know what your purpose is, it must be for the Whitebeard pirates. I won't let you succeed. Marco said confidently. Marco blocked the front and blocked Katakuri's way. Katakuri had no choice but to make a move. Glutinous rice ring. Katakuri summoned 4 glutinous rice circles in the air, and then made a punching action. As soon as Katakuri punched out, 4 armed fists appeared in the 4 glutinous rice circles, and they could be stretched out and hit Marco directly. Armed color. Marco didn't hesitate, his figure began to dodge these fists, and at the same time he hardened his fists to resist. 12 PIW. Chapter 301. Marco vs. Card 2. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Katakuri's attack was blocked, and then Marco launched a counterattack, only to see him punch out in the air, and a blue flame slammed from his fist. A strong cyan flame impacted, and directly penetrated Katakuri's body. Is it effective? Marco stared at Katakuri, only to see that the place where his body had just been penetrated gradually recovered. Dodge with the color of sight and hearing. Marco immediately understood that Katakuri used his powerful sight and color to predict the trajectory of Marco's attack and thus changed his body. The glutinous rice fruit is the Logia fruit. The capable person can change his body at will. As long as he is not hit by an armed attack, there is no problem. But Marco did not expect this blow to cause damage to Katakuri. In that case, try this trick. Marco made a combat pose. This move was a move he created by imitating Ace himself. He called it the unquenchable rain. I saw Marco's huge cyan wings flap quickly, and every time they flap, there will be countless cyan flames on the wings. These cyan flames are the size of a fist, and have extremely fast speeds, following Marco's violent fanning. Countless cyan flames rushed out like rain, and Marco's pyro had no burning effect. There was no attack effect before, but under the training of Whitebeard, this cyan flame Marco can be used to strengthen the impact of his attack. Advertisement. The cyan flame like a rain of arrows rushed towards Katakuri, but Katakuri's complexion did not fluctuate, and she was very calm, and did not even mean to dodge. Then, those cyan flames all passed through Katakuri's body, and Katakuri was changing at a speed that could not be noticed by the naked eye. The Katakuri of the glutinous rice fruit begins to change before every attack, and then returns to its original state. But because the attack speed is extremely fast, so his speed of change is also extremely fast, making people look as if they have been punched through the body. But in fact, these attacks did not touch Katakuri, and the scene before him made Marco a little ashamed. Unexpectedly, his experience is so powerful. The so-called famous is not as good as seeing. At this time, Marco fought Katakuri at close range to discover Katakuri's fighting talent. His knowledge and beauty can be described as perfect. Marco has also seen many strong opponents, but those with strong knowledge and color may not dare to take his attack head-on. Because Marco's cyan flames are numerous and dense, in this case, it is difficult to make no mistakes. At least Marco asks himself that he can't do it. Marco does not have such a strong sense of knowledge, perhaps because he is a phoenix. The flame of immortality can bring a very convenient repair effect to Marco, and the characteristics of this fruit make him less concerned about dodge this kind of thing. For example, Whitebeard, the strength of Whitebeard is already the pinnacle of the world in Marco's heart. Conqueror's Haki is no less in the Four Emperors, and its physical strength has reached an incredible level. Advertisement. Although there is no real comparison, Marco feels that Daddy Whitebeard's physical strength may surpass Kaido. With such a powerful body, even if he is hit, he doesn't care much. In this case, Whitebeard certainly does not need to dodge this skill. Therefore, Marco also rarely sees Whitebeard avoiding enemy attacks. Therefore, Marco is very lacking in observation Haki because of the characteristics of Devil Fruit. Of course, armament Haki is obviously more important to Marco, and Whitebeard's previous training advice to Marco is to temper armament Haki. Marco's attack stopped until he stopped and was evaded by Katakuri. At this time Katakuri was already impatient. Because, being blocked by Marco here, the battle will not end at all for a while, because he knows that Marco is also a very difficult opponent. The cyan inflammation that can automatically repair wounds is enough to make people headache. The key is to fly again in the sky. It may take a lot of time to decide a victory or defeat. Marco, stop. I don't have time to spend with you here. After I solve my problem, I will naturally find you. Katakuri gritted his teeth. If one more time was consumed here, Bree would be more dangerous. At this moment, Kotaku was distraught. Zero seeking flowers, zero. So, the biggest thing now is not the battle between our two pirate groups. Are you trying to avoid me for anything? Marco said. Katakuri did not say what it was, because he couldn't trust Marco, and Katakuri suspected that it was planned by the Whitebeard pirates. Because Capone Bej had joined the Ant Pirates before, but now he suddenly rebelled on the battlefield and robbed Bree, a very important figure from the Ant Pirates. Advertisement. The cautious Katakuri had to consider one of the possibilities, that is, Capone and Bej joined the Whitebeard pirates. Either the Whitebeard pirate group secretly planned this matter and let Capone Bej execute it, or Capone Bej decided to take Bree away and dedicated it to the Whitebeard pirate group. After all, Capone Bej is a smart guy. He has betrayed his aunt. It is impossible for him not to know what it means. Then, since he dared to do this, he might have a new backer. This backer was Whitebeard, and the robbed Bree was regarded as his nomination for joining the Whitebeard pirates. Although this is Katakuri's imagination, Katakuri will not tell Marco about this when it is not sure what the truth is. Because this made Marco read the joke. After all, a Four Emperors pirate group, the people under his hands had betrayed, and somewhat lost face. And also revealed their secrets. The key figure of Bree cannot be easily known by the Whitebeard pirates. Marco, there are things I have to do now. I have heard of some of your things. I think you are also a man worthy of admiration. If I have been concerned about this, then I don't think you will have a good time fighting. Katakuri had no choice. In this dilemma, he could only lower his posture and said to Marco. Now is the time when the two imperial pirate groups are fighting. Katakuri and Marco are each other's enemies, but for the safety of her sister Bree, Katakuri has to ask Marco. So, I hope, give me some time, I will go to the battlefield to find you again, and then there will be a real duel. And Chapter 302. Joe's vs. Cracker. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing Katakuri say this, Marco also fell into thinking. He looked at Katakuri's serious look and was silent for a while. Can you guarantee that what you do will not harm the Whitebeard pirates? Marco asked. Marco decided to believe in Katakuri. After all, as a deputy of the Four Emperors, Katakuri had already put down his face and talked about the ropeway. And Marco definitely didn't pretend to see the worried look on Katakuri's face. Although he didn't know what was going on, Marco decided to trust Katakuri and give him some time. Katakuri, in this case, then you leave, but if you don't show up within half an hour, I will return to the battlefield immediately. Marco said to him. Even as an enemy, your 963 is admirable. I have never served a few people in my life. You count as one, Katakuri said. After speaking, Katakuri immediately turned and left. Bray, wait, I will save you soon. Shink Island, the main battlefield. Ha 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 ha. Joe's, this uncle is one of the 3 stars of my mother, Minister of Biscuit, Senju Cracker. When Joe's went to Cracker, Cracker showed a strong dissatisfaction. The Ants Cadre group also knew a little bit about the Whitebeard pirate group, especially the situation during the war, which showed some strength. Advertisement. Cracker originally wanted Marco to be his opponent, but it was Joe's who came to fight him, which made him feel a little bit disappointed. Ha ha ha. Senju Cracker, I heard that few people have seen your true face. I really look forward to it. See the truth about what you look like hiding in a cookie. Joe's laughed and said, and at the same time he grabbed a pirate who wanted to come and chop him, and hammered it away. Hearing that Joe's knew his secret, Cracker was also a little angry. Huh, Joe's, I have heard that your diamond defense is very pervert, but if you want to see me with this ability, then you are probably dreaming. Cracker said. With that, Cracker rushed over and launched a slashing blow on Joe's. Jaws's body hardened into a diamond in an instant, but only part of it. This was also the training of his father Whitebeard. If the whole body becomes a diamond every time, it will waste time and increase consumption. Therefore, Joe's can now harden it point to point. Although armed colors can also be used for defense, the use of fruits is obviously much less expensive than armed colors. The pretzel held by the biscuit man was cut into 2 pieces instantly on the diamond part of Joe's. Huh, see how powerful diamonds are. Joe's said with a smile. What's so arrogant? Then there was another handful of pretzels in the biscuit man's hand. Next to me. This time Joe's attacked, and his right arm was diamondized in an instant, and the black armament hockey was wrapped around at the same time. As soon as Joe's fisted, Biscuit Man immediately blocked it with a sword, and a wave of fluctuations broke out in an instant, but because Jaws's strength was too great. Advertisement. The Cookie Man failed to block Jaws's impact, and was directly repelled by this force, but it was not over yet. When the Cookie Man retreated, Joe's launched his diamond fists one after another. Under this heavy attack, the Cookie Man quickly broke into many small pieces. Under Jaws's gaze, those biscuit fragments quickly recovered into independent individuals. The original Biscuit Man eventually became 10. This is my ability. Joe's, do you regret picking the wrong opponent? Cracker said triumphantly. Faced with this situation, Joe's fell silent. He began to accumulate strength. Soon, the hard diamond covered his whole body, and at the same time, black armament hockey was wrapped around his arms. Joe's rushed towards the Biscuit Man, shaking his fist heavy and dexterously, and under Jaws's fierce strength, the Biscuit Man was smashed with one punch. Jaws's power quickly destroyed these biscuit people like a ruin, but Cracker has always protected his true body very well. Cracker was not injured, but he was also shocked by Jaws's aura. These biscuit people were the hardest biscuit he had made, and he was beaten by Joe's with one punch. In that case, then, Jaws's explosive power is too strong, which Cracker did not expect. This is of course, Joe's and others under the special training of Whitebeard, compared with the strength of the top war. Therefore, Cracker intends to fight a war of attrition with Joe's, as long as he has been dragging him, sooner or later he can consume his power. Soon, under Cracker's control, many biscuit people appeared around him, surrounding Joe's. That's it, you can make unlimited cookie core. Let me see, which cookie are you hiding in? Joe's said, turning his eyes around. Joe's, although your strength surprised me, it is not so easy to defeat me. Cracker said. Advertisement. Haha, who knows, I'll be a bit tougher this time, let's take a look at the lottery. Joe's covered a lot of diamonds on his right arm at once, far beyond the usual state. Under the diamond cover it was like a giant's arm. Among these biscuit people, there must be a real body of Cracker hidden. Therefore, Joe's intends to be brutal. He wants to smash these biscuit people in a wide range at the same time. In this case, Cracker will have nowhere to hide. Want to use the range trick? It's useless. Perceiving Jaws's purpose, Cracker also immediately summoned many biscuit people, and deliberately scattered more than 5.0. In this case, Jaws's blow is unable to solve so many Crackers at the same time, only part of it. But Joe's knew that Cracker would come to this hand for a long time, so he said that he came to the lottery, and if he was lucky enough to shoot Cracker to death, he would win the lottery. Cracker, slap me. Joe's waved his huge palm and patted it directly from top to bottom. It was filled with armament hockey's huge diamond palm, and instantly crushed a piece of biscuit into powder. Without any pause, Joe's shot another area, and during this time, Jaws's aftermath was paying attention to other places. Boom. With a loud noise, another biscuit turned into powder, but the real body of Cracker still did not appear, and many more biscuit people were added to the scene. Chapter 303. Beasta vs. Daifuku. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Faced with these reappearing biscuit everyone, Joe's was not surprised, there was no slight fluctuation in his expression. Because these were all in his expectation, and he subsequently launched a devastating blow to another area. Jaws's eyes have been observing the surrounding situation, and those crackers who have recently appeared must not have Cracker's real body. Therefore, for those new crackers, Joe's did not immediately attack, but gradually narrowed the possibility of Cracker's actual existence. In this way, Joe's and Cracker attacked while increasing infinitely, and the situation was in a temporary stalemate. And somewhere on the battlefield, the Dafu of the Ant Pirate group summoned his own demon. With the powerful combat power of the demon, he caused a lot of casualties on the battlefield at a time. However, this kind of scene was quickly prevented by the appearance of Beasta. Majin, let's attack. Daifuku once again ordered the devil to attack the Whitebeard pirates. Yes, my master. I saw that the huge figure of the demon quickly raised his machete and slashed towards the range of the Whitebeard pirate group. A figure suddenly crossed the air, and I saw Beasta holding a sword in his right hand, blocking the demon's attack. Foil Vista. Dafu recognized it immediately. Advertisement. Is this your ability, Dafu? But I am more interested in you. Beasta laughed in the air, and at the same time, he dashed and rushed towards Dafu. Beasta raised both swords, trying to pierce Daifuku, but Daifuku's eyes were serious, and he quickly ordered the demon to rescue him. Majin, block him for me. Dafu shouted loudly. The speed of the demon was very fast, and because of his huge body, he quickly launched a slashing attack on Beasta from behind, forcing Beasta to dodge his attack. Then the demon stood in front of Beasta and prevented Beasta from advancing. This guy is really flexible. Beasta sighed. It seemed that it was not that simple for him to get the first level of the big blessing. Foil Vista, fight against my demon. Owen laughed. HMPH, don't be proud. Beasta turned around and launched an attack on the demon, his double swords thrusting like a gust of wind and rain, accompanied by strong slashes from time to time. Under this fierce attack, the demon was firmly suppressed by Beasta, and even pushed the demon back a lot. But every one of his moves was still blocked by the demon, and at this time, Beasta had to admire the demon's power. You know, after special training, Beasta's current sword moves and attack power are good, but such an intensive attack still can't produce an effect on the demon, making him a little unwilling. Dance of Roses. Beasta's figure leapt into the air, and the two swords danced like a whirlwind, and countless red petals gradually fell from the sky, and the sword energy crisscrossed and cut in the direction of the demon. Majin, avoid his attack. Daifuku ordered. Advertisement. Of course, even if Daifuku did not order, the demon himself was conscious, and saw his body turned into smoke under the attack of Beasta's sword energy that had nowhere to hide. Those sword auras passed through the smoke one after another, and after Beasta's attack was over, the demon regained his figure. It seems that I have to think of a way. Beasta thought to himself that if it continues to be this way, then sooner or later he will be disadvantaged. Because Daifuku controls the demon to attack, and the demon itself has no physical limitations, therefore, the more time it takes, the more disadvantaged Beasta is. Try that trick. Beasta thought about it and decided to use Dafu to try his newly learned trick. I saw Beasta retreat a lot, and then suddenly launched an impact on the demon. His figure was quickly even invisible to the naked eye. Under Daifuku's gaze, Beasta's trajectory gradually became blurred, leaving only scattered afterimages on her assault route. At this speed, even the demon couldn't make effective judgments. When he saw the figure of Beasta, Beasta's sword had already pierced. When the demon raised the sword to prepare for defense, Beasta disappeared again. The next moment, Beasta appeared behind the demon. Phantom. Cross-cut. The slash formed by the cross of two sword auras caused considerable damage to the demon. The smoke of the demon became a little illusory, which made Daifuku a little dumbfounded. No, I even attacked the demon. Daifuku said in surprise. Hey, know that I'm amazing. Beasta said happily. However, this is not the ultimate goal of Beasta. Fighting the demon is only to attract Daifuku's attention and let him relax his vigilance. After preparing, when Dafu was most relaxed, Beasta looked for an opportunity to give him this trick. Advertisement. Foil Bistar, you successfully angered me. Daifuku also began to get serious, and Beasta had already become threatening to him. The devil is broken. Daifuku controlled the demon again, and Beasta launched an attack. This time the attack was very powerful, and even Beasta felt the crisis from it. Not good. Beasta immediately avoided the demon's murderous cut. The demon's sword energy smashed into the ground from the air, directly cutting the ground apart, forming a huge crack, and even a few pirates who happened to be 963 nearby fell into it. These pirates happened to be members of the anti-pirates, but it didn't matter to Daifuku, but to his disappointment, Beasta escaped the blow. It's so free, suddenly it became so powerful. Beasta rolled on the ground twice because he avoided the devil's slash. He couldn't help but feel lucky. If he was hit in the front by that blow, I'm afraid he would be cut in two on the spot. The power of the demon was indeed not small. But even so, Beasta was still hit by the sword aura, and the clothes on his body were broken a lot. How about it? Know that the demon is amazing, it's not over yet. Daifuku said coldly, while controlling the demon to continue to attack. Huh, let you be proud of it for a while now. Beasta deliberately let himself fall into a passive state, and began to avoid the demon's attack. Beasta no longer actively launches an attack, he intends to use this method to make Daifuku think that he is not capable of launching a counterattack, so he takes it lightly. On the battlefield at this time, the fight between the big pirate groups was already very fierce, while on the other side, Whitebeard and the Ant hadn't done anything yet. Whitebeard and Anti were on the coast far away from the battlefield. Anti faced Whitebeard, full of endless anger. Chapter 304. The battle between the two kings. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whitebeard, I said, it will cost you. The Ant said to Whitebeard. As the price for the destruction of your pirate group. Whitebeard said amusingly, as if joking. The Ant's eyes showed an undisguised killing intent for an instant. Whitebeard, this time, it won't be the same as last time. Don't be too smug, and it may not be possible that anyone will have the last laugh. In that case, it depends on how capable you are. Whitebeard said tit for tat. At the same time, Whitebeard's powerful conqueror's haki bloomed out, and a strong pressure radiated to the surroundings. Facing Whitebeard's conqueror's haki, Ant Tong Yan Industry opened Conqueror's Haki mode. For a 4 Emperors, Conqueror's Haki is a must-have. However, Conqueror's Haki also has strengths and weaknesses among the 4 Emperors. Before the war on the top, the red-haired Conqueror's Haki was the best among the 4 Emperors. However, after Whitebeard reappeared, his physical condition remained at its peak forever. At the same time, due to the tempering of the card system, at this time, Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki is only one step away from evolving to the Emperor's Haki, which is by no means a match for the Ant's Conqueror's Haki. Because, under the confrontation between the two Haki, the Ant quickly fell. She completely withstood the impact of Whitebeard's Haki, but it did not cause any harm to her. Damn, it's Whitebeard, is it stronger than before? The Ant said in surprise. Guhahaha. Linlin, are you scared? Whitebeard laughed. Advertisement. Hearing Whitebeard's provocative words, the Ant could no longer bear the anger in her heart, and her strength swelled rapidly. What a joke. The Ant's body size suddenly expanded a lot, and at the same time a terrifying force broke out. Under this force, the sea on the coast became turbulent. At the same time, the sky also changed, as if the world was afraid of this power. The Ant's eyes have turned red. The angry state is a bit similar to when she had an anorexic attack, but the Ant did not completely lose consciousness. At this time, her strength increased greatly. Whitebeard, go to hell. The Ant punched Whitebeard, and Whitebeard blocked her with a big knife, and a terrible shock erupted from the center of the contact between the two sides. The Ant furiously punched Whitebeard, punching and punching, attacking like a torrential rain. And every time Whitebeard blocks, the ground will vibrate due to a violent collision. I have to say that Admiral is still slightly worse than 4 Emperors, and the Ant is still the old 4 Emperors, which is not the same as Blackbeard. The Ant's pressure on Whitebeard is far greater than Kizaru, which can also be seen from Conqueror's Haki. Becoming a Marine Admiral can be practiced through fruit. As long as you have strong abilities, you will have the qualifications to become a Marine Admiral. But the conditions for becoming 4 Emperors are much more difficult, because if you want to become 4 Emperors, having Conqueror's Haki is almost a prerequisite. And Marine Admiral does not necessarily have Conqueror's Domineering, Conqueror's Haki is born with it. Advertisement. However, a 4 Emperors has the qualifications of a king almost from birth, and so does the Ant. The Ant's strength is by no means summed up by the fruit ability, the Ant's fruit can derive a variety of auxiliary abilities. But even if there is no ant, his strength is still the existence that other pirates look up to. Even Whitebeard will not say that he can easily defeat the ant. At the level of 4 emperors, duel is not so simple anymore, except for Blackbeard of course. Because Blackbeard is somewhat of luck, on the road to becoming the 4 emperors, Blackbeard is opportunistic. But in terms of hard power, Blackbeard is far less than Anti and Kaido, because both of them have passed the precipitation of time. While Whitebeard was fighting with the ant, Governor Kaido of Beast's Pirates, who was far away on the Ghost Island, was about to move. Whitebeard is at war with Anti, which is really good news. In such a big battle, we must take the opportunity to do something. Kaido said. Master Kaido, I think we should attack the Whitebeard pirates at this time. Whitebeard has threatened us. This is a good opportunity to hit him hard. Quinn said. Master Kaido, I think it's best to deal with ants. If you deal with Whitebeard now, you will definitely end up with revenge later. Once the war between Whitebeard and the ant is over, we will be the first to bear the brunt. Jack the Drow said. After listening to Jack, Kaido also shook his head. As one of the 4 emperors with the title of the strongest creature, Kaido is not only powerful, he also has many strategies. No, Whitebeard is the most difficult one to deal with. If you don't do something to fight Whitebeard in this excellent opportunity and watch his strength grow step by step, then you will be completely unable to fight Whitebeard in the future. Quote. With Whitebeard's ambition, I will definitely not be willing to be just a 4 emperor in the future, and sooner or later he will point the front of the army at us. Advertisement. After Kaido's analysis, Jack immediately said, then are we going to deal with Whitebeard? I'm going to gather forces. What? Don't act rashly at this time. Kaido said again. The men were suddenly confused by Kaido's words. He said in a moment that he would do something to deal with Whitebeard, but now he should not act rashly. So whether this is action or not, this makes them a little embarrassed. But Kaido doesn't explain. He has his own plan, and he never discusses it with his subordinates. Whitebeard, Lin, I hope you can lose both. Kaido took the flask and took a sip. Shink Island, an uninhabited island with no power in New World, the environment here is not suitable for survival, but it is extremely suitable for combat. The battle between the 2 Imperial pirate regiments broke out in the center of the island. On the coastline, the battle between Whitebeard and the ant continued. And unlike these battle scenes full of gunpowder smoke, there are 2 figures hiding comfortably on the high mountains on the island. These 2 people were Kid and Kira, who had escaped before. After separating with Capone Beige, the 2 fled all the way to the top of the mountain. This mountain is some distance away from the battlefield of the Whitebeard pirates and the ant pirates, and it is basically not affected. And standing on the top of this mountain, you can overlook the battlefield situation below. Although you can't see it very clearly, the large-scale fierce battlefield still makes people feel very spectacular. Pick. Chapter 305. The Terrible Battle of the 4 Emperors. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's terrible. Is that the battle between the 4 emperors? We have always been a little trouble. Kira looked at the battlefield in the distance and said with some shock. The magnificent and fierce scene also shocked Kid deeply. Even if it is a pirate of hundreds of millions, it will look extraordinarily small in it. I am afraid it is almost the same as an ordinary pirate. Yeah, this is the Emperor of the Sea. When will I reach this point? Kid sighed. We are still far away, and it is the most important thing to save our lives now, Kira said. Yes, as long as I don't die, I will become the new Emperor one day. Kid vowed secretly in his heart. I don't know where Capone Beige has escaped. He deliberately broke up with us. I always think he has any plans. Kira said. In the current situation, Capone Beige is impossible to leave this island, and we are now regarded as traitors of the ant pirates. Once we show up, I am afraid that we will be encircled by the ant pirates immediately. Kid said. For the current situation, Kid is also very clear that their 963 must not be discovered by the ant pirates, and it is impossible for them to leave the island without a ship. As for the capture of ships, it is even more impossible. We can only wait here until the end of the war. However, Kid and Kira are excited about this kind of war that can look down at the 2 imperial pirate groups. At this time, in a certain mountain forest on the island, Capone Beige ran for a long distance with Bree. Seeing that there was no danger, Capone Beige rested on the spot. Capone Beige put Bree down casually, and then rested with his back against the big tree. Bree's mouth was completely gagged, unable to speak. Advertisement. It's so risky, I was almost caught up. Capone Beige said with some gratefulness. When she took Bree away just now, because her shout was too loud, she actually alarmed Kata Curry. At that time, Capone Beige was absolutely thrilling. If Kata Curry catches up, then Capone Beige has no chance of survival at all. Even if he has a whole card, he is not Kata Curry's opponent. Fortunately, Marco held him back at the time, which allowed Capone Beige to escape in time. Miss Bree, don't worry, I won't hurt you, but I need to use you to escape. Capone Beige looked at Bree and said. Bree is the 8th daughter of the ant. She owns Paramesh's mirror fruit, able to create a mirror to reflect any object, and at the same time she can freely shuttle in the mirror world. And Capone Beige had already made a plan, which was to use Bree's ability to escape through the mirror. As for why they had to act separately from Kid, it was because Capone Beige was not sure of being able to control these two people. If Kid and Kira unite to deal with him, then Capone Beige cannot deal with two supernovas at the same time, not to mention Kid alone may not deal with him. In the wide room, a group of pirates were sitting at the table discussing something. The battle between Whitebeard and the ant, I don't know who will win, I really want to see how they fight up close. Yes, that kind of battle scene is probably more interesting than the top war. Don't be stupid. With your strength, you will be bombarded with dregs before you get close. Capone Beige's upper body suddenly appeared upside down from the ceiling of the room. Advertisement. It turned out that this is Capone Beige's body, and his flame chariot pirates are all here. Godfather. The crew shouted immediately. How is the situation, Godfather? Wit asked immediately. Successfully caught Bree. Give me the mirror, and I will be able to cross to Cake Island immediately, and then I will look at the brothers. Capone Beige said. ABFA, great, there is not much power on Cake Island now, and no one should be able to stop us. Wit said happily. Wait, Wit was about to give him the mirror, but Capone Beige suddenly became nervous. Bray, where are you? A faint shout came from a distance, which made Capone Beige's heart beat violently. That was the voice of Kata Curry. Damn it, Marco couldn't stop him. This world is too fast. Capone Beige was a little surprised. She thought that Marco's battle with Kata Curry would last at least for a while. Unexpectedly, Kata Curry caught up so quickly, Capone Beige did not dare to stay, immediately sucked Bree into his body, and then began to continue running. Ming. Bree also heard her brother's voice, but her mouth was gagged, unable to shout out, and she was still locked in Capone Beige's body. After Bree was sent in, Wit and others immediately controlled Bree, but for the ant's children, they did not bully too much. As this the ant's daughter, our hope is on you, Wit said to her. Since Bree has already connected her world in the mirror with Cake Island and the mirrors within the ant's sphere of influence, she can travel through it at will as long as she takes Bree. Advertisement. But for this kind of mirrors that are not connected, then Bree needs to actively use his abilities, otherwise he will not be able to pass through the mirrors. As long as you cooperate with us, we promise you will never hurt you. Wit said, and then let go of Bree's mouth. You betray your mother, you will definitely pay the price. Bree shouted immediately. Hey, before paying the price, you should at least take a risk, don't you, dear Miss Bree? Hurry up and use your abilities to send us into your mirror world. Wit said. Bree looked at Werther with a long tongue, shaking her head constantly, and shouted in her mouth. Don't, I won't help you. So arrogant, just teach her a lesson first. The subordinates said immediately. Hey, the Godfather has given orders. If it is not a last resort, it is best not to hurt her. Well, Bree, if you take us to the mirror world, we will release you immediately, how about it? Wit said. Not good. Bree firmly refused. Damn it, what do you want? If you don't agree, then we will never let you go and keep you here forever. Wit suddenly threatened. Bray. At this time, the voice of Kata Curry outside was getting closer and closer to Capone Beige. It seemed that some clue was found, and Kata Curry was tracking it very fast. Damn it, I can only hide first. Chapter 306. The Love of Ka-er. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Capone Beige decided to hide for the time being, because if he keeps running like this, his speed will be caught up by Katakuri sooner or later. Although Capone and Beige derogated that the form of the tank can have a very fast speed, but in that case, there will be traces of the tank on the ground, and it will be even more impossible to have vitality at that time. So Capone and Bej hid on the spot, hiding behind a big tree, and then stayed quietly, even controlling their breathing. During this period, Capone Bej calmed down to feel the surrounding movement, Kata Curry's footsteps, constantly approaching here. Boule! Boule! Kata Curry's voice was still continuously shouting. Damn it! Where did Capone Bej take Bree? What is his purpose? Kata Curry said anxiously, and at the same time punched the tree beside him, and knocked it down. Suddenly, Kata Curry felt something. His sights and colors made him aware of a slight abnormality here. Kata Curry's face changed suddenly, and he immediately launched an indiscriminate attack around him. Countless glutinous rice fists extended from Kata Curry, knocking down all the surrounding trees. In this case, Capone Bej couldn't hide, and was finally discovered by Kata Curry. Capone Bej! Kata Curry yelled after seeing him, with a strong killing intent in his eyes. Damn it! Capone Bej whispered badly, but since he was discovered, it was impossible to escape, so he had to bite the bullet. Kata Curry, long time no see. Capone Bej said hello. However, Kata Curry stared at Capone Bej, and asked angrily, where is Bree? Advertisement. Capone Bej's cheeks jumped, and his brain started to move quickly. Miss Bree is in my castle. Now she is well taken care of. We didn't hurt her. Capone Bej said. I didn't hurt her. Then why did you take her? And also betrayed her mother. Kata Curry glared. This, Capone Bej couldn't explain, he couldn't tell directly that he wanted to escape. Call Bree out immediately. Kata Curry said unceremoniously, and showed a strong hockey. This pressure made Capone Bej not daring to move at all. Facing a master of this level, he basically died forever. If in this case, surrendering Bree can save his life, then Capone Bej will naturally surrender Bree without hesitation. But the problem is that Capone Bej looks at the look of Kata Curry now, and that angry look, it is completely a feeling of putting him to death. Therefore, even if he handed over Bree, Kata Curry would still act on him, so why not keep Bree hostage? Can't hand it in, absolutely can't hand it in. Capone Bej told himself in his heart that if you handed over Bree, it would be a dead end. Kata Curry, Miss Bree is in my castle, I can ensure her safety, but if I have any damage, then I can't be sure what my subordinates will do to her. Capone Bej said. Using Bree's safety to threaten Kata Curry can make Kata Curry feel jealous and will not rush. Even this will anger Kata Curry even more. Now Capone Bej doesn't care, he doesn't want to take his life here, he still has many things to do. Hearing Capone Bej's obvious threat, Kata Curry was also a little angry, because these words had touched his own bottom line. Advertisement. Kata Curry has always played the role of the big brother in the Ants family, and has always been the longing object of all brothers and sisters, precisely because he spared no effort to protect this big family. Use your sister to threaten yourself, this is the reverse scale of Kata Curry. Capone Bej, you are very courageous. If Bree does any harm, I will let everyone related to you be buried. Not only you and your flame chariot pirates, but also your wife. I heard that you have a son, right? Kata Curry's eyes became abnormally cold. This made Capone Bej's heart tremble. He asked with a sullen face. Kai Feng is your sister. ... People who have betrayed have nothing to do with me. Kata Curry said angrily. If I hand over Bree, can you let me go? Capone Bej tried to negotiate with him. Zero seeking flowers, zero. Do you think you have any qualifications to talk to me now? Kata Curry said coldly. Then you don't plan to let me go, what else do I care about? Anyway, it's a dead end, it's better to take Bree as a backstop. Capone Bej said excitedly. Dare you? Kata Curry glared at him. The two sides were silent for a while, and Kata Curry said again. You release Bree now, I can only arrest you, and I won't move your pirate group. Humph. Capone Bej couldn't help snorting. For his pirates of the flame chariot, he was all. As the captain, they were all caught. Would they do nothing? Advertisement. And when those people come to do it, Kata Curry can take it openly. In this way, the result is still the same. With such a trick, Capone Bej can see through it at a glance. Katakuli, now the two big pirates are fighting. You shouldn't waste time with me here. What you have to do is to return to the battlefield. Without your combat power, you will lose a lot. Capone Bej tried to give Kata from this aspect. Courier puts pressure on it. Indeed, this made Katakuri feel very nervous to a certain extent and made him very anxious. Well, hand over Bree, you can all leave. Katakuri had to take a step back. Hearing this, Capone Beige also breathed a sigh of relief, and then immediately released Bree from his body. The tied Bree immediately appeared in front of Katakuri, and Katakuri released her shackles immediately. Brother! Brother! Bree immediately shouted to Katakuri. It's okay, let's go back. Katakuri said. Brother, why don't you teach them? They betrayed their mother. Bree said immediately. When Katakuri looked over, Capone Beige a little nervously said, Huh, isn't it because Master Katakuri is still talking, I don't bother to care about you. After speaking, Capone Beige turned into a chariot form, retreating on its own. In the end, Katakuri didn't do anything to Capone Beige, he was a man who kept his promises. And Chapter 307. Marco vs. Katakuri. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Bray, you go back first. Katakuri showed Bree out a mirror. Brother, then you have to be careful yourself. Bree said, and then immediately passed through the mirror. Bree came to her own mirror world, and then returned from the mirror world to the ship of the ant pirates. But Katakuri returned the same way, now he has to comply with the battle with Marco. Marco stood there, waiting quietly, and soon he felt the pressure of the strong. Are you here, Katakuri? Marco's fighting heart began to beat. Have been waiting, Marco, you really are still here. Katakuri looked at Marco a little more admiringly. Haha, this is of course, but let's not gossip, I still have very important things to hurry up. 963, you have to preside over the battlefield situation, let's start quickly. Marco said with a smile, and showed confidence in his tone. Katakuri's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said faintly, You are really a little proud, but it's not that easy to deal with me. Of course I know, otherwise I won't deal with you personally. Marco said. After speaking, Marco turned into a state of phoenix and flew into the air first. Do you want to conduct air combat? I can accept it. Katakuri had an indifferent attitude. Advertisement. At the same time, the glutinous rice of Katakuri formed two huge wings behind him, and then Katakuri flew slowly. This surprised Marco. He didn't expect Katakuri to use fruits so skillfully that he could fly with fruits. Katakuri, let you test the results of my cultivation. Marco said. As soon as the voice fell, Marco sent a strong cyan flame fist at Katakuri, and the cyan flame shot out. However, the cyan flame passed directly through Katakuri's body. Obviously, he took advantage of his sight to hide. But as expected for Marco, under the attack of the cyan flame, Marco immediately launched an impact on Katakuri. At the same time as Katakuri shocked, the cyan flame on Marco suddenly became huge, and it was obvious that Marco's flame wings expanded several times in an instant. Under the impact of this volume, any deformation is meaningless, because it is impossible to make all the bodies disappear. Moreover, Marco's shock-covered armament haki, and Katakuri also became solemn and wanted to dodge. However, Marco's gaze was tightly locked on Katakuri, even if he dodged, he still pursued the past. While pursuing, Marco also sent out the indestructible fist from time to time, trying to interfere with Katakuri's actions. However, Katakuri has always been very calm and has not been affected by Marco's attack at all. With the powerful observation haki, Katakuri can prepare to see Marco's trajectory in the next few moments. Therefore, Katakuri can predict Marco's attack every time, so he can avoid him first. Advertisement. After being unable to chase, Marco also had to stop. He couldn't help but sigh. It really is a great observation haki, it's really tricky. Then, let's change me next. Katakuri said lightly. Then I saw Katakuri attacking Marco, although the wings made of glutinous rice were not so flexible. But for short bursts, it is enough, and the speed is also very fast. Katakuri's fists were covered with a layer of armament haki, and he was fighting against Marco in the air. The armed confrontation between the two sides, each collision caused a ripple in the space. The strong momentum caused the surrounding trees to be crushed a lot, and both sides were fists to the flesh, but Marco suffered slightly. After more than 20 rounds of physical combat, Katakuri was not attacked by Marco, but Marco had already withstood 2 attacks from Katakuri. It was an armed attack. Marco was hit twice, which made him a little bit painful. It's not easy. Marco sighed. Katakuri couldn't help seeing that the color was strong, and the armed color was not weak. You are not bad too. With your resilience, it shouldn't have caused you any substantial harm just now. Katakuri stared at Marco's body and said, the cyan flame above quickly repaired Marco's scar 0. This is just the most basic. Marco said. Although Marco has a certain degree of immunity to damage, it is impossible to keep Katakuri attacking, he must act like a way. This guy's knowledge is too strong. You can predict the future, how should I respond? Marco began to think inwardly. Advertisement. To fight an opponent who is stronger than yourself in a certain way, you must learn from the opponent's experience in the battle. Marco thought of what Whitebeard had said. Whitebeard has always emphasized that when fighting a good enemy, you must learn from the other's experience so that you can effectively improve yourself after the battle. The same is true of this battle. Marco decided to use random methods of warfare to disrupt Katakuri's judgment. Of course, in order to fight indiscriminately, Marco was ready to be beaten, and he immediately relaunched an attack on Katakuri. I saw Marco's figure assaulting towards Katakuri like a meteor, but on the way, Marco suddenly changed his body, and then changed again, constantly circling around Katakuri. Katakuri also became puzzled. For such a sudden change, he could not make an accurate judgment about this sudden change. After changing the 5.0 action several times in a row, Marco really started his own attack. Marco's cyan flames danced like a phoenix, violently attacking Katakuri, and there was no rhythm at all. Marco attacked wherever he thought. He took the initiative to abandon his own thinking. Even if he had the best chance, Marco would not attack according to that fixed routine. Katakuli's defense is very tight, but this is not judged by seeing or hearing, but Marco's actions can be judged completely with the naked eye. Moreover, the naked eye is the most direct and effective way of observation. In this case, the two sides fought for dozens of rounds. During the period, Marco was attacked several times by Katakuri, but in the same way, Marco also successfully hit Katakuri. Sure enough, this method is still effective. Chapter 308. The Melee of the Two Imperial Regiments. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marco was very satisfied with his plan, although this level of attack did not hurt much to their level. But this method is obviously very meaningful, at least it proves that Marco's method is effective for weakening the Katakuri observation haki. And even if Marco was attacked, he could hit Katakuri, which would be to his advantage. With Marco's current strength, although his physical strength is not as perverted as Whitebeard, he still doesn't care about attacks of this level. It can even be ignored, but it will cause some pain and it will be repaired soon. However, for Katakuri, things are not that simple, but he hates his ability to be restricted. Facing the situation created by Marco, Katakuri decided to reverse it immediately. In this case, let's try this trick. Katakuri said lightly. Under Marco's gaze 01, Katakuri's body completely turned into a ball of glutinous rice, and then gradually formed a large glutinous rice donut. Marco was a little surprised by this move. Without waiting for Marco's reaction, Katakuri spun quickly, like an impact roller on the ground, and attacked Marco. Marco dodged subconsciously, but in the huge roller of Katakuri, two glutinous rice arms suddenly stretched out, trying to catch Marco. Although this attack was a bit sudden, Marco avoided it without any risk. Advertisement. Good job, you almost got caught. Marco laughed. The reaction is really fast. A pair of eyes suddenly appeared on the glutinous rice donut, looking at Marco and said. Next, Katakuri has been using his fruit ability to try to suppress Marco, but the two sides have always been inextricably difficult to distinguish. Although each other wins and loses, it does not have a big impact on the battle. On the other side of the battlefield, the war between the two large pirate groups has intensified, and the ground is full of traces of destruction, countless screams and screams. The battlefield was full of blood, and enemies were everywhere. Some pirates even got red eyes and couldn't distinguish between enemy and friend, and started an indiscriminate attack. But generally speaking, it is basically those captain-level cadres who are organizing offense and defense, and countless pirate groups divide the battlefield into different battle circles. Ha ha ha, let me melt you all. Irving stood on a soft ground and said to the members of the Whitebeard pirates. I saw Owen punching his hands on the ground, and then activated his own fruit power. A strong heat began to be transmitted from his arms to the ground. Soon, the surrounding ground began to heat up slowly, At first it was like being burned by the sun, and it quickly became like hell's magma. However, to raise the temperature to this point, Irving can only control it within a small range, and cannot spread it to a large extent. It's so hot, it burns me to death. It's totally impossible to pass. The Whitebeard pirate group faces the hot ground, and cannot stand on it at all. Even if they wear thick shoes, they can feel the terrifying heat on the ground. Advertisement. Therefore, they could only retreat and could not attack, and Owen took the opportunity to lead his pirate group forward, while continuing to unleash his fruit power, just like this, constantly forcing each other. So you are here, I finally found you. When Owen continued to transmit heat on the ground, a voice suddenly appeared, and then a figure appeared not far away from him. I saw Tesla standing in front of Owen. Because the battlefield was too big, it took some time for Tesla to find Owen. Captain Tesla, be careful, that guy can make the ground very difficult to burn. The crew behind Tesla reminded. Haha, let me take care of this guy, you go and deal with other people first. Tesla said. Owen was a little surprised to see Tesla's appearance, and he was still standing in front of him, which was even more strange. You guy, aren't you afraid of getting hot? Irving questioned. Even if he hasn't fully output heat, the temperature of the ground is almost 80 or 90 degrees. It is impossible for ordinary people to stand on it. HMPH, I'm surprised, but I'm not going to tell you. Tesla said with a smile. As a new member of the Whitebeard Pirates, naturally no one would know him. Of course, Tesla would not be so stupid as to take the initiative to tell Owen his fruiting ability, although the other party would soon be able to see it. After speaking, Tesla launched an attack on Owen, and he directly punched in the past. Seeing Tesla's attack, Owen couldn't help showing a look of contempt, and at the same time he punched him and struck him with Tesla's fist. The power of both sides burst out immediately, forming a burst of sound in the air. Advertisement. I don't know what I can do. Owen showed a look that he was determined to win. As a person with the ability to heat fruits, he likes to have close contact with the enemy the most. Even if one's own attack is blocked, strong heat can be transmitted through the fruit, and the temperature at that moment is enough to make anyone feel terrified. The hot breath soon passed from Owen's fist, and the terrifying heat poured out. Owen had already begun to smile proudly. No one can be calm at his temperature, and if the opponent reacts slowly, half a second of contact with this heat will increase the damage by tons. Not to mention the severe damage to the skin, it may even make the entire hand abolished. However, after a few seconds passed, Tesla did not move at all. Why are you not doing anything? Owen suddenly wondered. No one should be able to bear this kind of temperature. Tesla gave Owen a faint look, then another fist struck Owen in the face. Owen quickly used his other hand to defend. He blocked Tesla's fist in time with his palm, but a smile appeared on the corner of Tesla's mouth. It's still too slow, Tesla said. When Tesla was speaking, Owen felt that his face was covered with a transparent mist, and his vision suddenly became blurred. Damn it, what's going on? Owen could wipe his eyes with both hands, and at the same time stepped back a lot. It turned out that when Tesla punched, he originally planned to hit Irving, but used his fist to send a quick bubble to cover Irving's eyes. The fist was just a false move. Chapter 309. The Melee of the Four Emperors Team. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When Owen withdrew his arm, Tesla seized this opportunity. At the same time, because Owen's vision was blurred, Tesla gradually pulled out a transparent bubble with both hands. With the infusion of Tesla's fruit power, the bubbles are still slowly expanding. Tesla tried to use the huge bubble film to completely control Irving. As long as Irving was installed in the bubble film, Tesla had other ways to subdue Irving. However, because Owen has a huge body, it takes some time to create such a large bubble. During this period, Owen also gradually restored his clear vision. Damn it, guy, even playing this hand, are you the bubble fruit? Owen was a little dissatisfied with Tesla's sneak attack, and said to him. But as Owen looked at it, he was suddenly taken aback, because in front of Tesla, there was a huge bubble. It's done, Tesla said with satisfaction. When are you? Irving was a little surprised, but Tesla didn't intend to give him time and didn't answer anything. He directly lifted the huge bubble, and then framed it towards Irving. Tesla wanted to frame Irving directly, and Irving had no experience because it was the first time facing the bubble fruit, and in a panic, he didn't know how to defend, just made a two-handed boxing posture. Owen wanted to use his fist to directly smash this bubble, because in his perception, the bubble should be very fragile, and with such a large size, it should be broken at the touch of a touch. However, what Owen didn't expect was that his fists penetrated the moment they touched the bubble when the attack passed. Advertisement. Hee, you are quite cooperative. Tesla laughed. Although his bubbles look similar, they can have different characteristics according to Tesla's specific usage. Penetration, water content, strength, etc. These are all things that Tesla can control and change. Now, if Tesla wants to frame Irving, the bubbles are naturally very penetrating. What? How could this be? However, Irving had no second chance, and Tesla quickly framed his entire body into the bubble. A huge bubble was floating in the air. Owen was in the bubble, but he could move, but he couldn't get out easily. Owen kept attacking with power inside the bubble, trying to destroy the bubble. Don't worry about it in vain. It is impossible to destroy from the inside, it can buffer the power. Tesla said. But despite saying that, Tesla is not sure. After all, he does not intend to completely control Irving with this trick, just delaying time and putting pressure on Irving. Tesla's real backhand is to continuously stack bubbles, superimpose bubbles inside the bubbles, and then transform them into water molecules. Until the water flooded most of Owen's body, then he could slow down his actions, and it would be more difficult to destroy in the water polo. Tesla's thoughts were very clear, and there was no extra action. He immediately produced many small bubbles in the bubbles. While countless bubbles were shattering, a drop of water dripped onto Owen's body, which made him a little alarmed. Water. It's water. Owen became nervous. As a fruit-capable person, he was born with a fear of water. Advertisement. Even if it is not seawater, if most of the body is submerged, fresh water still has a limiting effect on the capable. Damn it, I have to think of a way quickly. Owen was in a panic, and he didn't care about so much. He immediately sent a lot of heat through his whole body. Under Irving's heat, the huge bubble grew slowly and became very unstable. The heat expands and the cold shrinks, Tesla said in surprise, and he immediately stabilized his bubbles. Because of the effect of thermal expansion and contraction, when the huge bubble expanded to a certain extent, it broke directly, and Owen jumped out of it in a thrilling manner. It's so risky, Owen said happily. If too much water is injected, it will be much more difficult for Irving to exert his strength. Owen was surprised. I accidentally followed your way. I was careless, but then it won't be possible. Owen said. Tesla Weiwei felt that it was a pity that the effect of the first attack was the easiest to succeed, and it would be impossible to use this strategy later. There is no way. I want to solve the battle quickly and failed. Tesla was a little helpless. Are you new to the Whitebeard pirates? With such strength, consider coming to our ant pirates. Mom will definitely reuse you. Owen joked, wanting to pull Tesla into his camp. I heard that the ant uses your children as tools. I'm afraid she will be more ruthless to outsiders. Forget it, I'm not interested. Tesla shook his head. Advertisement. That's not the case with Mom. Irving retorted violently, and then attacked Tesla. Irving doesn't have too many fancy moves. His attacks are simple and violent, but every hit contains strong heat. This kind of heat can even melt metal in an instant, but Tesla covered a layer of bubble film on his arms and fists. And Tesla deliberately enhanced the thermal insulation properties of the bubble film to the maximum. In this case, he was completely able to ignore Irving's heat attack. However, because Tesla's physical skills are not very strong, so he played on a par with Irving, and neither side had a point of determining the outcome. And not far from the battle circle between Irving and Tesla, the battle in another area is also very fierce. Hello King Nuo, Jinbei. I didn't expect that you really betrayed your mother and joined the Whitebeard pirates. Fortunately, your mother valued you so much. The Minister of Candy, Perospero said to Jinbei. Perospero, as a member of the Murloc tribe, the old lady naturally has to protect the Fishman Island. If my aunt really values me, then she should protect the Fishman Island. Jinbei said solemnly. Ah, I have said it many times, it was the civil war of the Fishman Island, how can you ask your mother to intervene in the civil war? Perospero said. Humph, Jinbei snorted coldly, if it's just a civil war, the old man can solve it with Hody Jones and Van der Deacon X. But the ant allows the minister to directly rebel. Speaking of this, Jinbei is also out of anger. If it weren't for Whitebeard, then the Fishman Island may have been changed in the hands of the ant. Chapter 310. Jinbei's Perospero. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Jinbei glared at Perospero and said angrily, "My aunt treated my family like this. The old man should withdraw from your pirate group, and it is more reasonable to join the Whitebeard pirate group now." HMPH. Mother never let go of the betrayer. Although Whitebeard is tough, but mother is not without a backhand. Perospero replied indifferently. These words immediately made Jinbei suspicious. What are you talking about? Does the ant have any plans? Ha ha ha. I don't know anything. If you want to know, you can ask mom yourself. Perospero replied. Damn it, is there any trick for the ant? Jinbei was a little worried about this. Indeed, although Jinbei believes that the ant will rise up because of a momentary anger and fight Whitebeard, regardless of the consequences. But so many children and ministers of the ant will always make plans for the ant. These cadres are so confident, it must be because of their plans. What is this plan? Jinbei doesn't know, but he is certain that the other party's plan 963 must have an impact on the Whitebeard pirates, otherwise it won't be like this. Perospero, the old man is not afraid of you, and the old man will not be crushed by you. That is the man closest to God. Jinbei said firmly in his eyes. No matter what plan the other party has, Jinbei intends to trust his father, and now it is useless to think about it for himself. All he can do is to defeat Perospero as soon as possible. You have the courage. I won't wait for my mother to punish you. I will solve you on the battlefield now. Perospero pointed his candy cane at Jinbei. Ha ha ha. Want to kill the old man? Do you think it is easy? The old man can be one of the 7 warlords of the sea, now the 6th captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Jinbei suddenly smiled confidently. Advertisement. On land, how much can you show, Jinbei? Let me check. After speaking, Perospero rushed towards Jinbei. During this period, his candy cane pierced forward and extended countless candy thorns. Huh, Murloc Karate. Facing Perospero's tentative attack, ABFA grunted and directly destroyed his attack from the front, showing no mercy. The strength of the old man is stronger in the sea. Doesn't this mean that the old man is weaker on land and can be bullied by you? Jinbei said straightforwardly. It's really not ashamed. Perospero laughed. But despite that, Jinbei is also aware of his weaknesses. His Murloc Karate, Hua Zhengchen, etc., can exert a powerful force. But in terms of flexibility, there are big flaws, and against opponents like Perospero, pure strength alone is not enough. So Jinbei has already begun to plan secretly. He clearly knows that Perospero has a characteristic, that is, he is easy to be arrogant and talks a lot. There have been several times when Perospero was delayed because of his own words, but now, his character has not changed. Jinbei intends to start with this weakness of Perospero's character, but this also requires a sophisticated layout. Perospero, the old man is really a bit regretful. Jinbei said suddenly. What do you regret? Perospero questioned. He didn't know how Jinbei suddenly said such a thing, a little curious. Advertisement. At 2h at plus. The old man regrets that in this rare 4 Emperors pirate group battle, his opponent is you. Jinbei said. Hearing this, Perospero couldn't help showing a smile. He said triumphantly. How do you regret it? You should deal with my brothers and sisters. I am not an easy role for you to win. No, you misunderstood me. Jinbei explained immediately. Oh, misunderstanding. What do you mean? Perospero asked. I mean, this battle is too unchallenging for me. You think, in such an important battle, dealing with powerful opponents can highlight their value. If my opponent is Katakuri, how lucky then? Jinbei said in a slightly provocative tone. Hearing that, Perospero's expression also slowly changed, gradually showing indifference. What do you mean? Perospero asked gloomily. Hey, how I hope my opponent is Katakuri, but it's you, which really makes me feel sorry. Jinbei said. Damn it guy, you must let you know how good I am. Perospero clenched his fist suddenly, and he felt a strong anger surge in his chest. As Katakuri's elder brother, Perospero also has a very high status in the family, but compared to Katakuri, he is indeed inferior. Regardless of its own strength, or prestige among younger siblings, or leadership ability, Katakuri must be stronger. Advertisement. Although Perospero has a good relationship with Katakuri, and he also agrees with Katakuri. Once he is shown by others and compares him with Katakuri, then he will be very angry. At this time, Pero's Pello directly used his own trick. He used his fruit ability to build 4 candy walls around himself and Jinbei. These candy walls are very tall. 4 candy walls surround him and Jinbei, separating him from the battlefield outside. Oh, it seems that we are not going to let other people come to disturb us. Jinbei looked around. The thickness of these candy walls is quite large, it is not easy to break open. And even if Jinbei can break open, then Pero's Pello will definitely take the opportunity to attack him at this time, and Jinbei is also happy to have these candy walls. Because at least that's the case, then he can fight happily, without letting their battle spread to the surrounding crew. Jinbei, let you see how good I am. Perospero gritted his teeth. I saw that Pero's Pello used his candy power to create a clone that was exactly the same as him, and there were 5 such clones. Would you like to win by quantity? It's also an idea, Jinbei said solemnly. As soon as the voice fell, the 5 avatars of Perospero were besieging Jinbei at the same time, and they were scattered in different directions. Jinbei suddenly took a step back, and then directly grabbed a clone behind him, and the power of his whole body suddenly burst out. Jinbei grabbed the clone and threw it forward violently, bursting out an extremely powerful force. Chapter 312. Conqueror's Haki. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The awakening of Conqueror's Haki represents the aptitude of the king, but in Conqueror's Haki, there are also high and low points. For example, Conqueror's Haki of Katakuri, Doflamingo, Ace, etc. is 1 level weaker than Conqueror's Haki of 4 emperors such as Andy and Whitebeard. And now, Jinbei's Conqueror's Haki is also not so powerful, so Pero's Pello has questions. Haha, did you see it? Jinbei said with a smile. Indeed, this move Jinbei not only used his own Conqueror's Haki, his level of Conqueror's Haki could not achieve this level of effect. This is Jinbei's use of the deep meaning of their Murlocs, the fury of the Murlocs. Compared with humans, Murlocs have a natural strength that is about 10 times that of humans, and Murloc's wrath is to stimulate the body's potential power. The impact of 980. Murloc's fury is powerful, and after cooperating with Conqueror's Haki, it appears very powerful. However, Murloc's fury also has a side effect, that is, it will evaporate part of the water in the Murloc's body. For Jinbei, he cannot use Murloc's fury many times now, unless it is in the sea, which can reduce part of the loss of water. Perospero, the old man has wasted too much time, I will solve you next. Advertisement. After speaking, Jinbei rushed towards Pero's Pello. The period of Murloc fury has not yet ended. In this case, Jinbei's strength and speed have increased. Therefore, taking advantage of this strengthening time period, Jinbei wants to solve Pero's Pello quickly. Jinbei's body looks a little more swollen than usual, and the feeling of full strength can be clearly seen with the naked eye. Not good. Perospero realized that Jinbei was wrong. He immediately used the power of the fruit to create a candy ladder and sent himself into the air. Get me down. Jinbei rushed over and hit a strong impact, directly destroying the candy ladder. The candy ladder underneath was destroyed all at once, and Pero's Pello fell straight down. Facing Jinbei's glaring eyes, Pero's Pello suddenly became nervous. In this case, his fruit power could not be used to its maximum defensive power. In that case, come on. Perospero said immediately. I saw Jinbei hit a heavy fist at Pero's Pello. The fist, which looked like a sandbag, was full of power, and there was a strong wave of friction in the air. And Pero's Pello also made a defensive candy in an instant and stood in front of him. These candies do not have much hardness at this time. On the contrary, Pero's Pello made their defense candies very soft. Moreover, under the strong urge of Pero's Pello, his body was covered with dozens of layers of candy defense panels in an instant. Jinbei punched it, directly denting it, but at the same time, he also felt his strength scattered. Advertisement. This is, Jinbei was a little strange. Then Jinbei discovered that it turned out that these candies were changed by Pero's Pello as if they were cotton. The force hit the cotton, and most of it was cushioned. Relying on the cushion of candy, Pero's Pello didn't suffer any harm, and he retreated in time. Pero's Pello said with some rejoicing, Jinbei, it's really dangerous. I didn't expect your power to become so powerful all of a sudden. HMPH, just dodged it once. You seem to be quite proud. You may not have such good luck next. Jinbei said suddenly. Ha ha ha, that's not necessarily. I know, your state shouldn't last long. Perospero said with a smile, because he saw that Jinbei's physical changes had begun to slowly recover. Moreover, Perospero also saw that Jinbei was slowly gasping, and after the promotion brought by Murloc's wrath slowly disappeared, Jinbei began to feel tired. Jinbei became slightly solemn. He wanted to hide this negative effect, but he was directly seen. Anyway, as long as it can stop you, the old man doesn't pursue too much. Jinbei said. Perospero is a very important existence in the Ant Pirates, not only a representative of strength, but also a leader. Ant is fighting Whitebeard, and Katakuri is fighting Marco, then the main situation controller of the Ant Pirates includes Perospelo Zero. And Jinbei is not worried about the lack of commanders on their side, because they have Wentai besides Whitebeard and Marco. As a regular marine, Wentai has his own understanding of large-scale operations. Therefore, Wentai is basically in command now. At this time, Wentai was at the end of the Whitebeard pirate group, where they established a temporary base camp. Advertisement. Wentai stood on a high place holding a telescope to watch the situation on the battlefield, while San Juan and Whitebeard too stood at the right and left of Wentai. They were responsible for protecting Wentai. Boss Wentai, how is the situation? San Juan asked with interest. Just call me Wentai. I'm younger than you, so don't call me the boss. Wentai said immediately. But you are the commander-in-chief appointed by the old man himself, of course you have to call your boss. San Juan said. Okay. Wentai felt helpless. The current situation is that Beasta is fighting Dafu. Beasta seems to be a little passive. Tesla and Owen are fighting. The fighting between the two sides is not very fierce, and it looks evenly divided. Joe's is fighting Cracker. It seems that it will take some time to resolve. Jinbei is fighting Perospelo. Jinbei temporarily suppressed Perospelo, but it will take time to end. Wentai observed and said. In this case, let me help them. As long as 5.0 lets me go, see if I don't beat them all down. Whitebeard too said suddenly. What are you talking about? Dad asked us to protect Boss Wentai here. If you leave, what if someone comes to attack Boss Wentai? Dad will definitely punish you. San Juan said immediately. Damn it. Hearing that the old man would be punished, Whitebeard too was also a little jealous. He immediately hammered his fist. Although the current situation is relatively stalemate, we still have the advantage on the whole. Victory is only a matter of time. The other pirate groups are also our advantage, so we don't need to support it. Wentai analyzed. But the old man said before that he would let me fight as much as possible in the event of a war. Isn't this a lie? Whitebeard too looked aggrieved. Chapter 313. Smoky. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Daddy didn't lie to you, it's just that it's not time for you to play. Wentai immediately comforted. By the way, Boss Wentai, you haven't talked about Captain Marco and Alorge just now. How are they fighting now? San Juan asked. Marco seems to be chasing Katakuri. I don't know where they are. I'm really worried about it, but in such a short time, they shouldn't have a winner. As Wentai spoke, he picked up the binoculars and watched again. He didn't see the situation of Yaluo just now, and now he looks for it again. Brother Arrow continued to search the battlefield, but he did not find the location of Brother Arrow for a long time, which made him a little anxious. Why didn't I see Brother Yaluo? Did he have an accident? Wentai thought to himself. Although this situation is unlikely, after all, how long has the battle started, and Yarrow is one of the core captains, which is not so easy to deal with. Therefore, the possibility of an accident in Brother Yaluo is still relatively small, but Wentai is a little worried about 01. What action plan the enemy will make, besieging a person, or even sneak attack, etc. are all possible. Just when Wentai was worried, his eyes were suddenly attracted by the two figures on the edge of the battlefield. That is, Brother Arrow. Wentai recognized one of them as Brother Arrow at a glance, and his opponent was Smoky. Advertisement. What's the matter? Why didn't the two of them fight? Wentai had some questions. In Wentai's field of vision, Arrow and Smoky stood opposite each other, but neither of them showed any signs of action, as if they were saying something. This guy must be teasing girls. Wentai suddenly guessed. After all, Brother Aluo is the one who likes to tease girls the most. And the facts are the same as Wentai guessed, that Yaluoj was indeed chatting with this opponent. So your name is Smoky, then how many daughters are you, aunt? Brother Yaluo asked with a smile at the tall woman. Smoky looked a little pretty, although he wasn't that pretty, but for a hungry man like Alor brother, he didn't pick goodbye at all. What's more, Smoky is also relatively strong among the women he met. This makes Arrow appreciate it. The two have fought for dozens of rounds, and Arrow realizes her strength. I'm the 14th daughter of my mother, and one of the 3 stars of desserts. As for you, there should be no captain of yours when you top the war. You are new to join, what's your name? Smoky said. Originally, Smoky didn't want to talk to Arogo, but during the battle, Arogo was like a chattering village woman, constantly talking. And more importantly, the strength displayed by this guy is also very good, at least in the face of Smoky's attack. Therefore, after dozens of rounds of 5-5-5 openings, Smoky's desire to fight is not so strong, so he answered some questions from Alorge. Haha, that's right, I joined Dad after the top war, and now I am Dad's 4th captain, said Yaluoge. Hearing this, Smoky's face also changed slightly. Advertisement. I heard that Whitebeard reorganized his pirate group. Are you just 4th? Smoky asked. Arogo was a little embarrassed. He thought what Smoky meant. It turned out to be disgusting that his status was not high enough. The 4th captain is not ranked 4th in strength. Yaluoge immediately defended himself. But as soon as he said it, Arrow suddenly thought of a problem. That is, although the order of the captains is indeed not Whitebeard's ranking according to their strength. However, if it is really ranked by strength, now with the addition of Jinbei and others, whether he can be ranked 4th is still a question. These words seem to make Aluo brother a little bit slapped, although he is more confident and even arrogant, but if you really want to compare objectively, he feels that his combat experience is far inferior to those of his predecessors. Thinking of this, Brother Yaluo was a little silent for a while, and he thought that this would not work. He must never lose face in front of Smoky. He finally met a powerful girl who couldn't let people look down upon him. Don't look at me like this, do you know how I joined Dad's pirate group? Arrow raised a fascinating question. How did you join? Smoky asked immediately, looking a little interested. Haha, when Daddy Whitebeard reappeared from the top war, there was a wave of waves in New World. At that time, I led my pirate group to assassinate Whitebeard. Brother Arrow opened Shikai talking about his own experience, ready to brag, but when it came to this, Smoggy opened his mouth in surprise. Assassinate Whitebeard? Smoky asked in surprise. How about it? Isn't it great? Arrow said triumphantly. Advertisement. I can't see it, it's stupid enough to be ignorant. Smoky turned over Byakugan suddenly. Assassination of the 4 emperors seemed to Smoky, it was no different from suicide, and ordinary pirates would be eclipsed by the 4 emperors. Not to mention the emperor's mate on his own ship, even compared to Admiral, the 4 emperors have to overwhelm them. Therefore, the assassination of Whitebeard by Brother Yaluo seems to Smoky, it is no different from the 980 killing, but to her surprise, if what Yaluo said is true, then he has not been killed by Whitebeard. This is a bit strange, you know, in the Ant Pirates, if you make a mistake, let alone an outsider, even your own son, daughter, or aunt will not let it go, let alone the assassination. Hearing Smoky's ridicule, Arogo was a little embarrassed, but he did think so. There was no problem with this. Brother Alor felt that he was too lawless at the time. He was completely ignorant and fearless. He even dared to assassinate Whitebeard, and he was so determined, as if he would surely succeed. Even when I think about it now, Brother Yaluo will get goosebumps all over and feel like a fool. Then you assassinated Whitebeard, why didn't he kill you and made you the captain? Smoky asked. Of course this is because the old man admires me very much. He thinks I have great potential, so he wants to train me. Arrow said proudly. How lucky it is to be cultivated by the old man himself. Whenever he thinks about this, Brother Yaluo feels very lucky. It turned out to be so is your current strength the result of Whitebeard's training? Smoky asked. Chapter 314. Smoky's Wrath. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Yes, Dad personally cultivated the abilities of our captains, so you don't have any chance this time, said Arrow. I know. Smoky's eyes suddenly dimmed. Smoky was not very in favor of this declaration of war. It's just because of the authority of the ant. No one dared to resist the ant, so he had to come to the battlefield and fight the Whitebeard pirates to the death and to death. Seeing the look in Smokey's eyes, J. Arrow suddenly felt distressed. He immediately said, "But don't worry, there is no deep hatred between our two pirate groups, not to mention that this time the ant took the initiative to declare war. If you can return to Dad, you will all be fine." Surrender. When he heard that Brother Yaluo made himself surrender, Smoggy became angry. As one of the highest officials under the four emperors and the daughter of the governor, surrendering is not a great shame. Smokey's expression suddenly changed, becoming stern, the long sword in his hand clenched unconsciously, and then suddenly raised his head and stabbed towards Brother Yaluo. "I won't surrender. Don't underestimate people." With Smokey's angry voice, her long sword pierced quickly. Arogo quickly fruited his body into a whirlwind, and Smokey's long sword passed through the whirlwind in this way. Immediately afterwards, Smokey stopped, the power in his hand surged, and the faint light on the long sword flickered. This is, Brother Yaluo suddenly felt something was wrong, something seemed to be passing through his body. Advertisement. Not good. After seeing the smile from the corner of Smokey's mouth, J. Arrow immediately prepared to get out of the way. However, Smokey seems to have predicted Arrow Ge's movements in general, and the long sword in his hand is moving along with Arrow J. When Arogo was moving, the long sword in Smokey's hand still penetrated his body. Although it did not cause substantial damage, it produced an effect. In an emergency, Brother Yaluo immediately sent a shock pressure to Smokey, knocking her back. It turns out that your sword can also release abilities. It's really careless. It turned out that when Smokey's long sword passed through Arrow Ge's body, it turned out to be directly absorbing water from Arrow Ge's body. Because Arrow Ge's body showed a fruitful state, this made Smokey even better. In this short period of time, Arrow J lost a lot of water in his body. The most direct manifestation was that Arrow Ge's body looked a little shrunken and somewhat weak. HMPH, let's see who should surrender now. Smokey said to Arrow J triumphantly. "Hey, you are too cruel to start. If you kill me, won't you be a widow in the future?" Brother Yaluo joked. What did you say?" Smokey's expression turned pale, and it was the first time he was molested. "Ah, I heard that you are still single, and we match in our game," Brother Yaluo said with a smile. Hearing this, Smokey glanced at Brother Yaluo lightly, and then said, "Match. Do you know how old your sister is? My age is indeed younger than you, but it's not much worse, and this is not a problem. We are also very suitable in terms of identity," Brother Yaluo said immediately. Advertisement. These words can't help but shake Smokey, because she has been waiting for a husband-in-law who can be worthy of her for so many years. And at first glance, Allure J is indeed quite good, the core captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard personally trained him, and the fruit also has potential. But Smokey soon realized that her thoughts were a bit ridiculous. She shook her head and said to herself in her heart, "What are you thinking about? That guy is your enemy. What's wrong? Do you have any scruples?" Seeing Smokey shook his head, Brother Yaluo asked if she thought she had rejected it directly. HMPH, the person I want to marry is at least stronger than me, but not just an ordinary person, Smokey said in a cold voice. "This is easy, then I'll defeat you right away," Brother Yaluo said happily. Smokey didn't fight with anger. Brother Yaluo's words clearly despised her, as if he could beat her at any time. Brother Arrow said weakly. "Don't forget my method just now. If all the water in the body is absorbed, then you will die," Smokey said. "Indeed, it's a little troublesome," Arrow J said. Then his body turned into an invisible wind, beating in the air. Because the air is humid, Allure J, who turned into a wind, quickly recovered his own moisture content, which made Smokey a little surprised. "Can you beat me? It's ridiculous." Smoggy suddenly showed hostile eyes. I saw that Arrow Ge's figure suddenly turned into a whirlwind top, rushing towards Smokey. Facing the impact of Brother Arrow, Smokey didn't dodge the slightest, he even took the initiative to greet him and confronted Arrow from the front. Advertisement. The long sword drew a silver trace from the air, resisting the impact of the whirlwind of Arrow J, and at the same time wanted to absorb the water in his body. But this time, Brother Allure was smarter. Although it was Logia, he would never let Smokey pierce his body again. Arrow J used the wind pressure to block Smokey's attack, and at the same time set off a strong gale. Allure J takes itself as the center, spreading out a huge tornado with a diameter of 10 meters, and showing a strong attraction. But because he didn't have two people on the edge of the battlefield, there were no pirates fighting around. However, there were a lot of sand and rocks around him that were sucked into the tornado. Brother Arrow deliberately opened this tornado with a huge range while Smokey attacked him, no money. It was because J. Arrow didn't want to give Smokey any chance. He planned to use this powerful move to defeat her at once, using the simplest and most violent method. Facing this violent tornado, and I was already inside the tornado, even in the center. Smokey had no way to resist, she was directly caught in the air, and she couldn't move. In this situation, Smokey was also a little nervous, and under this intense internal wind pressure, her breathing became much faster. How about it, so let me win you? Yaluo brother said with a smile. HMPH, don't be too early, I haven't lost yet. Smokey fainted angrily. Then Smokey started to use his fruit power, even though it was in the strong tornado, but Smokey was not in danger for the time being. Chapter 315. Smokey loses. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although Smokey couldn't move easily, she could use the fruit ability. I saw Smokey straighten her body, and then began to rotate automatically. It's just that this kind of rotation looks a little weird, because she is divided into two kinds of rotations, the upper body is to the left and the lower body is to the right. Smokey twisted his body from two directions, as if twisting a towel, temporarily squeezing out the body fluids of his body. Soon, Smokey was dry and flat like a piece of cloth, rotating with the wind wall of the tornado, like paper being drawn into a drum washing machine. Seeing Smokey like this, Brother Arrow was frightened at once. He thought that Smokey was injured and became like this, so he quickly stopped the tornado. Smokey drifted down gradually, and Yaluo immediately asked concerned, Smokey, are you okay? However, under the gaze of Arrow J, in his caring tone, Smokey suddenly recovered to the original state, and then launched a surprise attack on Arrow J. Smokey's long sword penetrated Arrow J's body again, and this time, Arrow J did not have time to become elemental. HMPH, you are careless. Smokey said triumphantly, and at the same time he drew 980 back his long sword, but saw a trace of bloodline from above. Smokey was a little surprised, she didn't expect to actually hurt Arrow J. Her eyes quickly looked over, only to see Arrow J covered her abdomen and squatted down. Why, you, Smokey was shocked, the long sword in his hand was also released, and the long sword fell to the ground with a loud sound. Advertisement. It seems that you are really better. Brother Yaluo shook his head and said. You, why don't you elementize it? Smokey shouted. Your sword is too fast, it was me who lost slightly. Arrow J replied. No, no. Smokey shook her head. She knew in her heart that Brother Arrow really cared about herself just now, that's why she revealed such an obvious flaw. What a fool. Smokey scolded bitterly. Hey, why do you keep saying that I'm stupid? Maybe it's true. Brother Yaluo sighed. However, this sword wound was not fatal to Arrow J, but it was the first time that Arrow J was injured and bleeds, so he sighed a little. Smokey, look over there. Brother Yaluo said to Smokey. Smokey looked in the direction he was pointing, and saw that the battlefield there was getting more and more fierce, except that the situation was that the Whitebeard pirates had the upper hand. What do you want to say? Smokey was a little unhappy. The ant is not the opponent of the old man, if you really want to keep fighting, it will only cause more casualties, including your family, and my brother, said Brother Yaluo. Smokey was moved abruptly. She understood what Yaluo meant, and it was nothing more than letting her surrender in accordance with the situation in front of her. However, this is easy to say, but it is not so easy to do. The ant pirate group is more than other, almost all composed of the ant's direct children. This kind of blood relationship team is more closely connected than the Whitebeard pirate group. Of course, blood closeness does not necessarily mean a deep bond, but at this point, the ant pirates are special. Surrendering to the Whitebeard pirates is not just a matter of morality, but also a crime of betraying the mother. Advertisement. Moreover, as a strong man, he has the dignity of a strong man. As one of the highest cadres of the ant pirate group, if he surrenders easily, it will be a heavy blow to the entire ant pirate group. Impossible, even if we really lose, I will fight with all my brothers and sisters to the end. Smokey said firmly. J. Arrow shook his head deeply, but he was very sorry that he failed to persuade Smokey to surrender. This meant that they had to bring down one person in their battle. Arts. Brother Yarrow, You are a good opponent. My ABFA attack was not glorious just now, so let's wait for your injury to heal before continuing to fight. Smokey said. Okay. Eroge nodded. At this time, somewhere far away from the battlefield, Capone Beige began to look for Kid and others. Damn it! Let Kata Curry snatch Bree back, and it fell short. Capone Beige in the form of a chariot was driving on the road, feeling a little sad. After all, Bree had already successfully obtained it before, and it seemed that he had escaped the pursuing range, but the final result was still the same. Originally wanted to dominate Bree and then sneak into Auntie's Cake Island, but now that the plan has been ruined, then we can only look for Kid and others to continue the previous alliance. And such an obvious moving target was quickly noticed by Kid and others on the top of the mountain. As that Capone Beige. It was Kid who discovered Capone Beige first. Yes, it's him. Didn't he split up? I didn't expect him to come here too. Kira said. Looking at the battle over there, it has almost expanded to half of the island, and he can only come here. Kid said. Advertisement. Then, under the initiative of Kid and others, Capone Beige immediately went to meet them. Capone Beige, when I separated before, I thought you could escape. Is there anything you can do in this situation? Kid laughed when he saw Capone Beige's first sentence. Don't say this, now we are all on the same boat. Capone Beige said lightly. Hey, now I can only wait for the battle to end. Kira said. Are you planning to wait here all the time? The battle between the two Imperial pirate groups, and the situation outside the battlefield is changing rapidly, don't you want to do anything? Capone Beige asked. What do you mean? Kid frowned slightly. We should be the ones to do something big, why don't we unite and take the ante and get out of here? Capone Beige said. Capture the ship. Kid and Kira looked at each other, both of them were a little surprised. This is too dangerous. Although they are fighting, it does not mean that they have no rear troops. Kira said immediately. However, Kira is cautious, but Kid is also willing to take risks. I think we should give it a try. We are here to wait until the war is over. We can't do anything. It is a big loss for us. Kid agreed. Are you really sure? Stabbing a knife in the back at this time, if it fails, I don't need to say the result. Kira still objected. Mr. Kira, this is an age of adventure. You can only take risks to get the benefits you want, otherwise you will get nothing. Capone Beige said. Chapter 316. Whitebeard vs. Auntie. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Okay, let's do it. After Capone and Beige's persuasion, Kira finally agreed to the plan and decided to take the ants' ship together. You hide in my body first, and you will come out when I give a signal. Capone Beige said. So, Kid and Kira immediately entered the castle of Capone Beige, and then Capone Beige began to set off. At this time, on the coast of the island, the battle between Whitebeard and the ant was happening fiercely. The two had gone through dozens of rounds of physical combat, and the ant's physical strength was also extremely tough. Therefore, although Whitebeard has been suppressing the ant, the damage caused to it is not serious. Damn Whitebeard, it's really hard to deal with, the ant said angrily. Lin, I advise you to surrender, so as to prevent your pirate regiment from being annihilated. Whitebeard said to her. This undoubtedly hit the ant's heart again, and she immediately replied angrily. Shut up, Whitebeard, don't think that my pirate group is easy to deal with, I'm afraid you will lose a lot of people. There will definitely be casualties in the war, but I believe that the pirates on our side will reduce the loss to a minimum, and you may be wiped out. Whitebeard said. HMPH, so what? I want our army to be wiped out, do you think you don't need to pay the price? I am the same, if you want to defeat me, I will take a layer of skin on you before then. The ant became extremely irritable. Advertisement. But irritability is irritable, but the ant's consciousness is still sober, and the ant is now beginning to change her fighting strategy. The ant has known that Whitebeard's shock fruit is powerful. Since this is the fruit of Paramesha, the biggest weakness lies in the body. Therefore, the ant had been fighting Whitebeard in physique battles, and wanted to suppress Whitebeard through this melee combat method. She thought it belonged to Whitebeard's weakness. But now after the battle, the ant found herself wrong. Although Whitebeard's fruit is Paramesha, his body is no longer his fault, and his physical strength has reached an extremely terrifying point. Whitebeard was able to resist the ant's full armament hockey punch, which made her think of another terrifying existence, that is Kaido. The ant glared at Whitebeard, and then casually pulled, grabbing the fireball that had gathered around her in the air. This is the most advanced homets made by the ant with her own soul. It's called Prometheus, and it's usually a ball of fire. After the ant grabbed it and injected her strength, the fireball instantly expanded, and the temperature displayed on the outside rose sharply. Heaven is on fire. With the ant's roar, the fireball gathered a large flame beam in the sky, and then shrouded in the direction of Whitebeard. In the midair of Whitebeard, there was already a fire, but in the face of this intense flame attack, Whitebeard did not have any fluctuations. Whitebeard began to wield his own big knife, but surprisingly, he was not used to defend, but attacked the ant. Whitebeard concentrated armament hockey on the big knife, and then horizontally everything, a huge cut out of the air, hitting the ant's direction. Boom. Advertisement. When Whitebeard completed this attack, the flame beam from the sky hit the ground where Whitebeard was located, destroying all the surrounding flying sand and rocks. And the terrifying temperature contained in the beam of light can be felt in a distorted space even a few meters away. The ant was also slashed by Whitebeard. She suffered the slash from the front of her body, but she did not leave any traces. Zeus. The ant didn't care about the harm she suffered, and then called. Mom here. Layun immediately flew over. It was also the senior homets of the ant. The ant grabbed the thundercloud and immediately poured her power into it. The thundercloud suddenly became gloomy, and the sky became clouded. Then, a strong thunder pillar erupted from the thundercloud and penetrated to the place where Whitebeard was, and that place was already surrounded by a large amount of flames. For a while, the flames became thunderous, and the ant wanted to use the thundercloud and flames to double strike Whitebeard in an attempt to cause some damage. The thick smoke caused by the flame covered the surroundings, making the ant see nothing, but she didn't think that this method would be able to deal with Whitebeard, because she herself could bear the move she had just now, let alone Whitebeard. Zero seeking flowers, zero. Therefore, the ant did not relax at all. In the battle between the four emperors and the four emperors, it is generally impossible to use the outbreak to take the opponent away. Generally, it is a war of attrition. It depends on who can't hold on first. Whitebeard, come out quickly. The ant called. Goo ha ha ha. Within the thick flames of smoke, there was a Whitebeard's characteristic laugh, and his figure gradually emerged from the smoke, becoming clearer. Advertisement. Lin, these things you created are really fun. If you don't mind, I hope I can take them away after defeating you. Whitebeard said. Point 0. HMPH, you think so beautifully. These are my exclusive homets, they are impossible to betray me. The ant said immediately. Oh, isn't it? That would be a shame. Whitebeard shook his head. If you can't get it, then destroy it. Whitebeard's power suddenly exploded, and even his voice was full of shocking power. It vibrated slightly and a lot in the air. Ordinary people might not be able to accept this kind of sound waves and directly stunned by the impact. But the ant didn't respond, but her face became serious. She knew that Whitebeard might have to increase her strength to attack. Whitebeard's body is full of shocking force. A slight movement of his body may cause an earthquake or something, and the surrounding space has inevitably fluctuated. Whitebeard punched out, the space shattered, and then a shock wave flew quickly in the direction of homets. The ant stared slightly, and then stood in front of homets, resisting Whitebeard's attacks, and then, Whitebeard's attacks one after another. Although Whitebeard's attack speed is not fast, it always maintains a frequency so that the ant does not have any breathing opportunities. This keeps the ant on defense, so Whitebeard has time to arrange a barrier that covers this area. Soon, a square enchantment composed of the power of shaking was completed, covering him, his ant and others. And Chapter 317. The Terrible Battle of Four Emperors. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The scope of this enchantment is quite large, at least there is ample space for activities in it, and Whitebeard's original intention is not to use this space to restrain the ant. Whitebeard uses this space to restrict homets' flight. In this space, at least for a short time, it is impossible for homets to fly to very high places. This is. The ant suddenly noticed this enchantment. I want to use this to trap me, Whitebeard, you are too underestimating me. The ant said immediately after she figured out that the barrier was made by Whitebeard. Then the ant was ready to destroy this barrier. She walked over, ready to use her fist to destroy it violently. On the other side, Whitebeard used the shocking force again. This time, Whitebeard's goal was the sea. Because it was on the coast, it was very close to the sea. After Whitebeard raised his hand to move 980 inches, the distant sea suddenly became choppy. This huge movement immediately attracted the ant's attention, and then, under the ant's surprised gaze, Whitebeard created a huge wave more than 10 meters high, surging towards the shore. The waves attack. I'm not afraid, the ant said lightly, but she suddenly remembered something after she finished speaking. She was not afraid of it, but Prometheus was a ball of fire and was afraid of the sea. The Whitebeard of Damn it turned out to be doing this abacus. The ant understood Whitebeard's intentions. He was going to attack his own hominins. After understanding Whitebeard's intention, the ant also stopped destroying the barrier, and then began to create big waves. Zeus! Prometheus! Shouted the ant. Zeus and Prometheus randomly understood what the ant meant, and then began to create a storm in midair. Advertisement. The strong and cold wind was blowing in the air, and the sky was raining violently, and the ant then made a huge wave on her side. That's it. Whitebeard's eyes were slightly surprised. In the huge waves created by the ant, there was an anthropomorphic face. It turned out that the ant did not use her own power to create the waves, but the sea hominins created by ordering her men to spread the soul before. Under the urging of the ant, a huge wave larger than Whitebeard's was formed on the sea, 20 meters taller. Under the violent storm and the gloomy sky, two huge waves oppose each other on the sea. Originally, Whitebeard used the seawater to hit the ant's Prometheus, but now the ant's huge waves will obviously offset or even swallow the Whitebeard's huge waves. A huge wave of more than 10 meters is definitely not able to resist a huge wave of 20 meters, so Whitebeard continued to use his shock power. Hominins, who has an ant in the sea, obviously has the advantage of the ant, but under the powerful shock of Whitebeard, the huge waves soon began to superimpose. Soon, the huge wave of Whitebeard was superimposed from a height of 10 meters to 20 meters, and all this was seen by the ant. Seeing Whitebeard like this, the ant obviously wouldn't do nothing, but she also started to increase her strength and convene bigger waves. So, Whitebeard and Anti started their rally. The huge waves created by the two were 20 meters, then 21 meters, and 22 meters. The huge waves on both sides continued to grow, and soon formed a height of 30 meters, a huge wave of 30 meters. If they hit the island together, it might be submerged in an instant. However, at this time, no one thought of the impact of the direction of the past island, because this was a suicide move that would cause countless deaths to the pirate groups on both sides. Advertisement. Whitebeard and the ant stared at each other. Both of them had stopped their movements. If they used their power, they could continue to increase the huge waves. Whitebeard. Lin. The two sides urged huge waves to collide with each other, and the two huge waves erupted into a violent impact on the sea. The shocks brought about by the collision of huge waves quickly spread to the island, and even under this impact, the island has begun to be moved a lot. What's the matter? Is there an earthquake? Quickly, stop first and protect yourself. For a while, the fighting on the island stopped one after another, because the ground under his feet was constantly shaking. This kind of movement that seemed to be splitting apart made everyone panic. They thought it was a huge earthquake. However, Wentai from the Whitebeard Pirates group immediately began to command, ordering everyone to retreat immediately. The battle with the Ant Pirates was temporarily stopped, and then separated. San Juan, you protect everyone. Wentai said to San Juan, because he is huge and can provide a good refuge for everyone. After all, so many boulders falling from high places can cause some damage, and San Juan immediately replied, no problem, it's up to me. So San Juan began to squat down, formed a circle on the ground with his arms, and left an entrance. Advertisement. Everyone, hide here. Wentai shouted. The people on the Whitebeard pirate group retreated one after another and began to gather in San Juan's armed circle. During the period, not many people were injured. But on the other hand, the anti-pirates was in a lot of confusion, because they didn't have a person who could give orders. Kata Kuri was not on the battlefield, and Perospella was being restrained by Jinbei. Although Perospella ordered everyone to retreat at the first time, only the people around could hear him. More pirates ran frantically on the boat, but because of the movement of the island, they were getting farther and farther away from the pirate group. Moreover, in the anti-pirates group, because a large number of people came to the edge, coupled with the vibration, the ground on the edge began to shatter, and some people fell into the sea. This caused people's panic in 5.0. At this time, The battle between Katakuri and Marco stopped, and they began to go to the battlefield unanimously. Is it an earthquake? Or was it caused by the fight between the old man and the ant? Marco was thinking while flying on the road, but such a big shock was enough to affect everyone on the island. Marco now only hopes that everyone is not injured, and Katakuri also remembers his brothers and sisters, and also saved many people on his side on the way. Katakuri quickly came to the place where the crowd gathered, and then created a huge glutinous rice roof to protect everyone and resist the threat from above. Everyone is okay? Katakuri asked. It's okay. It looks like it should be caused by my mother's fight with Whitebeard. Perospero said. Chapter 318. Kaji's Determination. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Perospero took binoculars to observe the battle between Whitebeard and the ant, and understood that the vibration of the island was due to the impact of their huge waves. Let me see. Katakuri also took a look at the binoculars, and the overwhelming gigantic scene shocked him greatly. The power displayed by Whitebeard and Auntie is stronger than any power Katakuri has seen in the past. Is this the battle between the four emperors? I hope my mother can deal with Whitebeard. Katakuri said. Hurry up and take an inventory and see who are missing. Are they all back? Perospero said. So, the ant pirates group began to count the number of people. In the end, they found that many of the captains of the ant pirates group had died, but the main cadres were still there. Except for some cadres who were injured, no deaths occurred. However, they soon discovered that one of the cadres was missing. Well, Smokey is not here. Is something wrong? Perospero said nervously. Don't worry, O1. It may be blocked by the enemy. I will go out and have a look. You guys be careful. Katakuri said. After speaking, Katakuri rushed out, and Perospero began to contact the people on the boat and approach the boat. On the other side, Capone, Bej, Kid and others encountered this strong shock after going down the mountain, and they immediately found a place to avoid it. What's going on? This island won't be divided. Because the vibration was too strong, Kid couldn't help but worry a little. Advertisement. As a fruit-powered person, if they fall into the sea, almost no one can save them now, and the chance of surviving is too small. Don't say bad things. How can we die here? Capone Bej immediately glared at Kid. Could it be the shock caused by Whitebeard's fight with Auntie? Kira guessed. Well, the energy of the four emperors should not be underestimated, but I hope this power will not continue to destroy the island. Capone Bej said. This terrifying power is really shocking, not to mention the distance between Capone, Bej and others. Under the power of this kind of terror, anyone in terror will protect themselves as soon as possible, but Kid made a suggestion. They must be very confused at this time. Let's take advantage of this time to seize their ships. Kid said. Faced with this suggestion, Kira immediately objected, and Capone Bej, who had always been daring, was silent for a while and also expressed his disapproval. Isn't it an opportunity at this time? Kid was puzzled by Capone Bej's attitude. The chaos is certain, but they will definitely retreat during the chaos. If I guess right, they must have gathered on their boat. Capone Bej said. In this kind of situation where the island is about to collapse, most people will find a way to escape, and the only option for escape is to get on a boat. Capone Bej is an adventurous person, but he is full of strategy. He would not do something that seems to have no chance at all. Then, what shall we do now? Kira admired Capone Bej more and more. Now, I can't do anything. I can only take one step and look one step at a time. No one knows what the situation will become afterwards. Capone Bej said helplessly. Advertisement. Even if he had any strategy, he still seemed very small under this level of power. If the ant and Whitebeard continue to explode with the power just now, then the destruction of the island will happen sooner or later. At that time, no amount of strategy would be able to save them. After all, there was still no strength to support them. Now, let's go to the Whitebeard pirates. Kid said suddenly. Now, is it too dangerous? Will they believe us? Kira was a little questioned. After all, the two sides had been fighting fiercely just now, and this time must be full of sequelae of the battle. The so-called sequelae of the battle means that people or events from any opposing group will not be easily believed for a period of time after the battle is over. Hearing this, Capone Bej frowned slightly, because looking like this, Kid and Kira seemed to want to join the Whitebeard pirates. This is a bit detrimental to Capone Bej, because if he didn't join the Whitebeard pirates, wouldn't he be useless? Capone. Bej still wants to do some big things, and hopes to win over Kid and others. Well, anyway, there is no other way now. Capone. Bej said. The reason Capone Bej agreed is also because there is no other way. If there is a crisis of island destruction, then they have no hope. Therefore, if you can take refuge in the Whitebeard pirates, you can still survive. Secondly, even if the island is not destroyed, Kid and Kira both want to join the Whitebeard pirates. If he is alone, he will be alone and will soon be retaliated by the ant pirates. Capone and Bej didn't intend to persuade them, because if they refused, even if they agreed later, it would make them wary. So after considering all things considered, Capone. Bej directly agreed to join them to join the Whitebeard pirates. Advertisement. In order to save time, they immediately started to act. Kid and Kira continued to stay in Capone, Bej's castle. And 980 Capone. Bej transformed into a chariot form, driving fast on the road. In the base camp of the Whitebeard pirate group, in the stronghold surrounded by San Juan's arm, Wentai is counting the number of captains. Worse, some of the captains are not there, as well as Marco and Arrow. Wentai said anxiously. Those captains should have been killed. Beasta said with some regret, because he also paid a little attention to the situation during the battle. You don't need to be discouraged, the ants' casualties are several times ours. Jinbei encouraged everyone. Marco and Allure brother don't know what's going on, I'll go out and check it out. Joe said, his defense is the strongest, and he doesn't worry about getting injured. And after he finished speaking, Marco's figure flew in from outside. So you are all here, are you okay? Marco asked immediately after flying in. Marco, you are back, we are all worried about you. Wentai said. Everyone is okay, but Arrow Brothers doesn't know the situation yet. Tesla said. That's weird. I didn't find anyone else on the battlefield along the way. Where would he go? Marco surprised. At least he will send a signal if he is caught, Wentai said. Chapter 319. Amour. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I'll go out and look for it. After speaking, Marco flew out immediately, patrolling all the way in midair. At this time, in a remote place, Arogo was protecting Smokey. I saw that Arrow J turned into a huge tornado, leaving a lot of space in the hollow part to protect Smokey in it. Before, when the shock just happened, J Arrow used this way to protect Smokey, so that she was not threatened by falling rocks around her. When the shock gradually weakened, until it disappeared, Arrow J also stopped his protection, and he immediately returned to the original state. How is it? All right, Brother Yaluo asked. However, in the face of Brother Yaluo's concern, Smokey fell silent. She lowered her head and did not reply. Brother Yaluo thought she was injured, and immediately went forward and took her arm. Is it scratched? Asked Yaluo J. No, I'm fine. Smokey took a step back immediately and said. That's good. Brother Yaluo nodded. Smokey's expression suddenly changed. She raised her head and looked directly at Brother Yaluo, her voice raised a lot. Why? Why are you doing this? Advertisement. Brother Arrow was startled, because he saw that Smokey's eyes were a little ruddy, and he was a little at a loss. What do you mean? Asked Yaluo J. Aren't we enemies? Why protect me? Smokey asked. The Whitebeard pirate group and the Ant pirate group are enemies, but the two of us are not. Arogoth said in silence for a while. Smokey kept shaking his head. What's the difference? We all belong to our respective camps. This is impossible to change. You and I can only be enemies. Brother Yaluo frowned slightly, and he immediately retorted. No, I think this can be changed. Although you are the ant's children, you should also have your own freedom and should not be bound by her. Do you have to join her pirate group as the ant's children? You may not have the right to choose since you were born, but now, at least you can choose again. Allure J tried to persuade Smokey, because he felt that the ant was really not a competent mother, let alone a competent governor of 4 emperors. What you think is too simple. Smokey still shook his head, but his tone was much softer. Brother Arrow felt that his words had some influence on Smokey, so he continued. In our Whitebeard pirates, even as the captain, you will not have too much burden. Although the old man has nothing to do with us. Blood relationship, but he really thinks of us as his sons. You can pursue the freedom you have never enjoyed before, and you don't want to be as frightened as you were when you were under the ant. Smokey also slowly listened to what Yaluo had said, and she began to think and consider, but the most important factor in the process was her expectation of Yaluo. At least, none of her biological brothers and sisters have cared about her as much as Luo Zhe, and their children are all united because of the relationship of the ant. Advertisement. But that kind of unity is not a real fetter, but a very mechanical bond, which is different from the kind of inner concern that Yaroge initiated. What you said is what you think. I can't believe it. Smokey said. Can't believe it. Allure brother felt that he was getting closer and closer to persuading Smokey. Then how can you believe it? If you want, I can take you back to the Whitebeard pirates, and let you experience our atmosphere. Brother Yaluo said immediately. Smokey still refused to believe in Brother Allure, but she asked a little concerned, why are you so persistent to persuade me? Brother Arrow slowly walked up, and then hugged Smokey. At that moment, Smokey was shocked. Then when he was about to resist, Brother Arrow spit out a word. Because I like you. What are you talking about? Smokey was completely stunned, and there was no resistance. I like you. I don't want to be an enemy with you, I want to protect you. Brother Yaluo continued to say in Smokey's ear. These words immediately shocked Smokey's body. For so many years, no man had ever approached her actively. Therefore, although as one of the 3 cadres of the ant pirate group, although he has a lot of power, he is very lonely in his heart. Brother Yaluo, Smokey's hands also began to embrace Brother Arrow unconsciously. At this time, a figure quickly appeared in the sky, and he flew down immediately after seeing Arrow Jay and Smokey. Brother Arrow, it turns out that you are here, and finally found you. Marco flew down and said to Brother Arrow. The sudden appearance of Marco immediately shocked both of them, and they let go of each other one after another. Advertisement. Marco, why are you here? Brother Arrow asked nervously. Didn't there have been severe shocks before? Everyone has completely evacuated. You didn't go back, so everyone was worried. Marco said. While Marco was talking, he looked at Smokey, one of the 3 desert stars. Marco naturally knew him. It's just that Marco is very strange. How can a senior cadre such as the Ant Pirate Group hug Roger, and they seem to have a good relationship? This kind of thing is basically a personal relationship between men and women, so Marco is inconvenient to ask more, just a little curious. But there is one thing Marco can at least confirm, that is, Smokey doesn't seem to be hostile to him, and can be regarded as not an enemy. It turned out to be like this. I'm fine, I'm fine. Brother Arrow said immediately, feeling a little perfunctory, as if he wanted Marco to leave immediately. However, Marco obviously can't just leave like this, no iron money, because this can no longer be regarded as ROGE's personal business. He is now the core captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and every move is related to the Whitebeard Pirates. So Marco, as a team leader, naturally still has to figure out what is going on. Brother Arrow, who is she? What is your situation now? Marco asked. Although he knows the identity of Smokey, he still has to let Arrow himself make it clear. Ah, she is. Brother Yaluo couldn't help but start to hesitate. Although Arogo vowed to make Smokey join the Whitebeard Pirates, he said that the atmosphere of the Whitebeard Pirates is very good. But when it comes to explaining to his team, Brother Allure himself has no confidence. After all, he feels that this method is not glorious enough. Marco was suddenly a little puzzled when he saw Arrow's hesitation. Chapter 320. Get away from the ant. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. But at this moment, it was Smokey who stood up by herself. She came out and said, I am Smokey, one of the 3 desert stars of the Ant Pirates. So, you should be the enemy. Marco nodded, then asked. This, Smokey didn't know how to answer at this time, but she understood one thing, that is, she would not continue to follow the Ant Pirates. After Allure Brothers' understanding of reason and emotion, Smokey decided to pursue her freedom. She would oppose the Ant's actions, and she did not want to continue to be the Ant's dependency. I have left the Ant Pirate Group now. Smokey said firmly. Brother Yaluo was shocked when he heard the words. He didn't expect that Smokey, who was still hesitating just now, would directly announce that he had left the Ant Pirates, and seemed to have made up his mind. It's great, Smokey. Brother Arrow was very happy. Marco, did you hear that? She left the Ants Pirates and wants to join us, the Whitebeard Pirates. Arogo said to Marco. However, as soon as the voice fell, Smokey immediately retorted 980. No, I didn't say that I would join the Whitebeard pirates, at least not now. Huh. Brother Yaluo was confused. I understand, so you are not our enemy, but you are not our companion. Then if we fight with the ant pirates, will you not help Lu Liang? Marco asked. At this point, Smokey didn't answer for a long time, because she didn't know whether she could be indifferent and do nothing when she saw her brothers and sisters being hurt. Okay. I see. In that case, you will stay in our Whitebeard pirates before the end of the war. You can be free afterwards. Advertisement. Marco also understood the entanglement of Smokey. After all, he had to turn a blind eye to the damage suffered by his pirate group. This was too ruthless, so Marco gave her such a suggestion. Brother Yaluo looked at Smokey, looking forward to her answer, and Smokey agreed after thinking for a while. Allure brother was ecstatic, and Marco was also very happy, which means that the ant pirate group has one less rival, and ABFA seems to belong to the Whitebeard pirate group sooner or later. So Marco was naturally very happy. He immediately said to Arrow brothers, you will go back with your younger brothers and sisters immediately. You don't need to participate in the next battle. Marco's intention is obvious, that is, let Eroge accompany Smokey, and then completely win this good combat power. However, this sentence of younger brothers and sisters made Arrow brother embarrassed with a hint of joy, and Arrow brother thought, Captain Marco understands me. What are you talking about? Smoggy suddenly became a little bit angry. Ha ha ha. Marco replaced his recovery with a smile. Regardless of him, this person likes to talk nonsense, let's go first. Yaluoj immediately took Smokey and left in a hurry. After they left, Marco immediately felt the breath of a strong man, which was also familiar. Are you here? Marco looked towards the sky. Soon, the figure of Keita Curry appeared in front of Marco, and the two were facing each other. Marco, did you catch Smokey? Advertisement. Keita Curry searched for a long time, but he didn't see Smokey, so he could only suspect that Smokey had been captured by the Whitebeard pirates. HMPH, we may not catch her, but she is indeed in our hands. Marco said with a slight smile. This is indeed the case, because Smokey went to the Whitebeard pirates voluntarily, so he cannot use the word catch. However, Katakuri didn't sound like that, he thought Smokey had been captured by the Whitebeard pirates. Let her go right away. Keita Curry yelled at Marco, with a glint in his eyes. Why? We are enemies now, I hope you can understand this. Marco said lightly. Keita Curry also realized his naivety, but he was too worried about his sister. Marco, I hope you don't hurt her. Katakuri stared at him and said. Of course, under normal circumstances, we never hurt a woman. Marco said. In the ensuing time, Marco once again fought with Keita Curry, and the battle was more intense than before. On the other side, Eroj took Smokey back to the base camp of the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone was surprised when they saw Smokey. Brother Yarrow, have you defeated Smokey? It's so fast, too powerful. Yes, you are the first captain to defeat the opposing senior cadre. We were all in a stalemate before. Advertisement. Hey, I have to admire them, but I will be the next one to defeat them. The captains all joked to Eroge, which made Eroge feel embarrassed, although to a certain extent, he did beat Smokey. Smokey has already left the ant pirates, and is now considered a neutral person. I just invited her to come to us as a guest. Brother Yaluo said immediately. Leave. Wentai and others were suddenly surprised. During the war, she left her own pirate regiment and went to the other side's pirate regiment as a guest. This had to make people doubt her motives. For a time, whether it was Wentai or other captains, or just ordinary crew members, Smoggy felt that Smokey had no good intentions. Wentai took a look at Smokey, took Arogo aside, and asked in a low voice, Captain Arrow, can you tell me what happened before? Why did you invite her to be a guest? She really left. Anti-pirates. Yeah, at this time, leaving the ant pirates group is either cold-blooded or unkind. Joes and others also came over and said. Hearing such big opinions from these people, he was full of prejudice against Smokey, and Brother Arrow was also a little irritable. You don't even know that Smokey withdrew from the ant pirate group sincerely, because she felt that the declaration of war with us was meaningless and would only increase casualties. Yarrow explained. But, you can't be completely sure of what she is thinking, just in case she lied to you. Joes said. Yes, now is the time of war. It is better to be more cautious. Regardless of whether she really quit the ant pirates or not, her actions should be restricted to prevent her from making any harmful actions. Beasta also said,